Section 1 of The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. My Own True Ghost Story by Rudyard Kipling. As I came through the desert, thus it was, as I came through the desert, the city of dreadful night. Somewhere in the outer world, where there are books and pictures and plays and shop windows to look at, and thousands of men who spend their lives in building up all four, lives a gentleman who writes real stories about the real insides of people, and his name is Mr. Walter Besant, but he will insist upon treating his ghosts, he has published half a workshop full of them, with levity. He makes his ghost-seers talk familiarly, and, in some cases, flirt outrageously with the phantoms. You may treat anything, from a viceroy to a vernacular paper, with levity, but you must behave reverently toward a ghost, and particularly an Indian one. There are, in this land, ghosts who take the form of fat, cold, pobby corpses, and hide in trees near the roadside till a traveler passes. Then they drop upon his neck and remain. There are also terrible ghosts of women who have died in childbed. These wander along the pathways at dusk, or hide in the crops near a village, and call seductively. But to answer their call is death in this world and the next. Their feet are turned backward, that all sober men may recognize them. There are ghosts of little children who have been thrown into wells. These haunt well curbs in the fringes of jungles, and wail under the stars, or catch women by the wrist and beg to be taken up and carried. These, and the corpse ghosts, however, are only vernacular articles, and do not attack sahibs. No native ghost has yet been authentically reported to have frightened an Englishman, but many English ghosts have scared the life out of both white and black. Nearly every other station owns a ghost. There are said to be 2 at Simla, not counting the woman who blows the bellows at Siri Dak Bungalow on the old road. Mussoorie has a house haunted of a very lively thing. A white lady is supposed to do night watchman round a house in Lahore. Dalhousie says that one of her houses repeats on autumn evenings all the incidents of a horrible horse and precipice accident. Muri has a merry ghost, and now that she has been swept by cholera, will have room for a sorrowful one. There are officers' quarters in Myanmar whose doors open without reason, and whose furniture is guaranteed to creak, not with the heat of June, but with the weight of invisibles who come to lounge in the chairs. Peshawar possesses houses that none will willingly rent, and there is something, not fever, wrong with a big bungalow in Allahabad. The older provinces simply bristle with haunted houses, and march phantom armies along their main thoroughfares. Some of the dak bungalows on the Grand Trunk Road have handy little cemeteries in their compound, witnesses to the changes and chances of this mortal life in the days when men drove from Calcutta to the northwest. These bungalows are objectionable places to put up in. They are generally very old, always dirty, while the khansama is as ancient as the bungalow. He either chatters senilely or falls into the long trances of age. In both moods, he is useless. If you get angry with him, he refers to some sahib dead and buried these 30 years, and says that when he was in that sahib's service, not a khansama in the province could touch him. Then he jabbers and mows and trembles and fidgets among the dishes, and you repent of your irritation. In these dock bungalows, ghosts are most likely to be found, and when found, they should be made a note of. Not long ago, it was my business to live in dock bungalows. I never inhabited the same house for 3 nights running, and grew to be learned in the breed. I lived in government-built ones, with red brick walls and rail ceilings, an inventory of the furniture posted in every room, and an excited snake at the threshold to give welcome. I lived in converted ones, old houses officiating as dock bungalows, where nothing was in its proper place and there wasn't even a fowl for dinner. I lived in second-hand palaces where the wind blew through open-work marble tracery just as uncomfortably as through a broken pane. I lived in dock bungalows where the last entry in the visitor's book was 15 months old, and where they slashed off the curry kid's head with a sword. It was my good luck to meet all sorts of men, from sober traveling missionaries and deserters flying from British regiments, to drunken loafers who threw whiskey bottles at all who passed, and my still greater good fortune just to escape a maternity case. Seeing that a fair proportion of the tragedy of our lives out here acted itself in dock bungalows, I wondered that I had met no ghosts. A ghost that would voluntarily hang about a dock bungalow would be mad, of course, but so many men have died mad in dock bungalows that there must be a fair percentage of lunatic ghosts. In due time I found my ghost, or ghosts, rather, for there were 2 of them. Up till that hour I had sympathized with Mr. Besant's method of handling them, as shown in The Strange Case of Mr. Lucraft and Other Stories. I am now in the opposition. We will call the bungalow Cutmall Dock Bungalow, but that was the smallest part of the horror. A man with a sensitive hide has no right to sleep in dock bungalows. He should marry. Cutmall Dock Bungalow was old and rotten and unrepaired. The floor was of worn brick, the walls were filthy, and the windows were nearly black with grime. It stood on a bypath largely used by native sub-deputy assistants of all kinds, from finance to forests, but real sahibs were rare. The Khan Sama, who was nearly bent double with old age, said so. When I arrived, there was a fitful, undecided rain on the face of the land, accompanied by a restless wind, and every gust made a noise like the rattling of dry bones in the stiff toddy palms outside. The Khan Sama completely lost his head on my arrival. He had served a sahib once. Did I know that sahib? He gave me the name of a well-known man who has been buried for more than a quarter of a century, and showed me an ancient daguerreotype of that man in his prehistoric youth. I had seen a steel engraving of him at the head of a double volume of memoirs a month before, and I felt ancient beyond telling. The day shut in, and the Khansama went to get me food. He did not go through the pretense of calling it Khana, man's victuals. He said Ratub, and that means, among other things, grub, dog's rations. There was no insult in his choice of the term. He had forgotten the other word, I suppose. While he was cutting up the dead bodies of animals, I settled myself down, after exploring the dock bungalow. There were 3 rooms, beside my own, which was a corner kennel, each giving into the other through dingy white doors fastened with long iron bars. The bungalow was a very solid one, but the partition walls of the rooms were almost jerry-built in their flimsiness. Every step or bang of a trunk echoed from my room down the other 3, and every footfall came back tremulously from the far walls. For this reason I shut the door. There were no lamps, only candles in long glass shades. An oil wick was set in the bathroom. For bleak, unadulterated misery, that dak bungalow was the worst of the many that I had ever set foot in. There was no fireplace, and the windows would not open, so a brazier of charcoal would have been useless. The rain and the wind splashed and gurgled and moaned round the house, and the toddy palms rattled and roared. Half a dozen jackals went through the compound singing, and a hyena stood afar off and mocked them. A hyena would convince a Sadducee of the resurrection of the dead, the worst sort of dead. Then came the ratub, a curious meal, half native and half English in composition, with the old khansamah babbling behind my chair about dead and gone English people, and the wind-blown candles playing shadow bo peep with the bed and the mosquito curtains. It was just the sort of dinner and evening to make a man think of every single one of his past sins, and of all the others that he intended to commit if he lived. Sleep, for several hundred reasons, was not easy. The lamp in the bathroom threw the most absurd shadows into the room, and the wind was beginning to talk nonsense. Just when the reasons were drowsy with blood-sucking, I heard the regular, "Let us take and heave him over," grunt of dooley-bearers in the compound. First one dooley came in, then a second, and then a third. I heard the doolies dumped on the ground, and the shutter in front of my door shook. "That's someone trying to come in," I said, but no one spoke, and I persuaded myself that it was the gusty wind. The shutter of the room next to mine was attacked, flung back, and the inner door opened. "That's some sub-deputy assistant," I said, "and he has brought his friends with him. Now they'll talk and spit and smoke for an hour." But there were no voices, and no footsteps. No one was putting his luggage into the next room. The door shut, and I thanked Providence that I was to be left in peace. But I was curious to know where the doolies had gone. I got out of bed and looked into the darkness. There was never a sign of a dooley. Just as I was getting into bed again, I heard, in the next room, the sound that no man in his senses can possibly mistake. The whir of a billiard ball down the length of the slates when the striker is stringing for break. No other sound is like it. A minute afterwards there was another whir, and I got into bed. I was not frightened. Indeed, I was not. I was very curious to know what had become of the doolies. I jumped into bed for that reason. Next minute I heard the double click of a cannon, and my hair sat up. It is a mistake to say that hair stands up. The skin of the head tightens, and you can feel a faint, prickly bristling all over the scalp. That is the hair sitting up. There was a whir and a click, and both sounds could only have been made by one thing, a billiard ball. I argued the matter out at great length with myself, and the more I argued, the less profitable it seemed that one bed, one table, and 2 chairs, all the furniture of the room next to mine, could so exactly duplicate the sounds of a game of billiards. After another cannon, a 3-cushioned one to judge by the whir, I argued no more. I had found my ghost, and would have given worlds to have escaped from that dak bungalow. I listened, and with each listen the game grew clearer. There was whir on whir, and click on click. Sometimes there was a double click, and a whir, and another click. Beyond any sort of doubt, people were playing billiards in the next room, and the next room was not big enough to hold a billiard table. Between the pauses of the wind, I heard the game go forward, stroke after stroke. I tried to believe that I could not hear voices, but that attempt was a failure. Do you know what fear is? Not ordinary fear of insult, injury, or death, but abject, quivering dread of something that you cannot see. Fear that dries the inside of the mouth and half of the throat. Fear that makes you sweat on the palms of the hands and gulp in order to keep the uvula at work. This is a fine fear, a great cowardice, and must be felt to be appreciated. The very impossibility of billiards in a dock bungalow proved the reality of the thing. No man, drunk or sober, could imagine a game at billiards, or invent the spitting crack of a screw cannon. A severe course of dock bungalows has this disadvantage. It breeds infinite credulity. If a man said to a confirmed dock bungalow haunter, "There is a corpse in the next room, and there's a mad girl in the next but one, and the woman and man on that camel have just eloped from a place 60 miles away," the hearer would not disbelieve, because he would know that nothing is too wild, grotesque, or horrible to happen in a dock bungalow. This credulity, unfortunately, extends to ghosts. A rational person, fresh from his own house, would have turned on his side and slept. I did not. So surely as I was given up as a bad carcass by the scores of things in the bed, because the bulk of my blood was in my heart, so surely did I hear every stroke of a long game at billiards played in the echoing room behind the iron-barred door. My dominant fear was that the players might want a marker. It was an absurd fear, because creatures who could play in the dark would be above such superfluities. I only know that that was my terror, and it was real. After a long, long while, the game stopped, and the door banged. I slept because I was dead tired, otherwise I should have preferred to have kept awake. Not for everything in Asia would I have dropped the door bar and peered into the dark of the next room. When the morning came, I considered that I had done well and wisely, and inquired for the means of departure. "By the way, Khan-sama," I said, "what were those 3 doolies doing in my compound in the night?" "There were no doolies," said the Khan-sama. I went into the next room, and the daylight streamed through the open door. I was immensely brave. I would, at that hour, have played black-pool with the owner of the big black pool down below. "Has this place always been a dock bungalow?" I asked. "No," said the Khan-sama. 10 or 20 years ago, I have forgotten how long, it was a billiard room." How much?" "A billiard room for the sahibs who built the railway. I was Khan-sama then in the big house where all the railway sahibs lived, and I used to come across with bandy shrab. These 3 rooms were all one, and they held a big table on which the sahibs played every evening. But the sahibs are all dead now, and the railway runs, you say, nearly to Kabul. Do you remember anything about the sahibs?" "It is long ago, but I remember that one sahib, a fat man and always angry, was playing here one night, and he said to me, 'Mongol Khan, brandy pani do,' and I filled the glass, and he bent over the table to strike, and his head fell lower and lower till it hit the table, and his spectacles came off, and when we, the sahibs and I myself, ran to lift him, he was dead. I helped to carry him out. Aha, he was a strong sahib. But he is dead, and I, old Mongol Khan, am still living by your favor." That was more than enough. I had my ghost, a first-hand, authenticated article. I would write to the Society for Physical Research. I would paralyze the empire with the news. But I would, first of all, put 80 miles of assessed cropland between myself and that dock bungalow before nightfall. The society might send their regular agent to investigate later on. I went into my own room and prepared to pack after noting down the facts of the case. As I smoked, I heard the game begin again, with a miss in baulk this time, for the whir was a short one. The door was open, and I could see into the room. Click, click. That was a cannon. I entered the room without fear, for there was sunlight within and a fresh breeze without. The unseen game was going on at a tremendous rate, and well it might, when a restless little rat was running to and fro inside the dingy ceiling-cloth, and a bit of loose window-sash was making 50 breaks off the window-bolt as it shook in the breeze. Impossible to mistake the sound of billiard balls, impossible to mistake the whir of a ball over the slate. But I was to be excused. Even when I shut my enlightened eyes, the sound was marvelously like that of a fast game. Entered angrily the faithful partner of my sorrows, Kadir Baksh. "This bungalow is very bad and low-cased. No wonder the presence was disturbed and is speckled. 3 sets of dooley-bearers came to the bungalow late last night when I was sleeping outside, and said that it was their custom to rest in the rooms set apart for the English people. What honor has the Khansamah? They tried to enter, but I told them to go. No wonder, if these Urias have been here, that the presence is sorely spotted. It is shame, and the work of a dirty man." Kadir Baksh did not say that he had taken from each gang 2 annas for rent in advance, and then, beyond my earshot, had beaten them with the big green umbrella, whose use I could never before divine. But Kadir Baksh has no notions of morality. There was an interview with the Khansamah, but as he promptly lost his head, wrath gave place to pity, and pity led to a long conversation, in the course of which he put the fat engineer sahib's tragic death in 3 separate stations, 2 of them 50 miles away. The 3rd shift was to Calcutta, and there the sahib died while driving a dog-cart. If I had encouraged him, the Khansamah would have wandered all through Bengal with his corpse. I did not go away as soon as I intended. I stayed for the night, while the wind and the rat and the sash and the window-bolt played a ding-dong 150 up. Then the wind ran out and the billiards stopped, and I felt that I had ruined my one genuine hall-marked ghost story. Had I only stopped at the proper time, I could have made anything out of it. That was the bitterest thought of all. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sage Blackburn. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Sending of Donna Da, by Rudyard Kipling. When the devil rides on your chest, remember the shamar. Native proverb. Once upon a time, some people in India made a new heaven and a new earth out of broken teacups, a missing brooch or 2, and a hairbrush. These were hidden under bushes or stuffed into holes in the hillside, and an entire civil service of subordinate gods used to find or mend them again. And everyone said, "There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy." Several other things happened also, but the religion never seemed to get much beyond its first manifestations, though it added an airline postal dock and orchestral effects in order to keep abreast of the times and stall off competition. This religion was too elastic for ordinary use. It stretched itself and embraced pieces of everything that medicine men of all ages had manufactured. It approved and stole from Freemasonry, looted the latter-day Rosicrucians of half their pet words, took any fragments of Egyptian philosophy that it found in the Encyclopedia Britannica, annexed as many of the Vedas as had been translated into French or English, and talked of all the rest, built in the German versions of what is left of the Zend Avesta, encouraged white, gray, and black magic, including spiritualism, palmistry, fortune-telling by cards, hot chestnuts, double-kerneled nuts, and tallow droppings, would have adopted voodoo and oboe had it known anything about them, and showed itself in every way one of the most accommodating arrangements that had ever been invented since the birth of the sea. When it was in thorough working order, with all the machinery down to the subscriptions complete, Da came from nowhere, with nothing in his hands, and wrote a chapter in its history which has hitherto been unpublished. He said that his first name was Dana, and his second was Da. Now, setting aside Dana of the New York Sun, Dana is a bill name, and Da fits no native of India unless you accept the Bengali day as the original spelling. Da is Lap or Finnish, and Dana Da was neither Finn, Chin, Bill, Bengali, Lap, Nair, Gond, Romani, Mogh, Bokhariot, Kurd, Armenian, Levantine, Jew, Persian, Punjabi, Madrasi, Parsi, nor anything else known to ethnologists. He was simply Dana Da, and declined to give further information. For the sake of brevity, and as roughly indicating his origin, he was called the Native. He might have been the original Old Man of the Mountains, who is said to be the only authorized head of the Teacup Creed. Some people said that he was, but Dana Da used to smile and deny any connection with the cult, explaining that he was an independent experimenter. As I have said, he came from nowhere, with his hands behind his back, and studied the creed for 3 weeks, sitting at the feet of those best competent to explain its mysteries. Then he laughed aloud and went away, but the laugh might have been either of devotion or derision. When he returned, he was without money, but his pride was unabated. He declared that he knew more about the things in heaven and earth than those who taught him, and for this contumacy was abandoned altogether. His next appearance in public life was at a big cantonment in Upper India, and he was then telling fortunes with the help of 3 leaden dice, a very dirty old cloth, and a little tin box of opium pills. He told better fortunes when he was allowed half a bottle of whiskey, but the things which he invented on the opium were quite worth the money. He was in reduced circumstances. Among other people's, he told the fortune of an Englishman who had once been interested in the Simla Creed, but who, later on, had married and forgotten all his old knowledge in the study of babies and exchange. The Englishman allowed Dana Da to tell a fortune for charity's sake, and gave him 5 rupees, a dinner, and some old clothes. When he had eaten, Dana Da professed gratitude, and asked if there were anything he could do for his host, in the esoteric line. "Is there anyone that you love?" said Dana Da. The Englishman loved his wife, but had no desire to drag her name into the conversation. He therefore shook his head. "Is there anyone that you hate?" said Dana Da. The Englishman said that there were several men whom he hated deeply. "Very good," said Dana Da, upon whom the whiskey and the opium were beginning to tell. "Only give me their names, and I will dispatch a sending to them and kill them." Now a sending is a horrible arrangement, first invented, they say, in Iceland. It is a thing sent by a wizard, and may take any form, but most generally wanders about the land in the shape of a little purple cloud till it finds the sendee, and him it kills by changing into the form of a horse, or a cat, or a man without a face. It is not strictly a native patent, though shamars can, if irritated, dispatch a sending which sits on the breast of their enemy by night and nearly kills him. Very few natives care to irritate Chamars for this reason. "Let me dispatch a sending," said Danada. "I am nearly dead now with want and drink and opium, but I should like to kill a man before I die. I can send a sending anywhere you choose, and in any form except in the shape of a man." The Englishman had no friends that he wished to kill, but partly to soothe Danada, whose eyes were rolling, and partly to see what would be done, he asked whether a modified sending could not be arranged for. Such a sending as should make a man's life a burden to him, and yet do him no harm. If this were possible, he notified his willingness to give Danada 10 rupees for the job. "I am not what I was once," said Danada, "and I must take the money because I am poor. To what Englishman shall I send it?" "Send a sending to Lone Sahib," said the Englishman, naming a man who had been most bitter in rebuking him for his apostasy from the teacup creed. Danada laughed and nodded. "I could have chosen no better man myself," said he. "I will see that he finds the sending about his path and about his bed." He lay down on the hearthrug, turned up the whites of his eyes, shivered all over, and began to snort. This was magic or opium or the sending, or all three. When he opened his eyes, he vowed that the sending had started upon the warpath, and was at that moment flying up to the town where Lone Sahib lives. "Give me my 10 rupees, said Danada wearily, "and write a letter to Lone Sahib, telling him, and all who believe with him, that you and a friend are using a power greater than theirs. They will see that you are speaking the truth." He departed unsteadily, with the promise of some more rupees if anything came of the sending. The Englishman sent a letter to Lone Sahib, couched in what he remembered of the terminology of the creed. He wrote, "I also, in the days of what you held to be my backsliding, have obtained enlightenment, and with enlightenment has come power." Then he grew so deeply mysterious that the recipient of the letter could make neither head nor tail of it, and was proportionately impressed, for he fancied that his friend had become a 5th rounder. When a man is a 5th rounder, he can do more than Slade and Udon combined. Lone Sahib read the letter in 5 different fashions, and was beginning a 6th interpretation, when his bearer dashed in with the news that there was a cat on the bed. Now, if there was one thing that Lone Sahib hated more than another, it was a cat. He rated the bearer for not turning it out of the house. The bearer said that he was afraid. All the doors of the bedroom had been shut throughout the morning, and no real cat could possibly have entered the room. He would prefer not to meddle with the creature. Lone Sahib entered the room gingerly, and there, on the pillow of his bed, sprawled and whimpered a wee white kitten, not a jumpsome, frisky little beast, but a slug-like crawler, with its eyes barely opened and its paws lacking strength or direction. A kitten that ought to have been in a basket with its mamma. Lone Sahib caught it by the scruff of its neck, handed it over to the sweeper to be drowned, and fined the bearer 4 annas. That evening, as he was reading in his room, he fancied that he saw something moving about on the hearthrug, outside the circle of light from his reading lamp. When the thing began to meow, he realized that it was a kitten, a wee white kitten, nearly blind and very miserable. He was seriously angry and spoke bitterly to his bearer, who said that there was no kitten in the room when he brought in the lamp, and real kittens of tender age generally had mother cats in attendance. "If the presence will go out into the veranda and listen," said the bearer, "he will hear no cats. How, therefore, can the kitten on the bed and the kitten on the hearthrug be real kittens?" Lone Sahib went out to listen, and the bearer followed him, but there was no sound of Rachel mewing for her children. He returned to his room, having hurled the kitten down the hillside, and wrote out the incidents of the day for the benefit of his co-religionists. Those people were so absolutely free from superstition that they ascribed anything a little out of the common to agencies. As it was their business to know all about the agencies, they were on terms of almost indecent familiarity with manifestations of every kind. Their letters dropped from the ceiling, unstamped, and spirits used to squatter up and down their staircases all night. But they had never come into contact with kittens. Lone Sahib wrote out the facts, noting the hour and the minute, as every psychical observer is bound to do, and appending the Englishman's letter because it was the most mysterious document, and might have had a bearing upon anything in this world or the next. An outsider would have translated all the tangle thus: "Look out! You laughed at me once, and now I am going to make you sit up." Lone Sahib's co-religionists found that meaning in it, but their translation was refined and full of four-syllable words. They held the sidirant and were filled with tremulous joy, for in spite of their familiarity with all the other worlds and cycles, they had a very human awe of things sent from Ghostland. They met in Lone Sahib's room in shrouded and sepulchral gloom, and their conclave was broken up by a clinking among the photo frames on the mantelpiece. A wee white kitten, nearly blind, was looping and writhing itself between the clock and the candlesticks. That stopped all investigations or doubtings. Here was the manifestation in the flesh. It was, so far as could be seen, devoid of purpose, but it was a manifestation of undoubted authenticity. They drafted a round robin to the Englishman, the backslider of old days, adjuring him in the interests of the creed to explain whether there was any connection between the embodiment of some Egyptian god or other, I have forgotten the name, and his communication. They called the kitten Ra or Thoth or Shem or Noah or something. And when Lone Sahib confessed that the first one had, at his most misguided instance, been drowned by the sweeper, they said consolingly that in his next life he would be a bounder, and not even a rounder of the lowest grade. These words may not be quite correct, but they express the sense of the house accurately. When the Englishman received the round robin, it came by post, he was startled and bewildered. He sent into the bazaar for Dana Da, who read the letter and laughed. "That is my sending," said he. "I told you I would work well. Now, give me another 10 rupees. "But what in the world is this gibberish about Egyptian gods?" asked the Englishman. "Cats," said Dana Da with a hiccup, for he had discovered the Englishman's whiskey bottle. "Cats and cats and cats! Never was such a sending. 100 of cats. Now give me 10 more rupees and write as I dictate." Dana Da's letter was a curiosity. It bore the Englishman's signature and hinted at cats, at a sending of cats. The mere words on paper were creepy and uncanny to behold. "What have you done, though?" said the Englishman. "I am as much in the dark as ever. Do you mean to say that you can actually send this absurd sending you talk about?" "Judge for yourself," said Danada. "What does that letter mean? In a little time they will all be at my feet and yours, and I, oh glory, I will be drugged or drunk all day long." Danada knew his people. When a man who hates cats wakes up in the morning and finds a little squirming kitten on his breast, or puts his hand into his ulster pocket and finds a little half-dead kitten where his gloves should be, or opens his trunk and finds a vile kitten among his dress shirts, or goes for a long ride with his mackintosh strapped on his saddlebow and shakes a little sprawling kitten from its folds when he opens it, or goes out to dinner and finds a little blind kitten under his chair, or stays at home and finds a writhing kitten under the quilt, or wriggling among his boots, or hanging, head downward, in his tobacco jar, or being mangled by his terrier in the veranda. When such a man finds one kitten, neither more nor less, once a day, in a place where no kitten rightly could or should be, he is naturally upset. When he dare not murder his daily trove because he believes it to be a manifestation, an emissary, an embodiment, and half a dozen other things, all out of the regular course of nature, he is more than upset. He is actually distressed. Some of Lone Sahib's co-religionists thought that he was a highly favored individual, but many said that if he had treated the first kitten with proper respect, as suited a Toth-Ra Tum Sennacherib embodiment, all his trouble would have been averted. They compared him to the Ancient Mariner, but nonetheless they were proud of him, and proud of the Englishmen who had sent the manifestation. They did not call it a sending because Icelandic magic was not in their program. After 16 kittens, that is to say, after 1 fortnight, for there were 3 kittens on the first day to impress the fact of the sending, the whole camp was uplifted by a letter. It came flying through a window, from the old man of the mountains, the head of all the creed, explaining the manifestation in the most beautiful language, and soaking up all the credit of it for himself. The Englishman, said the letter, was not there at all. He was a backslider without power or asceticism, who couldn't even raise a table by force of volition, much less project an army of kittens through space. The entire arrangement, said the letter, was strictly orthodox, worked and sanctioned by the highest authorities within the pale of the creed. There was great joy at this, for some of the weaker brethren, seeing that an outsider who had been working on independent lines could create kittens, whereas their own rulers had never gone beyond crockery, and broken at that, were showing a desire to break line on their own trail. In fact, there was the promise of a schism. A second round robin was drafted to the Englishmen, beginning, "Oh, scoffer," and ending with a selection of curses from the rites of Mizraim and Memphis, and the combination of Jugana, who was a 5th rounder, upon whose name an upstart 3rd rounder once traded. A papal excommunication is a billet doux compared to the combination of Jugana. The Englishmen had been proved under the hand and seal of the old man of the mountains to have appropriated virtue and pretended to have power which, in reality, belonged only to the supreme head. Naturally, the round robin did not spare him. He handed the letter to Danada to translate into decent English. The effect on Danada was curious. At first he was furiously angry, and then he laughed for 5 minutes. "I had thought," he said, "that they would have come to me. In another week I would have shown that I sent the sending, and they would have discrowned the old man of the mountains who has sent this sending of mine. Do you do nothing. The time has come for me to act. Write as I dictate, and I will put them to shame. But give me 10 more rupees. At Danada's dictation, the Englishman wrote nothing less than a formal challenge to the old man of the mountains. It wound up, "And if this manifestation be from your hand, then let it go forward. But if it be from my hand, I will that the sending shall cease in 2 days' time. On that day there shall be 12 kittens, and thenceforward none at all. The people shall judge between us." This was signed by Danada, who added pentacles and pentagrams, and a crux ansata and 6 swastikas, and a triple tau to his name, just to show that he was all he laid claim to be. The challenge was read out to the gentlemen and ladies, and they remembered then that Danada had laughed at them some years ago. It was officially announced that the old man of the mountains would treat the matter with contempt, Danada being an independent investigator, without a single round at the back of him. But this did not soothe his people. They wanted to see a fight. They were very human for all their spirituality. Lone Sahib, who was really being worn out with kittens, submitted meekly to his fate. He felt that he was being kittened to prove the power of Danada, as the poet says. When the stated day dawned, the shower of kittens began. Some were white and some were tabby, and all were about the same loathsome age. 3 were on his hearthrug, 3 in his bathroom, and the other 6 turned up at intervals among the visitors who came to see the prophecy break down. Never was a more satisfactory sending. On the next day there were no kittens, and the next day and all the other days were kittenless and quiet. The people murmured and looked to the old man of the mountains for an explanation. A letter, written on a palm leaf, dropped from the ceiling, but everyone, except Lone Sahib, felt that letters were not what the occasion demanded. There should have been cats. There should have been cats, full-grown ones. The letter proved conclusively that there had been a hitch in the psychic current, which, colliding with a dual identity, had interfered with the percipient activity all along the main line. The kittens were still going on, but owing to some failure in the developing fluid, they were not materialized. The air was thick with letters for a few days afterward. Unseen hands played Gluck and Beethoven on finger bowls and clock shades, but all men felt that psychic life was a mockery without materialized kittens. Even Lone Sahib shouted with the majority on this head. Danada's letters were very insulting, and if he had then offered to lead a new departure, there is no knowing what might not have happened. But Danada was dying of whiskey and opium in the Englishman's go-down, and had small heart for new creeds. "They have been put to shame," said he. "Never was such a sending. It has killed me." "Nonsense," said the Englishman. "You are going to die, Danada, and that sort of stuff must be left behind. I'll admit that you have made some queer things come about. Tell me honestly now, how was it done?" "Give me 10 more rupees," said Danada faintly, "and if I die before I spend them, bury them with me." The silver was counted out while Danada was fighting with death. His hand closed upon the money, and he smiled a grim smile. "Bend low," he whispered. The Englishman bent. "Bunia, mission school, expelled, Boxwalla, peddler. Ceylon pearl merchant, all mine English education, outcasted and made-up name Donna Da. England with American thought-reading man, and you gave me 10 rupees several times. I gave the sahib's bearer 2.8 a month for cats, little cats. I wrote and he put them about. Very clever man. Very few kittens now in the bazaar. Ask lone sahib's sweeper's wife. So saying, Donna Da gasped and passed away into a land where, if all be true, there are no materializations, and the making of new creeds is discouraged. But consider the gorgeous simplicity of it all. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. In the House of Suddhoo by Rudyard Kipling. A stone's throw out on either hand from that well-ordered road we tread, and all the world is wild and strange. Churl and ghoul and djinn and sprite shall bear us company tonight. For we have reached the oldest land wherein the powers of darkness range. From the dusk to the dawn. The House of Suddhoo, near the Toxley Gate, is 2-storied with 4 carved windows of old brown wood and a flat roof. You may recognize it by 5 red handprints arranged like the 5 of diamonds on the whitewash between the upper windows. Bhagwan Das, the bunnia, and a man who says he gets his living by seal cutting live in the lower story with a troop of wives, servants, friends, and retainers. The 2 upper rooms used to be occupied by Janu and Azizan, and a little black and tan terrier that was stolen from an Englishman's house and given to Janu by a soldier. Today, only Janu lives in the upper rooms. Suddhoo sleeps on the roof generally, except when he sleeps in the street. He used to go to Peshawar in the cold weather to visit his son, who sells curiosities near the Edwards Gate, and then he slept under a real mud roof. Suddhoo is a great friend of mine because his cousin had a son who secured, thanks to my recommendation, the post of head messenger to a big firm in the station. Suddhoo says that God will make me a lieutenant governor one of these days. I dare say his prophecy will come true. He is very, very old, with white hair and no teeth worth showing, and he has outlived his wits. Outlived nearly everything except his fondness for his son at Peshawar. Janu and Azizan are Kashmiris, ladies of the city, and theirs was an ancient and more or less honorable profession. But Azizan has since married a medical student from the Northwest and has settled down to a most respectable life somewhere near Bareilly. Bhagwan Das is an extortionate and an adulterator. He is very rich. The man who is supposed to get his living by seal cutting pretends to be very poor. This lets you know as much as is necessary of the 4 principal tenants in the House of Suddhoo. Then there is me, of course, but I am only the chorus that comes in at the end to explain things, so I do not count. Suddhoo was not clever. The man who pretended to cut seals was the cleverest of them all. Bhagwan Das only knew how to lie. Except Janu. She was also beautiful, but that was her own affair. Suddhoo's son at Peshawar was attacked by pleurisy, and old Suddhoo was troubled. The seal cutter man heard of Suddhoo's anxiety and made capital out of it. He was abreast of the times. He got a friend in Peshawar to telegraph daily accounts of the son's health. And here the story begins. Suddhoo's cousin's son told me one evening that Suddhoo wanted to see me, that he was too old and feeble to come personally, and that I should be conferring an everlasting honor on the house of Suddhoo if I went to him. I went, but I think, seeing how well off Suddhoo was then, that he might have sent something better than an ekka, which jolted fearfully, to haul out a future lieutenant governor to the city on a muggy April evening. The ekka did not run quickly. It was full dark when we pulled up opposite the door of Ranjit Singh's tomb near the main gate of the fort. Here was Suddhoo, and he said that by reason of my condescension, it was absolutely certain that I should become a lieutenant governor while my hair was yet black. Then we talked about the weather and the state of my health and the wheat crops for 15 minutes in the Huzuri bog under the stars. Suddhoo came to the point at last. He said that Janu had told him that there was an order of the Sirkar against magic, because it was feared that magic might one day kill the Empress of India. I didn't know anything about the state of the law, but I fancied that something interesting was going to happen. I said that so far from magic being discouraged by the government, it was highly commended. The greatest officials of the state practiced it themselves. If the financial statement isn't magic, I don't know what is. Then, to encourage him further, I said that if there was any jadoo afoot, I had not the least objection to giving it my countenance and sanction, and to seeing that it was clean jadoo, white magic, as distinguished from the unclean jadoo which kills folk. It took a long time before Suddhoo admitted that this was just what he had asked me to come for. Then he told me in jerks and quavers that the man who said he cut seals was a sorcerer of the cleanest kind, that every day he gave Suddhoo news of his sick son in Peshawar more quickly than the lightning could fly, and that this news was always corroborated by the letters. Further, that he had told Suddhoo how a great danger was threatening his son, which could be removed by clean jadoo, and, of course, heavy payment. I began to see exactly how the land lay, and told Suddhoo that I also understood a little jadoo in the western line, and would go to his house to see that everything was done decently and in order. We set off together, and on the way, Suddhoo told me that he had paid the seal cutter between 100 and 200 rupees already, and the jadoo of that night would cost 200 more, which was cheap, he said, considering the greatness of his son's danger. But I do not think he meant it. The lights were all cloaked in the front of the house when we arrived. I could hear awful noises from behind the seal cutter's shop front, as if someone were groaning his soul out. Suddhoo shook all over, and while we groped our way upstairs, told me that the jadoo had begun. Janu and Azizan met us at the stairhead and told us that the jadoo work was coming off in their rooms because there was more space there. Janu is a lady of a free-thinking turn of mind. She whispered that the jadoo was an invention to get money out of Suddhoo, and that the seal cutter would go to a hot place when he died. Suddhoo was nearly crying with fear and old age. He kept walking up and down the room in the half-light, repeating his son's name over and over again, and asking Azizan if the seal cutter ought not to make a reduction in the case of his own landlord. Janu pulled me over to the shadow in the recess of the carved bow windows. The boards were up, and the rooms were only lit by one tiny oil lamp. There was no chance of my being seen if I stayed still. Presently, the groans below ceased, and we heard steps on the staircase. That was the seal cutter. He stopped outside the door as the terrier barked, and Azizan fumbled at the chain, and he told Suddhoo to blow out the lamp. This left the place in jet darkness, except for the red glow from the 2 hookahs that belonged to Janu and Azizan. The seal cutter came in, and I heard Suddhoo throw himself down on the floor and groan. Azizan caught her breath, and Janu backed onto one of the beds with the shutter. There was a clink of something metallic, and then shot up a pale blue-green flame near the ground. The light was just enough to show Azizan pressed against one corner of the room with the terrier between her knees, Janu with her hands clasped, leaning forward as she sat on the bed, Suddhoo, face down, quivering, and the seal cutter. I hope I may never see another man like that seal cutter. He was stripped to the waist, with a wreath of white jasmine as thick as my wrist round his forehead, a salmon-colored loincloth round his middle, and a steel bangle on each ankle. This was not awe-inspiring. It was the face of the man that turned me cold. It was blue-gray in the first place. In the second, the eyes were rolled back till you could only see the whites of them. And in the third, the face was the face of a demon, a ghoul, anything you please except of the sleek, oily old ruffian who sat in the daytime over his turning lathe downstairs. He was lying on his stomach with his arms turned and crossed behind him, as if he had been thrown down pinioned. His head and neck were the only parts of him off the floor. They were nearly at right angles to the body, like the head of a cobra at spring. It was ghastly. In the center of the room, on the bare earth floor, stood a big, deep brass basin with a pale blue-green light floating in the center like a nightlight. Round that basin, the man on the floor wriggled himself 3 times. How he did it, I do not know. I could see the muscles ripple along his spine and fall smooth again, but I could not see any other motion. The head seemed the only thing alive about him, except that slow curl and uncurl of the laboring back muscles. Janu from the bed was breathing 70 to the minute. Azizan held her hands before her eyes, and old Suddhoo, fingering at the dirt that had got into his white beard, was crying to himself. The horror of it was that the creeping, crawly thing made no sound, only crawled. And remember, this lasted for 10 minutes, while the terrier whined, and Azizan shuddered, and Janu gasped, and Suddhoo cried. I felt the hair lift at the back of my head, and my heart thump like a thermantidote paddle. Luckily, the seal cutter betrayed himself by his most impressive trick and made me calm again. After he had finished that unspeakable crawl, he stretched his head away from the floor as high as he could and sent out a jet of fire from his nostrils. Now I knew how fire spouting is done. I can do it myself. So I felt at ease. The business was a fraud. If he had only kept to that crawl without trying to raise the effect, goodness knows what I might not have thought. Both the girls shrieked at the jet of fire, and the head dropped, chin down on the floor, with a thud, the whole body lying then like a corpse with its arms trussed. There was a pause of 5 full minutes after this, and the blue-green flame died down. Janu stooped to settle one of her anklets, while Azizan turned her face to the wall and took the terrier in her arms. Suddhoo put out an arm mechanically for Janu's hookah, and she slid it across the floor with her foot. Directly above the body and on the wall were a couple of flaming portraits in stamped paper frames of the Queen and the Prince of Wales. They looked down on the performance and, to my thinking, seemed to heighten the grotesqueness of it all. Just when the silence was getting unendurable, the body turned over and rolled away from the basin to the side of the room, where it lay stomach up. There was a faint plop from the basin, exactly like the noise a fish makes when it takes a fly, and the green light in the center revived. I looked at the basin and saw, bobbing in the water, the dried, shriveled black head of a native baby, open eyes, open mouth, and shaved scalp. It was worse, being so very sudden, than the crawling exhibition. We had no time to say anything before it began to speak. Read Poe's account of the voice that came from the mesmerized dying man, and you will realize less than 1/2 of the horror of that head's voice. There was an interval of a second or two between each word, and a sort of ring, ring, ring in the note of the voice like the timbre of a bell. It pealed slowly, as if talking to itself, for several minutes before I got rid of my cold sweat. Then the blessed solution struck me. I looked at the body lying near the doorway and saw, just where the hollow of the throat joins on the shoulders, a muscle that had nothing to do with any man's regular breathing, twitching away steadily. The whole thing was a careful reproduction of the Egyptian terrapin that one reads about sometimes, and the voice was as clever and as appalling a piece of ventriloquism as one could wish to hear. All this time the head was lip-lapping against the side of the basin and speaking. It told Suddhoo, on his face again, whining, of his son's illness and of the state of the illness up to the evening of that very night. I always shall respect the seal cutter for keeping so faithfully to the time of the Peshawar telegrams. It went on to say that skilled doctors were night and day watching over the man's life, and that he would eventually recover if the fee to the potent sorcerer, whose servant was the head in the basin, were doubled. Here the mistake from the artistic point of view came in. To ask for twice your stipulated fee in a voice that Lazarus might have used when he rose from the dead is absurd. Janu, who is really a woman of masculine intellect, saw this as quickly as I did. I heard her say, "Ash Nahin, Farib," scornfully under her breath, and just as she said so, the light in the basin died out, the head stopped talking, and we heard the room door creak on its hinges. Then Janu struck a match, lit the lamp, and we saw that head, basin, and seal cutter were gone. Suddhoo was wringing his hands and explaining to anyone who cared to listen that, if his chances of eternal salvation depended on it, he could not raise another 200 rupees. Azizan was nearly in hysterics in the corner, while Janu sat down composedly on one of the beds to discuss the probabilities of the whole thing being a bunao, or make-up. I explained as much as I knew of the seal cutter's way of jadoo, but her argument was much more simple. "The magic that is always demanding gifts is no true magic," said she. "My mother told me that the only potent love spells are those which are told you for love. This seal cutter man is a liar and a devil. I dare not tell, do anything, or get anything done, because I am in debt to Bhagwan Das the Bunya for 2 gold rings and a heavy anklet. I must get my food from his shop. The seal cutter is the friend of Bhagwan Das, and he would poison my food. A fool's jadoo has been going on for 10 days, and has cost Suddhoo many rupees each night. The seal cutter used black hens and lemons and mantras before. He never showed us anything like this till tonight. Azizan is a fool, and will be a pur Danashin soon. Suddhoo has lost his strength and his wits. See now, I had hoped to get from Suddhoo many rupees while he lived, and many more after his death, and behold, he is spending everything on that offspring of a devil and a she-ass, the seal cutter." Here I said, "But what induced Suddhoo to drag me into the business? Of course I can speak to the seal cutter, and he shall refund. The whole thing is child's talk, shame, and senseless." "Suddhoo is an old child," said Janu. "He has lived on the roofs these 70 years, and is as senseless as a milch goat. He brought you here to assure himself that he was not breaking any law of the Circar, whose salt he ate many years ago. He worships the dust off the feet of the seal cutter, and that cow devourer has forbidden him to go and see his son. What does Suddhoo know of your laws or the lightning post? I have to watch his money going day by day to that lying beast below." Janu stamped her foot on the floor and nearly cried with vexation, while Suddhoo was whimpering under a blanket in the corner, and Azizan was trying to guide the pipe stem to his foolish old mouth. Now the case stands thus. Unthinkingly, I have laid myself open to the charge of aiding and abetting the seal cutter in obtaining money under false pretenses, which is forbidden by Section 420 of the Indian Penal Code. I am helpless in the matter for these reasons. I cannot inform the police. What witnesses would support my statements? Janu refuses flatly, and Azizan is a veiled woman somewhere near Bareilly, lost in this big India of ours. I dare not again take the law into my own hands and speak to the seal cutter, for certain am I that not only would Suddhoo disbelieve me, but this step would end in the poisoning of Janu, who is bound hand and foot by her debt to the Bunya. Suddhoo is an old dotard, and whenever we meet, mumbles my idiotic joke that the Sirkar rather patronizes the black art than otherwise. His son is well now, but Suddhoo is completely under the influence of the seal cutter, by whose advice he regulates the affairs of his life. Janu watches daily the money that she hoped to wheedle out of Suddhoo taken by the seal cutter, and becomes daily more furious and sullen. She will never tell because she dare not, but unless something happens to prevent her, I am afraid that the seal cutter will die of cholera, the white arsenic kind, about the middle of May, and thus I shall have to be privy to a murder in the house of Suddhoo. End of Section 3. Read by Kelly Hess, Dallas, Texas, February 10th, 2025. Section 4 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. His Wedded Wife by Rudyard Kipling. Cry murder in the marketplace, and each will turn upon his neighbor anxious eyes that ask, "Art thou the man?" We hunted Cain some centuries ago across the world that bred the fear our own misdeeds maintain today. Vibart's Moralities. Shakespeare says something about worms, or it may be giants or beetles, turning if you tread on them too severely. The safest plan is never to tread on a worm, not even on the last new subaltern from home, with his buttons hardly out of their tissue paper and the red of sappy English beef in his cheeks. This is the story of the worm that turned. For the sake of brevity, we will call Henry Augustus Ramsay Faizan the worm, although he really was an exceedingly pretty boy, without a hair on his face and with a waist like a girl's, when he came out to the second Shikaris and was made unhappy in several ways. The Shikaris are a high caste regiment, and you must be able to do things well, play a banjo, or ride more than a little, or sing or act, to get on with them. The worm did nothing except fall off his pony and knock chips out of gateposts with his trap. Even that became monotonous after a time. He objected to whist, cut the cloth at billiards, sang out of tune, kept very much to himself, and wrote to his mamma and sisters at home. 4 of these 5 things were vices which the Shikaris objected to and set themselves to eradicate. Everyone knows how subalterns are by brother subalterns, softened and not permitted to be ferocious. It is good and wholesome and does no one any harm unless tempers are lost, and then there is trouble. There was a man once, but that is another story. The Shikaris shikared the worm very much, and he bore everything without winking. He was so good and so anxious to learn, and flushed so pink, that his education was cut short, and he was left to his own devices by everyone except the senior subaltern, who continued to make life a burden to the worm. The senior subaltern meant no harm, but his chaff was coarse, and he didn't quite understand where to stop. He had been waiting too long for his company, and that always sours a man. Also, he was in love, which made him worse. One day, after he had borrowed the worm's trap for a lady who never existed, had used it himself all the afternoon, had sent a note to the worm purporting to come from the lady, and was telling the mess all about it, the worm rose in his place and said, in his quiet, ladylike voice, "That was a very pretty sell, but I'll lay you a month's pay to a month's pay when you get your step, that I work a sell on you that you'll remember for the rest of your days, and the regiment after you when you're dead or broke." The worm wasn't angry in the least, and the rest of the mess shouted. Then the senior subaltern looked at the worm from the boots upward and down again, and said, "Done, baby." The worm took the rest of the mess to witness that the bet had been taken, and retired into a book with a sweet smile. 2 months passed, and the senior subaltern still educated the worm, who began to move about a little more as the hot weather came on. I have said that the senior subaltern was in love. The curious thing is that a girl was in love with the senior subaltern. Though the colonels said awful things, and the majors snorted, and married captains looked unutterable wisdom, and the juniors scoffed, those two were engaged. The senior subaltern was so pleased with getting his company and his acceptance at the same time that he forgot to bother the worm. The girl was a pretty girl and had money of her own. She does not come into this story at all. One night, at the beginning of the hot weather, all the mess, except the worm, who had gone to his own room to write home letters, were sitting on the platform outside the mess house. The band had finished playing, but no one wanted to go in, and the captains' wives were there also. The folly of a man in love is unlimited. The senior subaltern had been holding forth on the merits of the girl he was engaged to, and the ladies were purring approval, while the men yawned, when there was a rustle of skirts in the dark, and a tired, faint voice lifted itself. "Where's my husband?" I do not wish in the least to reflect on the morality of the shikaris, but it is on record that 4 men jumped up as if they had been shot. 3 of them were married men. Perhaps they were afraid that their wives had come from home unbeknownst. The 4th said that he had acted on the impulse of the moment. He explained this afterwards. Then the voice cried, "Oh, Lionel!" Lionel was the senior subaltern's name. A woman came into the little circle of light by the candles on the peg tables, stretching out her hands to the dark where the senior subaltern was, and sobbing. We rose to our feet, feeling that things were going to happen and ready to believe the worst. In this bad, small world of ours, one knows so little of the life of the next man, which, after all, is entirely his own concern, that one is not surprised when a crash comes. Anything might turn up any day for anyone. Perhaps the senior subaltern had been trapped in his youth. Men are crippled that way occasionally. We didn't know. We wanted to hear. And the captain's wives were as anxious as we. If he had been trapped, he was to be excused, for the woman from nowhere, in the dusty shoes and gray traveling dress, was very lovely, with black hair and great eyes full of tears. She was tall, with a fine figure, and her voice had a running sob in it pitiful to hear. As soon as the senior subaltern stood up, She threw her arms round his neck and called him "my darling," and said she could not bear waiting alone in England, and his letters were so short and cold, and she was his to the end of the world, and would he forgive her? This did not sound quite like a lady's way of speaking. It was too demonstrative. Things seemed black indeed, and the captain's wives peered under their eyebrows at the senior subaltern, and the colonel's face set like the day of judgment, framed in gray bristles, and no one spoke for a while. Next, the colonel said, very shortly, "Well, sir?" and the women sobbed afresh. The senior subaltern was half choked with the arms round his neck, but he gasped out, "It's a damned lie. I never had a wife in my life." "Don't swear," said the colonel. "Come into the mess. We must sift this clear somehow." And he sighed to himself, for he believed in his shikaries, did the colonel. We trooped into the anteroom under the full lights, and there we saw how beautiful the woman was. She stood up in the middle of us all, sometimes choking with crying, then hard and proud, and then holding out her arms to the senior subaltern. It was like the fourth act of a tragedy. She told us how the senior subaltern had married her when he was home on leave 18 months before, and she seemed to know all that we knew, and more too, of his people and his past life. He was white and ashy gray, trying now and again to break into the torrent of her words, and we, noting how lovely she was and what a criminal he looked, esteemed him a beast of the worst kind. We felt sorry for him, though. I shall never forget the indictment of the senior subaltern by his wife. Nor will he. It was so sudden, rushing out of the dark, unannounced, into our dull lives. The captain's wives stood back, but their eyes were alight, and you could see that they had already convicted and sentenced the senior subaltern. The colonel seemed 5 years older. One major was shading his eyes with his hand and watching the woman from underneath it. Another was chewing his mustache and smiling quietly as if he were witnessing a play. Full in the open space in the center, by the whist tables, the senior subaltern's terrier was hunting for fleas. I remember all this as clearly as though a photograph were in my hand. I remember the look of horror on the senior subaltern's face. It was rather like seeing a man hanged, but much more interesting. Finally, the woman wound up by saying that the senior subaltern carried a double FM in tattoo on his left shoulder. We all knew that, and to our innocent minds it seemed to clinch the matter. But one of the bachelor majors said very politely, "I presume that your marriage certificate would be more to the purpose?" That roused the woman. She stood up and sneered at the senior subaltern for a cur, and abused the major and the colonel and all the rest. Then she wept, and then she pulled a paper from her breast, saying imperially, "Take that, and let my husband, my lawfully wedded husband, read it aloud, if he dare." There was a hush, and the men looked into each other's eyes as the senior subaltern came forward in a dazed and dizzy way and took the paper. We were wondering, as we stared, whether there was anything against any one of us that might turn up later on. The senior subaltern's throat was dry, but as he ran his eye over the paper, he broke out into a hoarse cackle of relief and said to the woman, "You young blackguard." But the woman had fled through a door, and on the paper was written, "This is to certify that I, the worm, have paid in full my debts to the senior subaltern, and further, that the senior subaltern is my debtor by agreement on the 23rd of February, as by the mess attested, to the extent of 1 month's captain's pay in the lawful currency of the India Empire. Then a deputation set off for the worm's quarters, and found him betwixt and between, unlacing his stays, with the hat, wig, serge dress, etc., on the bed. He came over as he was, and the shikaris shouted till the gunners' mess sent over to know if they might have a share of the fun. I think we were all, except the colonel and the senior subaltern, a little disappointed that the scandal had come to nothing. But that is human nature. There could be no two words about the worm's acting. It leaned as near to a nasty tragedy as anything this side of a joke can. When most of the subalterns sat upon him with sofa cushions to find out why he had not said that acting was his strong point, he answered very quietly, "I don't think you ever asked me. I used to act at home with my sisters." But no acting with girls could account for the worm's display that night. Personally, I think it was in bad taste, besides being dangerous. There is no sort of use in playing with fire, even for fun. The shikaris made him president of the Regimental Dramatic Club, and when the senior subaltern paid up his debt, which he did at once, the worm sank the money in scenery and dresses. He was a good worm, and the shikaris are proud of him. The only drawback is that he has been christened Mrs. Senior Subaltern, and as there are now 2 Mrs. Senior Subalterns in the station, this is sometimes confusing to strangers. Later on, I will tell you of a case something like this, but with all the jest left out and nothing in it but real trouble. End of section 4. Read by Kelly Hess, Dallas, Texas, January 16th, 2025.
Section 5 of The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. A Case of Identity by Arthur Conan Doyle. "My dear fellow," said Sherlock Holmes as we sat on either side of the fire in his lodgings at Baker Street, "life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man can invent. We would not dare to conceive the things which are really mere commonplace of existence. If we could fly out of that window hand in hand, hover over this great city, gently remove the roofs, and peep in at the queer things which are going on, the strange coincidences, the plannings, the cross purposes, the wonderful chains of events working through generations and leading us to the most outre results, it would make all fiction, with its conventionalities and foreseen conclusions, most stale and unprofitable." "And yet I am not convinced of it," I answered. "The cases which come to light in the papers are, as a rule, bald enough and vulgar enough. We have in our police reports realism pushed to its extreme limits, and yet the result is, it must be confessed, neither fascinating nor artistic." "A certain selection and discretion must be used in producing a realistic effect," remarked Holmes. "This is wanting in the police report, where more stress is laid perhaps upon the platitudes of the magistrate than upon the details, which to an observer contain the vital essence of the whole matter. Depend on it, there is nothing so unnatural as the commonplace." I smiled and shook my head. "I can quite understand your thinking so," I said. "Of course, in your position of unofficial advisor and helper to everybody who is absolutely puzzled, throughout 3 continents you are brought in contact with all that is strange and bizarre. But here," I picked up the morning paper from the ground, "let us put it to a practical test. Here is the first heading upon which I come. A husband's cruelty to his wife. There is half a column of print, but I know without reading it that it is all perfectly familiar to me. There is, of course, the other woman, the drink, the push, the blow, the bruise, the unsympathetic sister or landlady. The crudest of writers could invent nothing more crude. Indeed, your example is an unfortunate one for your argument, said Holmes, taking the paper and glancing his eye down it. This is the Dundas separation case, and, as it happens, I was engaged in clearing up some small points in connection with it. The husband was a teetotaler. There was no other woman, and the conduct complained of was that he had drifted into the habit of winding up every meal by taking out his false teeth and hurling them at his wife, which you will allow is not an action likely to occur to the imagination of the average storyteller. Take a pinch of snuff, doctor, and acknowledge that I have scored over you in your example. He held out his snuff-box of old gold with a great amethyst in the center of the lid. Its splendor was in such contrast to his homely ways and simple life that I could not help commenting upon it. "Ah," said he, "I forgot that I had not seen you for some weeks. It is a little souvenir from the King of Bohemia in return for my assistance in the case of the Irene Adler papers." "And the ring?" I asked, glancing at a remarkable brilliant which sparkled upon his finger. "It was from the reigning family of Holland, though the manner in which I served them was of such delicacy that I cannot confide it even to you, who have been good enough to chronicle one or two of my little problems." "And have you any on hand just now?" I asked with interest. "Some 10 or 12, but none which present any features of interest. They are important, you understand, without being interesting. Indeed, I have found that it is usually in unimportant matters that there is a field for the observation and for the quick analysis of cause and effect which gives the charm to an investigation. The larger crimes are apt to be the simpler, for the bigger the crime, the more obvious, as a rule, is the motive. In these cases, save for one rather intricate matter which has been referred to me from Marseille, there is nothing which presents any features of interest. It is possible, however, that I may have something better before very many minutes are over, for this is one of my clients, or I am much mistaken." He had risen from his chair and was standing between the parted blinds, gazing down into the dull, neutral-tinted London street. Looking over his shoulder, I saw that on the pavement opposite there stood a large woman with a heavy fur boa round her neck and a large curling red feather in a broad-brimmed hat which was tilted in a coquettish Duchess of Devonshire fashion over her ear. From under this great panoply she peered up in a nervous, hesitating fashion at our windows, while her body oscillated backward and forward, and her fingers fidgeted with her glove buttons. Suddenly, with a plunge as of the swimmer who leaves the bank, she hurried across the road, and we heard the sharp clang of the bell. "I have seen those symptoms before," said Holmes, throwing his cigarette into the fire. "Oscillation upon the pavement always means an affaire de coeur. She would like advice, but is not sure that the matter is not too delicate for communication. And yet even here we may discriminate. When a woman has been seriously wronged by a man, she no longer oscillates, and the usual symptom is a broken bell wire. Here we may take it that there is a love matter, but that the maiden is not so much angry as perplexed or grieved. But here she comes in person to resolve our doubts." As he spoke, there was a tap at the door, and the boy in buttons entered to announce Miss Mary Sutherland, while the lady herself loomed behind his small black figure like a full-sailed merchantman behind a tiny pilot-boat. Sherlock Holmes welcomed her with the easy courtesy for which he was remarkable, and having closed the door and bowed her into an armchair, he looked her over in the minute and yet abstracted fashion which was peculiar to him. "Do you not find," he said, "that with your short sight it is a little trying to do so much typewriting?" I did it first, she answered, but now I know where the letters are without looking. Then, suddenly realizing the full purport of his words, she gave a violent start and looked up with fear and astonishment upon her broad, good-humored face. "You've heard about me, Mr. Holmes," she cried, "else how could you know all that?" "Never mind," said Holmes, laughing. "It is my business to know things. Perhaps I have trained myself to see what others overlook. If not, why should you come to consult me?" "I came to you, sir, because I heard of you from Mrs. Etheridge, whose husband you found so easily when the police and everyone had given him up for dead. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I wish you would do as much for me. I'm not rich, but still I have 100 a year in my own right, besides the little that I make by the machine, and I would give it all to know what has become of Mr. Hosmer Angel." "Why did you come away to consult me in such a hurry?" asked Sherlock Holmes, with his fingertips together and his eyes to the ceiling. Again a startled look came over the somewhat vacuous face of Miss Mary Sutherland. "Yes, I did bang out of the house," she said, "for it made me angry to see the easy way in which Mr. Windibank, that is, my father, took it all. He would not go to the police, and he would not go to you, and so at last, as he would do nothing, and kept on saying that there was no harm done, it made me mad, and I just on with my things and came right away to you." "Your father," said Holmes. "Your stepfather, surely, since the name is different." "Yes, my stepfather. I call him father, though it sounds funny, too, for he is only 5 years and 2 months older than myself." "And is your mother alive?" "Oh, yes, mother is alive and well. I wasn't best pleased, Mr. Holmes, when she married again so soon after my father's death, and a man who was nearly 15 years younger than herself. Father was a plumber in the Tottenham Court Road, and he left a tidy business behind him, which mother carried on with Mr. Hardy, the foreman. But when Mr. Windibank came, he made her sell the business, for he was very superior, being a traveler in wines. They got $4,700 for the goodwill and interest, which wasn't near as much as father could have got if he had been alive." I had expected to see Sherlock Holmes impatient under this rambling and inconsequential narrative, but on the contrary, he had listened with the greatest concentration of attention. "Your own little income," he asked, "does it come out of the business?" "Oh, no, sir. It is quite separate, and was left to me by my Uncle Ned in Auckland. It is in New Zealand stock, paying 4.5%. £2,500 was the amount, but I can only touch the interest." "You interest me extremely," said Holmes, "and since you draw so large a sum as 100 a year, with what you earn into the bargain, you no doubt travel a little and indulge yourself in every way. I believe that a single lady can get on very nicely upon an income of about £60. I could do with much less than that, Mr. Holmes, but you understand that as long as I live at home, I don't wish to be a burden to them, and so they have the use of the money just while I am staying with them. Of course, that is only just for the time. Mr. Windibank draws my interest every quarter and pays it over to mother, and I find that I can do pretty well with what I earn at typewriting. It brings me 2d. a sheet, and I can often do 15 to 20 sheets in a day." "You have made your position very clear to me," said Holmes. "This is my friend, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Kindly tell us now all about your connection with Mr. Hosmer Angel." A flush stole over Miss Sutherland's face, and she picked nervously at the fringe of her jacket. "I met him first at the gasfitters' ball," she said. "They used to send father tickets when he was alive, and then afterwards they remembered us and sent them to mother. Mr. Windibank did not wish us to go. He never did wish us to go anywhere. He would get quite mad if I wanted so much as to join a Sunday school treat. But this time I was set on going, and I would go, for what right had he to prevent? He said the folk were not fit for us to know, when all father's friends were to be there, and he said that I had nothing fit to wear when I had my purple plush that I had never so much as taken out of the drawer. At last, when nothing else would do, he went off to France upon the business of the firm. But we went, Mother and I, with Mr. Hardy, who used to be our foreman, and it was there I met Mr. Hosmer Angel. I suppose, said Holmes, that when Mr. Windibank came back from France, he was very annoyed at your having gone to the ball. Oh, well, he was very good about it. He laughed, I remember, and shrugged his shoulders and said there was no use denying anything to a woman, for she would have her way. I see. Then at the gasfitter's ball you met, as I understand, a gentleman called Mr. Hosmer Angel? Yes, sir. I met him that night, and he called next day to ask if we had got home all safe, and after that we met him. That is to say, Mr. Holmes, I met him twice for walks, but after that, Father came back again, and Mr. Hosmer Angel could not come to the house any more. No? Well, you know Father didn't like anything of the sort. He wouldn't have any visitors if he could help it, and he used to say that a woman should be happy in her own family circle. But then, as I used to say to Mother, a woman wants her own circle to begin with, and I had not got mine yet. But how about Mr. Hosmer Angel? Did he make no attempt to see you? Well, Father was going off to France again in a week, and Hosmer wrote and said that it would be safer and better not to see each other until he had gone. We could write in the meantime, and he used to write every day. I took the letters in the morning, so there was no need for Father to know. Were you engaged to the gentleman at this time? Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. We were engaged after the first walk that we took. Hosmer, Mr. Angel, was a cashier in an office in Leadenhall Street. And what office? That's the worst of it, Mr. Holmes. I don't know. Where did he live, then? He slept on the premises. And you don't know his address? No, except that it was Leadenhall Street. Where did you address your letters, then? To the Leadenhall Street post office, to be left till called for. He said that if they were sent to the office, he would be chaffed by all the other clerks about having letters from a lady. So I offered to typewrite them, like he did his, but he wouldn't have that, for he said that when I wrote them, they seemed to come from me, but when they were typewritten, he always felt that the machine had come between us. That will just show you how fond he was of me, Mr. Holmes, and the little things that he would think of. It was most suggestive, said Holmes. It has long been an axiom of mine that the little things are infinitely the most important. Can you remember any other little things about Mr. Hosmer Angel? He was a very shy man, Mr. Holmes. He would rather walk with me in the evening than in the daylight, for he said that he hated to be conspicuous. Very retiring and gentlemanly he was. Even his voice was gentle. He had had the quinsy and swollen glands when he was young, he told me, and it had left him with a weak throat and a hesitating, whispering fashion of speech. He was always well dressed, very neat and plain, but his eyes were weak, just as mine are, and he wore tinted glasses against the glare. Well, and what happened when Mr. Windibank, your stepfather, returned to France? Mr. Hosmer Angel came to the house again and proposed that we should marry before Father came back. He was in dreadful earnest and made me swear, with my hands on the testament, that whatever happened I would always be true to him. Mother said that he was quite right to make me swear, and that it was a sign of his passion. Mother was all in his favor from the first, and was even fonder of him than I was. Then, when they talked of marrying within the week, I began to ask about Father, but they both said never to mind about Father, but just to tell him afterwards, and Mother said she would make it all right with him. I didn't quite like that, Mr. Holmes. It seemed funny that I should ask his leave, as he was only a few years older than me, but I didn't want to do anything on the sly, so I wrote to Father at Bordeaux, where the company has its French offices, but the letter came back to me on the very morning of the wedding." "It missed him, then?" "Yes, sir, for he had started to England just before it arrived." "Ha! That was unfortunate. Your wedding was arranged, then, for the Friday. Was it to be in church?" "Yes, sir, but very quietly. It was to be at St. Saviour's, near King's Cross, and we were to have breakfast afterwards at the St. Pancras Hotel. Hosmer came for us in a hansom, but as there were two of us, he put us both into it and stepped himself into a four-wheeler, which happened to be the only other cab in the street. We got to the church first, and when the four-wheeler drove up, we waited for him to step out. But he never did, and when the cabman got down from the box and looked, there was no one there. The cabman said that he could not imagine what had become of him, for he had seen him get in with his own eyes. That was last Friday, Mr. Holmes, and I have never seen or heard anything since then to throw any light upon what became of him." "It seems to me that you have been very shamefully treated," said Holmes. "Oh, no, sir. He was too good and kind to leave me so. Why, all the morning he was saying to me that whatever happened, I was to be true, and that even if something quite unforeseen occurred to separate us, I was always to remember that I was pledged to him, and that he would claim his pledge sooner or later. It seemed strange talk for a wedding morning, but what has happened since gives a meaning to it." "Most certainly it does. Your own opinion is, then, that some unforeseen catastrophe has occurred to him?" "Yes, sir. I believe that he foresaw some danger, or else he would not have talked so, and then I think that what he foresaw happened." "But you have no notion as to what it could have been?" "None." "One more question. How did your mother take the matter?" "She was angry, and said that I was never to speak of the matter again." "And your father? Did you tell him?" "Yes, and he seemed to think with me that something had happened, and that I should hear of Hosmer again. As he said, what interest could anyone have in bringing me to the door of the church and then leaving me? Now, if he had borrowed my money, or if he had married me and got my money settled on him, there might be some reason. But Hosmer was very independent about money, and never would look at a shilling of mine. And yet, what could have happened? And why could he not write? Oh, it drives me half mad to think of, and I can't sleep a wink at night." She pulled a little handkerchief out of her muff and began to sob heavily into it. "I shall glance into the case for you," said Holmes, rising, "and I have no doubt that we shall reach some definite result. Let the weight of the matter rest upon me now, and do not let your mind dwell upon it further. Above all, try to let Mr. Hosmer Angel vanish from your memory as he has done from your life." "Then you don't think I'll see him again?" "I fear not." "Then what has happened to him?" "You will leave that question in my hands. I should like an accurate description of him and any letters of his which you can spare." "I advertised for him in last Saturday's Chronicle," said she. "Here is the slip, and here are 4 letters from him." "Thank you. And your address?" "Number 31 Lion Place, Camberwell." "Mr. Angel's address you never had, I understand. Where is your father's place of business?" "He travels for Westhouse and Marbank, the great claret importers of Fenchurch Street." "Thank you. You have made your statement very clearly. You will leave the papers here, and remember the advice which I have given you. Let the whole incident be a sealed book, and do not allow it to affect your life." "You are very kind, Mr. Holmes, but I cannot do that. I shall be true to Hosmer. He shall find me ready when he comes back." For all the preposterous hat and the vacuous face, there was something noble in the simple faith of our visitor which compelled our respect. She laid her little bundle of papers upon the table and went her way with a promise to come again whenever she might be summoned. Sherlock Holmes sat silent for a few minutes with his fingertips still pressed together, his legs stretched out in front of him, and his gaze directed upward to the ceiling. Then he took down from the rack the old and oily clay pipe which was to him as a counselor, and, having lighted it, he leaned back in his chair with thick blue cloud wreaths spinning up from him, and a look of infinite languor in his face. "Quite an interesting study, that maiden," he observed. "I found her more interesting than her little problem, which, by the way, is rather a trite one. You will find parallel cases if you consult my index in Andover in '77, and there was something of the sort at The Hague last year. Old as is the idea, however, there were one or two details which were new to me, but the maiden herself was most instructive." "You appeared to read a good deal upon her which was quite invisible to me," I remarked. "Not invisible, but unnoticed, Watson. You did not know where to look, and so you missed all that was important. I can never bring you to realize the importance of sleeves, the suggestiveness of thumbnails, or the great issues that may hang from a bootlace. Now, what did you gather from that woman's appearance? Describe it." "Well, she had a slate-colored, broad-brimmed straw hat with a feather of a brickish red. Her jacket was black, with black beads sewed upon it and a fringe of little black jet ornaments. Her dress was brown, rather darker than coffee color, with a little purple plush at the neck and sleeves. Her gloves were grayish and were worn through at the right forefinger. Her boots I didn't observe. She had small, round, hanging gold earrings, and a general air of being fairly well-to-do, in a vulgar, comfortable, easy-going way." Sherlock Holmes clapped his hands softly together and chuckled. "'Pon my word, Watson, you are coming along wonderfully. You have really done very well indeed. It is true that you have missed everything of importance, but you have hit upon the method, and you have a quick eye for color. Never trust to general impressions, my boy, but concentrate yourself upon details. My first glance is always at a woman's sleeve. In a man, it is perhaps better first to take the knee of the trouser. As you observe, this woman had plush upon her sleeve, which is a most useful material for showing traces. The double line a little above the wrist, where the typewriter presses against the table, was beautifully defined. The sewing machine of the hand type leaves a similar mark, but only on the left arm, and on the side of it farthest from the thumb, instead of being right across the broadest part, as this was. I then glanced at her face, and observing the dint of a pince-nez at either side of her nose, I ventured a remark upon short sight and typewriting, which seemed to surprise her. It surprised me, but surely it was very obvious. I was then much surprised and interested on glancing down to observe that, though the boots which she was wearing were not unlike each other, they were really odd ones, the one having a slightly decorated toe cap and the other a plain one. One was buttoned only in the 2 lower buttons out of 5, and the other at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Now, when you see that a young lady, otherwise neatly dressed, has come away from home with odd boots, half-buttoned, it is no great deduction to say that she came away in a hurry." "And what else?" I asked, keenly interested, as I always was, by my friend's incisive reasoning. "I noted in passing that she had written a note before leaving home, but after being fully dressed. You observed that her right glove was torn at the forefinger, but you did not apparently see that both glove and finger were stained with violet ink. She had written in a hurry and dipped her pen too deep. It must have been this morning, or the mark would not remain clear upon the finger. All this is amusing, though rather elementary, but I must go back to business, Watson. Would you mind reading me the advertised description of Mr. Hosmer Angel?" I held the little printed slip to the light. Missing, it said, on the morning of the 14th, a gentleman named Hosmer Angel, about 5 feet 7 inches in height, strongly built, sallow complexion, black hair, a little bald in the center, bushy black side whiskers and mustache, tinted glasses, slight infirmity of speech, was dressed when last seen in black frock coat faced with silk, black waistcoat, gold Albert chain, and gray Harris tweed trousers, with brown gaiters over elastic-sided boots, known to have been employed in an office in Leadenhall Street. Anybody bringing, etc., etc. That will do, said Holmes. As to the letters, he continued, glancing over them, they are very commonplace, absolutely no clue in them to Mr. Angel, save that he quotes Balzac once. There is one remarkable point, however, which will no doubt strike you. They are typewritten, I remarked. Not only that, but the signature is typewritten. Look at the neat little Hosmer Angel at the bottom. There is a date, you see, but no superscription except Leadenhall Street, which is rather vague. The point about the signature is very suggestive. In fact, we may call it conclusive. Of what? My dear fellow, is it possible you do not see how strongly it bears upon the case? I cannot say that I do, unless it were that he wished to be able to deny his signature if an action for breach of promise were instituted. No, that was not the point. However, I shall write 2 letters which should settle the matter. One is to a firm in the city. The other is to the young lady's stepfather, Mr. Windibank, asking him whether he could meet us here at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. It is just as well that we should do business with the male relatives. And now, Doctor, we can do nothing until the answers to those letters come, so we may put our little problem upon the shelf for the interim. I had so many reasons to believe in my friend's subtle powers of reasoning and extraordinary energy in action that I felt that he must have some solid grounds for the assured and easy demeanor with which he treated the singular mystery which he had been called upon to fathom. Once only had I known him to fail, in the case of the King of Bohemia and the Irene Adler photograph, but when I looked back to the weird business of the sign of 4 and the extraordinary circumstances connected with the study in scarlet, I felt that it would be a strange tangle indeed which he could not unravel. I left him then, still puffing at his black clay pipe, with the conviction that when I came again on the next evening, I would find that he held in his hands all the clues which would lead up to the identity of the disappearing bridegroom of Miss Mary Sutherland. A professional case of great gravity was engaging my own attention at the time, and the whole of next day I was busy at the bedside of the sufferer. It was not until close upon 6 o'clock that I found myself free and was able to spring into a hansom and drive to Baker Street, half afraid that I might be too late to assist at the denouement of the little mystery. I found Sherlock Holmes alone, however, half asleep, with his long, thin form curled up in the recesses of his armchair. A formidable array of bottles and test tubes with the pungent, cleanly smell of hydrochloric acid told me that he had spent his day in the chemical work which was so dear to him. "Well, have you solved it?" I asked as I entered. "Yes, it was the bisulfate of baryta." No, the mystery," I cried. "Oh, that! I thought of the salt that I have been working upon. There was never any mystery in the matter, though, as I said yesterday, some of the details are of interest. The only drawback is that there is no law, I fear, that can touch the scoundrel. Who was he, then, and what was his object in deserting Miss Sutherland?" The question was hardly out of my mouth, and Holmes had not yet opened his lips to reply when we heard a heavy footfall in the passage and a tap at the door. "This is the girl's stepfather, Mr. James Windibank," said Holmes. "He has written to me to say that he would be here at 6. "Come in." The man who entered was a sturdy, middle-sized fellow, some 30 years of age, clean-shaven and sallow-skinned, with a bland, insinuating manner and a pair of wonderfully sharp and penetrating gray eyes. He shot a questioning glance at each of us, placed his shiny top hat upon the sideboard, and, with a slight bow, sidled down into the nearest chair. "Good evening, Mr. James Windibank," said Holmes. "I think this typewritten letter is from you in which you made an appointment with me for 6 o'clock. "Yes, sir, I'm afraid that I'm a little late, but I am not quite my own master, you know. I am sorry that Miss Sutherland has troubled you about this little matter, for I think it is far better not to wash linen of the sort in public. It was quite against my wishes that she came, but she is a very excitable, impulsive girl, as you may have noticed, and she is not easily controlled when she has made up her mind on a point. Of course, I did not mind you so much as you are not connected with the official police, but it is not pleasant to have a family misfortune like this noised abroad. Besides, it is a useless expense, for how could you possibly find this Hosmer Angel?" "On the contrary," said Holmes quietly, "I have every reason to believe that I will succeed in discovering Mr. Hosmer Angel." Mr. Windibank gave a violent start and dropped his gloves. "I am delighted to hear it," he said. "It is a curious thing," remarked Holmes, "that a typewriter has really quite as much individuality as a man's handwriting. Unless they are quite new, no two of them write exactly alike. Some letters get more worn than others, and some wear only on one side. Now, you remark in this note of yours, Mr. Windibank, that in every case there is some little slurring over the E and a slight defect in the tail of the R. There are 14 other characteristics, but those are the more obvious. We do all our correspondence with this machine at the office, and no doubt it is a little worn," our visitor answered, glancing keenly at Holmes with his bright little eyes. "And now I will show you what is really a very interesting study, Mr. Windibank," Holmes continued. "I think of writing another little monograph some of these days on the typewriter and its relation to crime. It is a subject to which I have devoted some little attention. I have here 4 letters which purport to come from the missing man. They are all typewritten. In each case, not only are the E's slurred and the R's tailless, but you will observe, if you care to use my magnifying lens, that the 14 other characteristics to which I have alluded are there as well." Mr. Windibank sprung out of his chair and picked up his hat. "I cannot waste time over this sort of fantastic talk, Mr. Holmes," he said. "If you can catch the man, catch him, and let me know when you have done it." "Certainly," said Holmes, stepping over and turning the key in the door. "I let you know, then, that I have caught him." "What? Where?" shouted Mr. Windibank, turning white to his lips and glancing about him like a rat in a trap. "Oh, it won't do, really it won't," said Holmes suavely. "There is no possible getting out of it, Mr. Windibank. It is quite too transparent, and it was a very bad compliment when you said that it was impossible for me to solve so simple a question. That's right, sit down and let us talk it over." Our visitor collapsed into a chair with a ghastly face and a glitter of moisture on his brow. It's not actionable," he stammered. "I am very much afraid that it is not, but between ourselves, Windibank, it was as cruel and selfish and heartless a trick in a petty way as ever came before me. Now, let me just run over the course of events, and you will contradict me if I go wrong." The man sat huddled up in his chair with his head sunk upon his breast, like one who is utterly crushed. Holmes stuck his feet up on the corner of the mantelpiece and, leaning back with his hands in his pockets, began talking, rather to himself, as it seemed, than to us. "The man married a woman very much older than himself for her money," said he, "and he enjoyed the use of the money of the daughter as long as she lived with them. It was a considerable sum for people in their position, and the loss of it would have made a serious difference. It was worth an effort to preserve it. The daughter was of a good, amiable disposition, but affectionate and warm-hearted in her ways, so that it was evident that with her fair personal advantages and her little income she would not be allowed to remain single long. Now, her marriage would mean, of course, the loss of 100 a year. So, what does her stepfather do to prevent it? He takes the obvious course of keeping her at home and forbidding her to seek the company of people of her own age. But soon he found that that would not answer forever. She became restive, insisting upon her rights, and finally announced her positive intention of going to a certain ball. What does her clever stepfather do then? He conceives an idea more creditable to his head than to his heart. With the connivance and assistance of his wife, he disguised himself, covered those keen eyes with tinted glasses, masked the face with a mustache and a pair of bushy whiskers, sunk that clear voice into an insinuating whisper, and doubly secure on account of the girl's short sight, he appears as Mr. Hosmer Angel and keeps off other lovers by making love himself. "It was only a joke at first," groaned our visitor. "We never thought that she would have been so carried away." "Very likely not. However that may be, the young lady was very decidedly carried away, and having quite made up her mind that her stepfather was in France, the suspicion of treachery never for an instant entered her mind. She was flattered by the gentleman's attentions, and the effect was increased by the loudly expressed admiration of her mother. Then Mr. Angel began to call, for it was obvious that the matter should be pushed as far as it would go if a real effect were to be produced. There were meetings and an engagement which would finally secure the girl's affections from turning toward anyone else. But the deception could not be kept up forever. These pretended journeys to France were rather cumbrous. The thing to do was clearly to bring the business to an end in such a dramatic manner that it would leave a permanent impression upon the young lady's mind, and prevent her from looking upon any other suitor for some time to come. Hence those vows of fidelity exacted upon a testament, and hence also the allusions to a possibility of something happening on the very morning of the wedding. James Windibank wished Miss Sutherland to be so bound to Hosmer Angel and so uncertain as to his fate that for 10 years to come, at any rate, she would not listen to another man. As far as the church door he brought her, and then, as he could go no farther, he conveniently vanished away by the old trick of stepping in at one door of a four-wheeler and out at the other. I think that was the chain of events, Mr. Windibank." Our visitor had recovered something of his assurance while Holmes had been talking, and he rose from his chair now with a cold sneer upon his pale face. "It may be so, or it may not, Mr. Holmes," said he, "but if you are so very sharp, you ought to be sharp enough to know that it is you who are breaking the law now, and not me. I have done nothing actionable from the first, but as long as you keep that door locked, you lay yourself open to an action for assault and illegal constraint." "The law cannot, as you say, touch you," said Holmes, unlocking and throwing open the door. "Yet there never was a man who deserved punishment more. If the young lady has a brother or a friend, he ought to lay a whip across your shoulders, by Jove," he continued, flushing up at the sight of the bitter sneer upon the man's face. "It is not part of my duties to my client, but here's a hunting crop handy, and I think I shall just treat myself to—" He took 2 swift steps to the whip, but before he could grasp it, there was a wild clatter of steps upon the stairs. The heavy hall door banged, and from the window we could see Mr. James Windibank running at the top of his speed down the road. "There's a cold-blooded scoundrel," said Holmes, laughing as he threw himself down into his chair once more. "That fellow will rise from crime to crime until he does something very bad and ends on a gallows. The case has, in some respects, been not entirely devoid of interest." I cannot now entirely see all the steps of your reasoning, I remarked. Well, of course it was obvious from the first that this Mr. Hosmer Angel must have some strong object for his curious conduct, and it was equally clear that the only man who really profited by the incident, as far as we could see, was the stepfather. Then the fact that the two men were never together, but that the one always appeared when the other was away, was suggestive. So were the tinted spectacles and the curious voice, which both hinted at a disguise, as did the bushy whiskers. My suspicions were all confirmed by his peculiar action in typewriting his signature, which, of course, inferred that his handwriting was so familiar to her that she would recognize even the smallest sample of it. You see, all these isolated facts, together with many minor ones, all pointed in the same direction. And how did you verify them? Having once spotted my man, it was easy to get corroboration. I knew the firm for which this man worked. Having taken the printed description, I eliminated everything from it which could be the result of a disguise. The whiskers, the glasses, the voice, and I sent it to the firm with a request that they would inform me whether it answered to the description of any of their travelers. I had already noticed the peculiarities of the typewriter, and I wrote to the man himself at his business address, asking him if he would come here. As I expected, his reply was typewritten and revealed the same trivial but characteristic defects. The same post brought me a letter from Westhouse and Marbank of Fenchurch Street to say that the description tallied in every respect with that of their employee, James Windibank. Voila tout. And Miss Sutherland? If I tell her, she will not believe me. You may remember the old Persian saying, "There is danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger also for whoso snatcheth a delusion from a woman." There is as much sense in Hafiz as in Horace, and as much knowledge of the world. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. A Scandal in Bohemia by Arthur Conan Doyle. Part 1. To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a gibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions. But for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high-power lenses, would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And yet there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness, and the home-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment, were sufficient to absorb all my attention. while Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole Bohemian soul, remained in our lodgings in Baker Street, buried among his old books, and alternating from week to week between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug and the fierce energy of his own keen nature. He was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues, and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time I heard some vague account of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepoff murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers at Trincomalee, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond these signs of his activity, however, which I merely shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was on the 20th of March, 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for I had now returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing, and with the dark incidents of the Study in Scarlet, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lighted, and even as I looked up, I saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in a dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk upon his chest, and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had risen out of his drug-created dreams, and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell, and was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been in part my own. His manner was not effusive, it seldom was, but he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, he waved me to an armchair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit case and a gasogene in the corner. Then he stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion. "Wedlock suits you," he remarked. "I think, Watson, that you have put on 7½ pounds since I saw you." 7, I answered. "Indeed, I should have thought a little more, just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson. And in practice again, I observe. You did not tell me that you intended to go into harness." "Then how do you know?" "I see it, I deduce it. How do I know that you have been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl?" "My dear Holmes," said I, "this is too much. You would certainly have been burned had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on Thursday, and came home in a dreadful mess, but as I have changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice, but there again I fail to see how you work it out." He chuckled to himself, and rubbed his long, nervous hands together. "It is simplicity itself," said he. "My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously they have been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped round the edges of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence you see my double deduction that you had been out in vile weather, and that you had a particularly malignant, boot-slicking specimen of the London slavey. As to your practice, if a gentleman walks into my rooms smelling of iodoform, with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger, and a bulge on the side of his top hat to show where he has secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull indeed if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession. I could not help laughing at the ease with which he explained his process of deduction. When I hear you give your reasons, I remarked, the thing always appears to me so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself, though at each successive instance of your reasoning I am baffled, until you explain your process. And yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours. Quite so, he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room. Frequently? How often? Well, some hundreds of times. Then how many are there? How many? I don't know. Quite so. You have not observed, and yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now, I know there are 17 steps, because I have both seen and observed. By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle one or two of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this. He threw over a sheet of thick, pink-tinted notepaper, which had been lying open upon the table. It came by the last post, said he. Read it aloud. The note was undated, and without either signature or address. There will call upon you tonight at 7:45, it said, a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber, then, at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wears a mask. This is indeed a mystery, I remarked. What do you imagine that it means? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly one begins to twist facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it? I carefully examined the writing and the paper upon which it was written. The man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do, I remarked, endeavoring to imitate my companion's processes. Such paper could not be bought under half-a-crown a packet. It is peculiarly strong and stiff. Peculiar, that is the very word, said Holmes. It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light. I did so, and saw a large E with a small g, a P and a large G with a small t, woven into the texture of the paper. What do you make of that? Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt, or his monogram, rather. Not all. The G with the small t stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company. It is a customary contraction like our CO. P, of course, stands for papier. Now for the EG. Let us glance at our Continental Gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Eglonitz. Here we are, Egria. It is in a German-speaking country, in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad, remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein, and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Ha ha, my boy! What do you make of that? His eyes sparkled, and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German. Do you note the peculiar construction of the sentence, "This account of you we have from all quarters received"? A Frenchman or Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. and here he comes, if I am not mistaken, to resolve all our doubts." As he spoke, there was the sharp sound of horses' hoofs and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull at the bell. Holmes whistled. "A pair, by the sound," said he. "Yes," he continued, glancing out of the window, "a nice little brougham, and a pair of beauties. 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson, if there is nothing else." "I think I had better go, Holmes." "Not a bit, doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it." "But your client—" "Never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in that armchair, doctor, and give us your best attention." A slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door. Then there was a loud and authoritative tap. "Come in," said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 feet 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of a Hercules. His dress was rich, with a richness which would, in England, be looked upon as akin to bad taste. Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and front of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak which was thrown over his shoulders was lined with flame-colored silk, and secured at the neck with a brooch, which consisted of a single flaming beryl. Boots which extended halfway up his calves, and which were trimmed at the tops with rich brown fur, completed the impression of barbaric opulence which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a broad-brimmed hat in his hand, while he wore across the upper part of his face, extending down past the cheekbones, a black vizard mask, which he had apparently adjusted that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of his face he appeared to be a man of strong character, with a thick hanging lip, and a long straight chin, suggestive of resolution pushed to the length of obstinacy. "You had my note?" he asked, with a deep, harsh voice and a strongly marked German accent. "I told you that I would call." He looked from one to the other of us, as if uncertain which to address. "Pray take a seat," said Holmes. "This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honor to address?" "You may address me as the Count von Kramm, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of the most extreme importance. If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone." I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. "It is both or none," said he. "You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me." The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. "Then I must begin," said he, "by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time the matter will be of no importance. At present it is not too much to say that it is of such weight that it may have an influence upon European history." "I promise," said Holmes. "And I." "You will excuse this mask," continued our strange visitor. "The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own." "I was aware of it," said Holmes dryly. "The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal, and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia." "I was also aware of that," murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man, who had been, no doubt, depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and most energetic agent in Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. "If your Majesty would condescend to state your case," he remarked, "I should be better able to advise you." The man sprung from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground. "You are right," he cried. "I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?" "Why, indeed?" murmured Holmes. "Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Cassel-Felstein and hereditary King of Bohemia." "But you can understand," said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high white forehead, "you can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide it to an agent without putting myself in his power. I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you." "Then pray consult," said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more. "The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you?" "Kindly look her up in my index, doctor," murmured Holmes without opening his eyes. For many years he had adopted a system for docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so that it was difficult to name a subject or a person on which he could not at once furnish information. In this case I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monograph upon the deep-sea fishes. "Let me see," said Holmes. "Born in New Jersey in the year 1858. Contralto. La Scala. Prima donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw. Yes. Retired from operatic stage. Ha! Living in London. Quite so. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back." "Precisely so. But how—" "Was there a secret marriage?" "None." "No legal papers or certificates?" "None." "Then I fail to follow, your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?" "There is the writing." "Pooh! Forgery." "My private notepaper." "Stolen." "My own seal." "Imitated." "My photograph." "Bought." "We were both in the photograph." "Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion." "I was mad, insane." "You have compromised yourself seriously." "I was only Crown Prince then. I was young. I am but 30 now." "It must be recovered." "We have tried and failed." "Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought." "She will not sell." "Stolen, then?" 5 attempts have been made. Twice burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no result." "No sign of it?" "Absolutely none." Holmes laughed. "It is quite a pretty little problem," said he. "But a very serious one to me," returned the king reproachfully. "Very, indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph?" "To ruin me." "But how?" "I am about to be married." "So I have heard." to Clotilde Lothman von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end. And Irene Adler? Threatens to send them the photograph, and she will do it. I know that she will do it. You do not know her, but she has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women, and the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None. You are sure she has not sent it yet? I am sure. And why? Because she had said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday. Oh, then we have 3 days yet, said Holmes with a yawn. That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present? Certainly. You will find me at the Langham, under the name of the Count von Kramm. Then I shall drop you a line to let you know how we progress. Pray do so. I shall be all anxiety. Then as to money? You have carte blanche. Absolutely. I tell you that I would give one of the provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph. And for present expenses? The king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. There are 300 pounds in gold and 700 in notes, he said. Holmes scribbled a receipt upon a sheet of his notebook and handed it to him. And Mademoiselle's address, he asked. Is Briony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood. Holmes took a note of it. One other question, said he thoughtfully. Was the photograph a cabinet? It was. Then good night, Your Majesty, and I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson, he added, as the wheels of the royal brougham rolled down the street. If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. A Scandal in Bohemia, by Arthur Conan Doyle. Part 2. At 3 o'clock precisely I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. I was already deeply interested in his inquiry, for though it was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the 2 crimes which I have already recorded, still the nature of the case and the exalted station of his client gave it a character of its own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation which my friend had on hand, there was something in his masterly grasp of a situation, and his keen, incisive reasoning, which made it a pleasure to me to study his system of work, and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most inextricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter into my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt and side-whiskered, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain that it was indeed he. With a nod he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable as of old. Putting his hands into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire, and laughed heartily for some minutes. "Well, really!" he cried, and then he choked, and laughed again, until he was obliged to lie back, limp and helpless, in the chair. "What is it?" "It's quite too funny. I am sure you could never guess how I employed my morning, or what I ended by doing." "I can't imagine. I suppose that you have been watching the habits and perhaps the house of Miss Irene Adler." "Quite so, but the sequel was rather unusual. I will tell you, however. I left the house a little after 8 o'clock this morning in the character of a groom out of work. There is a wonderful sympathy and freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all that there is to know. I soon found Briony Lodge. It is a bijou villa, with a garden at the back, but built out in the front right up to the road. 2 stories. Chubb lock to the door. Large sitting room on the right side, well furnished, with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Behind there was nothing remarkable, save that the passage window could be reached from the top of the coach house. I walked round it and examined it closely from every point of view, but without noting anything else of interest. I then lounged down the street, and found, as I expected, that there was a mews in a lane, which runs down by one wall of the garden. I lent the hostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, and I received in exchange 2d., a glass of half and half, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about Miss Adler, to say nothing of half a dozen other people in the neighborhood, in whom I was not in the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to. "And what of Irene Adler?" I asked. "Oh, she has turned all the men's heads down in that part. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. So say the Serpentine Mews to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concerts, drives out at 5 every day, and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. Has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is dark, handsome, and dashing. Never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantages of a cabman as a confidant. They had driven him home a dozen times from Serpentine Mews, and knew all about him. When I had listened to all that they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Briony Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Briony Lodge, or turn my attention to the gentleman's chambers in the Temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties, if you are to understand the situation. "I am following you closely," I answered. I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a hansom cab drove up to Briony Lodge, and a gentleman sprung out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and mustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouted to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid who opened the door, with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly and waving his arms. Of her I could see nothing. Presently he emerged, looking even more flurried than before. As he stepped up to the cab, he pulled a gold watch from his pocket and looked at it earnestly. "Drive like the devil!" he shouted. "First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes." Away they went, and I was just wondering whether I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau, the coachman with his coat only half buttoned, and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out of the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out of the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman, with a face that a man might die for. "The Church of St. Monica, John," she cried, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes." This was quite too good to lose, Watson. I was just balancing whether I should run for it, or whether I should perch behind her landau, when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. "The Church of St. Monica," said I, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes." It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough what was in the wind. My cabby drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. The cab and landau with their steaming horses were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the two whom I had followed, and a surpliced clergyman who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar. I lounged up the side aisle like any other idler who has dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could toward me. "Thank God!" he cried. "You'll do. Come, come!" "What then?" I asked. "Come, man, come! Only 3 minutes, or it won't be legal." I was half dragged up to the altar, and before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was the gentleman thanking me on the one side and the lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed on me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I ever found myself in my life, and it was the thought of it that started me laughing just now. It seems that there had been some informality about their license, that the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion. "This is a very unexpected turn of affairs," said I. "And what then?" Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might take an immediate departure, and so necessitate very prompt and energetic measures on my part. At the church door, however, they separated, he driving back to the temple, and she to her own house. "I shall drive out in the park at 5 as usual," she said, as she left him. I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements. "Which are?" "Some cold beef and a glass of beer," he answered, ringing the bell. "I have been too busy to think of food, and I am likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, doctor, I shall want your cooperation." "I shall be delighted." "You don't mind breaking the law?" "Not in the least." "Nor running a chance of arrest?" "Not in a good cause." "Oh, the cause is excellent." "Then I am your man." "I was sure that I might rely on you." "But what is it you wish?" When Mrs. Turner has brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you. Now, he said, as he turned hungrily on the simple fare that our landlady had provided, I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It is nearly 5 now. In 2 hours we must be on the scene of action. Miss Irene, or Madame, rather, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Briony Lodge to meet her. And what then? You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur. There is only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand? I am to be neutral? To do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards the sitting-room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that open window. Yes. You are to watch me, for I will be visible to you. Yes. And when I raise my hand, so you will throw into the room what I give you to throw, and will, at the same time, raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me? Entirely. It is nothing very formidable, he said, taking a long, cigar-shaped roll from his pocket. It is an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at either end, to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You may then walk to the end of the street, and I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope that I have made myself clear. I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and at the signal to throw in this object, then to raise the cry of fire, and to wait you at the corner of the street. Precisely. Then you may entirely rely on me. That is excellent. I think perhaps it is almost time that I prepared for the new role I have to play. He disappeared into his bedroom and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile, and general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare alone could have equaled. It was not merely that Holmes changed his costume. His expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner, when he became a specialist in crime. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves in Serpentine Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Briony Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just such as I had pictured it from Sherlock Holmes' succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighborhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in a corner, a scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen who were flirting with a nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men who were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths. "You see," remarked Holmes, as we paced to and fro in front of the house, "this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be as averse to its being seen by Mr. Godfrey Norton as our client is to its coming to the eyes of his princess. Now the question is, where are we to find the photograph?" "Where, indeed?" "It is most unlikely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet size. Too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it, then, that she does not carry it about with her. Where, then? Her banker or her lawyer. There is that double possibility, but I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. Why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or political influence might be brought to bear upon a business man. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house. But it has twice been burglarized. Pshaw! They did not know how to look. But how will you look? I will not look. What then? I will get her to show me. But she will refuse. She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of wheels. It is her carriage. Now carry out my orders to the letter. As he spoke, the gleam of the side lights of a carriage came round the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau which rattled up to the door of Briony Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner dashed forward to open the door in the hope of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the two guardsmen, who took sides with one of the loungers, and by the scissors grinder, who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady, who had stepped from her carriage, was the center of a little knot of struggling men, who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but just as he reached her, he gave a cry and dropped to the ground, with the blood running freely down his face. At his fall, the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction and the loungers in the other, while a number of better dressed people who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it crowded in to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, had hurried up the steps, but she stood at the top, with her superb figure outlined against the lights of the hall, looking back into the street. "Is the poor gentleman much hurt?" she asked. "He is dead," cried several voices. "No, no, there's life in him," shouted another, "but he'll be gone before you can get him to the hospital." "He's a brave fellow," said a woman. "They would have had the lady's purse and watch if it hadn't been for him. They were a gang, and a rough one, too. Ah, he's breathing now." "He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, ma'am?" "Surely. Bring him into the sitting-room. There is a comfortable sofa. This way, please." Slowly and solemnly he was borne into Briony Lodge, and laid out in the principal room, while I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window. The lamps had been lighted, but the blinds had not been drawn, so that I could see Holmes as he lay upon the couch. I do not know whether he was seized with compunction at that moment for the part he was playing, but I know that I never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life than when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring, or the grace and kindliness with which she waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back now from the part which he had entrusted to me. I hardened my heart and took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her. We are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes had sat upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who is in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal I tossed my rocket into the room with a cry of "Fire!" The word was no sooner out of my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well dressed and ill, gentlemen, hostlers, and servant maids, joined in a general shriek of "Fire!" Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out at the open window. I caught a glimpse of rushing figures, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within, assuring them that it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting crowd, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and to get away from the scene of uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some few minutes, until we had turned down one of the quiet streets which led toward the Edgware Road. "You did it very nicely, doctor," he remarked. "Nothing could have been better. It is all right." "You have the photograph?" "I know where it is." "And how did you find out?" "She showed me, as I told you that she would." "I am still in the dark." "I do not wish to make a mystery," said he, laughing. "The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was an accomplice. They were all engaged for the evening." "I guessed as much." "Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. I rushed forward, fell down, clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It is an old trick." "That also I could fathom." "Then they carried me in. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do? And into her sitting room, which was the very room which I suspected. It lay between that and her bedroom, and I was determined to see which. They laid me on a couch. I motioned for air. They were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance." "How did that help you?" "It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of the Darlington substitution scandal, it was of use to me, and also in the Arnsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one reaches for her jewel box. Now it was clear to me that Our Lady of today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She would rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it as she drew it out. When I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced it, glanced at the rocket, rushed from the room, and I have not seen her since. I rose, and, making my excuses, escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come in, and as he was watching me narrowly, it seemed safer to wait. A little over-precipitance may ruin all. "And now?" I asked. "Our quest is practically finished. I shall call with the king to-morrow, and with you, if you care to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting-room to wait for the lady, but it is probable that when she comes she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction to his Majesty to regain it with his own hands." "And when will you call?" "At 8 in the morning. She will not be up, so that we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt, for this marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. I must wire to the king without delay." We had reached Baker Street, and had stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key, when someone passing said, "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster, who had hurried by. "I've heard that voice before," said Holmes, staring down the dimly lighted street. "Now I wonder who the deuce that could have been." End of section 7. Section 8 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. A Scandal in Bohemia by Arthur Conan Doyle. Part 3. I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room. "You have really got it?" he cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder, and looking eagerly into his face. "Not yet." "But you have hopes?" "I have hopes." Then come, I am all impatience to be gone. We must have a cab. No, my brougham is waiting. Then that will simplify matters. We descended, and started off once more for Briony Lodge. Irene Adler is married, remarked Holmes. Married? When? Yesterday. But to whom? To an English lawyer named Norton. But she could not love him. I am in hopes that she does. And why in hopes? Because it would spare your Majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your Majesty. If she does not love your Majesty, there is no reason why she should interfere with your Majesty's plan. It is true, and yet... Well, I wish she had been of my own station. What a queen she would have made! He relapsed into a moody silence, which was not broken until we drew up in Serpentine Avenue. The door of Briony Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched us with a sardonic eye as we stepped from the brougham. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe," said she. "I am Mr. Holmes," answered my companion, looking at her with a questioning and rather startled gaze. "Indeed, my mistress told me that you're likely to call. She left this morning, with her husband, by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for the Continent." "What?" Sherlock Holmes staggered back, white with chagrin and surprise. "Do you mean that she has left England?" "Never to return." "And the papers?" asked the king hoarsely. "All is lost." "We shall see." He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing room, followed by the king and myself. The furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers, as if the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight. Holmes rushed at the bell pull, tore back a small sliding shutter, and plunging in his hand, pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself in evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated at midnight of the preceding night, and ran in this way: "My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of the fire, I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you. And your address had been given me. Yet with all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman. But you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. I sent John the coachman to watch you, ran upstairs, got into my walking clothes, as I call them, and came down just as you departed. Well, I followed you to the door, and so made sure that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I, rather imprudently, wished you good night, and started for the Temple to see my husband. We both thought the best resource was flight when pursued by so formidable an antagonist. So you will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself, and preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps which he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess, and I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler." "What a woman! Oh, what a woman!" cried the King of Bohemia, when we had all three read this epistle. "Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was?" Would she not have made an admirable queen? Is it not a pity that she was not on my level? From what I have seen of the lady, she seems indeed to be on a very different level to your Majesty," said Holmes coldly. "I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion." "On the contrary, my dear sir," cried the king, "nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire." "I am glad to hear your Majesty say so." "I am immensely indebted to you. Pray tell me in what way I can reward you. This ring—" He slipped an emerald snake ring from his finger and held it out upon the palm of his hand. "Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly," said Holmes. "You have but to name it." "This photograph." The king stared at him in amazement. "Irene's photograph!" he cried. "Certainly, if you wish it." "I thank your Majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning." He bowed, and turning away, without observing the hand which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in my company for his chambers. And that was how a great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honorable title of the woman. End of section 8.
Section number 9 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bach-Tran. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Red-Headed Lead, Part 1, by Arthur Conan Doyle. I had called upon my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes one day in the autumn of last year, and found him in deep conversation with a very stout, florid-faced elderly gentleman, with fiery red hair. With an apology for my intrusions, I was about to withdraw, when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me. "You could not possibly have come at a better time, my dear Watson," he said cordially. "I was afraid you were engaged." "So I am, very much so." "Then I can wait in the next room?" "Not at all. This gentleman, Mr. Wilson, had been my partner and helper in many of my most successful cases, and I have no doubt that he will be of the utmost use to me in yours also." The stout gentleman half rose from his chair and gave a bow of greeting, with a quick little questioning glance from his small, fat, encircled eyes. "Try the settee," said Holmes, relapsing into his armchair and putting his fingertips together, as was his custom when in judicious moods. "I know, my dear Watson, that you share my love of all that is bizarre and outside the conventions and humdrum routine of everyday life. You have shown your relish for it by the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and, if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish so many of my own little adventures. Your cases have indeed been of the greatest interest to me," I observed. "You will remember that I remarked the other day, just before we went into the very simple problem presented by Miss Mary Sutherland, that for string effects an extraordinary combination, we must go to life itself, which is always far more daring than any effort of the imaginations. A proposition which I took the liberty of doubting. You did, doctor, but nonetheless you must come round to my view, for otherwise I shall keep on piling fact upon fact on you, until your reason breaks down under them and acknowledge me to be right. Now, Mr. Jabez Wilson here has been good enough to call upon me this morning, and to begin a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular which I have listened to for some time. You have heard me remark that the strangest and most unique things are very often connected, not with the larger, but with the smaller crimes, and occasionally, indeed, where there is room for doubt whether any positive crime has been committed. As far as I have heard, it is impossible for me to say whether the present case is an instance of crime or not, but the course of events is certainly among the most singular that I have ever listened to. Perhaps, Mr. Wilson, you would have the great kindness to recommence your narrative. I ask you not merely because my friend Dr. Watson had not heard the opening part, but also because the peculiar nature of the story makes me anxious to have every possible detail from your lips. As a rule, when I have heard some slight indication of the course of events, I am able to guide myself by the thousands of other similar cases which occur to my memory. In the present instant, I am forced to admit that the facts are, to the best of my belief, unique. The portly client puffed out his chest with an appearance of some little pride, and poured a dirty and wrinkled newspaper from the inside pockets of his greatcoat. As he glanced down the advertisement column, with his head thrust forward, and the paper planted out upon his knee, I took a good look at the man, and endeavored, after the fashions of my companion, to read the indications which might be presented by his dress or appearance. I did not gain very much, however, by my inspections. Our visitor bore every mark of being an average, commonplace British tradesman, obese, pompous, and slow. He wore rather baggy grey shepherd's check trouser, and not over clean black frock coat, unbuttoned in the front, and a drab waistcoat with a heavy brassy Albert chain, and a square pierced bit of metal dangling down as an ornament, a frayed top hat, and a faded brown overcoat, with a wrinkled velvet collar lay upon a chair beside him. Altogether, look as I would, there was nothing remarkable about the man save his blazing red head, and the expression of extreme chagrin and discontent upon his features. Sherlock Holmes' quick eye took in my occupations, and he shook his head with a smile as he notices my questioning glances. Beyond the obvious facts that he had at some time done manual labor, that he takes snuff, that he is a Freemason, that he had been in China, and that he had done a considerable amount of writing lately, I can deduce nothing else. Mr. Jabez Wilson started up in his chair, with his forefinger upon the paper, put his eyes upon my companion. "How in the name of good fortune did you know all that, Mr. Holmes?" he asked. "How did you know, for example, that I did manual labor? Is that true as gospel? For I began as a ship carpenter's." "Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. You have worked with it, and the muscles are more developed." "Well, the snuff, then, and the Freemasonry?" I won't insult your intelligence by telling you how I read that, especially as rather against the strict rules of your order. You use an arc and compass breastpin. Ah, of course, I forgot that. But the writings! What else can be indicated by that right cuff so very shiny for 5 inches? And the left one with the smooth patch near the elbows where your rest is upon the desk. Well, but China! The fish which you have tattooed immediately upon your wrist could only have been done in China. I have made a smart study of tattoo marks. I have even contributed to the literature of the subject. That trick of staining the fish's scales of a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. When, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple. Mr. Japanese Wilson laughed heavily. Well, I've never, said he. I thought at first that you have done something clever, but I see that there was nothing in this after all. I begin to think, Watson, said Holmes. Did I make a mistake in explaining? Omne ignotum pro magnifico. You know, and my poor little reputation, such as it is, will suffer shipwreck if I'm so candid. Can you not find the advertisement, Mr. Wilson? Yes, I got it now, he answered with his thick, red finger planted halfway down the column. Here it is. This what began it all. You just read it for yourself, sir. I took the paper from him and read as follows. To the Red-Headed League, on account of the bequest of the late Egerton Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA. There is now another vacancy open, which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the office of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. What on earth does this mean? I ejaculated after I had twice read over the extraordinary announcement. Holmes chuckles and wriggles in his chair. It was his habit when in high spirits. It is a little off-beaten track, isn't it? Said he. And now, Mr. Wilson, up you go at scratch, and tell us about yourself, your household, and the effects which this advertisement had upon your fortunes. You will first make a note, doctor, of the paper and the date. It is the Morning Chronicle of April 27, 1890, just 2 months ago. Very good. Now, Mr. Wilson. Well, it is just as I have been telling you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, said Japanese Wilson, mopping his forehead. I have a small pawnbroker's business at Saxe Coburg Square, near the city. It's not a very large affair, and of late years it had not done more than just give me a living. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only keep 1. And I would have a job to pay him, but that he is willing to come for half wages, so as to learn the business. What is the name of this obliging youth? Asked Sherlock Holmes. His name is Vincent Spaulding, and he's not such a youth either. It's hard to say his age. I should not wish a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes, and I know very well that he could better himself, and earn twice what I am able to give him. But after all, if he is satisfied, why should I put ideas in his head? Why, indeed, you seem most fortunate in having an employee who comes under the full market price. It is not as common experience among employers in this age. I don't know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement. Oh, he had his faults too, said Mr. Wilson. Never was such a fellow for photography. Snapping away with a camera when he ought to be improving his mind, and then driving down into the cellar like a rabbit into his hole to develop his pictures. That's his main fault. But on the whole, he's a good worker. There's no vice in him. He's still with you, I presume? Yes, sir. He and a girl of 14 who does a bit of simple cooking and keeps the place clean. That's all I have in the house, for I am a widower and never had any family. We live very quietly, sir, and the three of us, and we keep a roof over our heads and pay our debts, if we do nothing more. The first thing that put us out was that advertisement. Spotting, he come down into the office just this day 8 weeks, with this very paper in his hand, and he said, I wish to the Lord, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man. Why is that? I asked. Why? Say he. There's another vacancy on the leave of the red-headed man. It's worth quite a little fortunes to any man who gets it, and I understand that there are more vacancies than there are men, so that the trustees are at their wit ends what to do with the money. If my hair would only change color, here's a nice little crib all ready for me to step into. Why, what is it then? I asked. You see, Mr. Holmes, I am a very stay-at-home man, and as my business came to me instead of having to go for it, I was often weeks on end without putting my foot over the doormat. In that way, I didn't know how much that was going on outside, and I was always glad of a bit of news. Have you never heard of the lead of the red-headed man? He asked, with his eyes open. Never. Why, I wonder at that. You are eligible yourself for one of the vacancies. And what are they worth? I asked. Oh, merely a couple hundred a year, but the work is light, and it need not interfere very much with one other occupations. Well, you can easily think that make me break up my ears, for the business had not been over good for some years, and an extra couple of hundred would have been very handy. Tell me about it, said I. Well, said he, showing me the advertisement, you can see for yourself that the lead had a vacancy, and there is the address where you should apply for particulars. As far as I can make out, the league was founded by an American millionaire, Ezekiel Hopkins, who was very peculiar in his ways. He was himself red-headed, and he had a great sympathy for all red-headed men, so when he died, it was found that he had left his enormous fortune in the hands of trustees, with instruction to apply the interest to the providing of easy berth to men whose hair is of that color. From all I hear, it is splendid pay and very little to do. But, said I, there would be millions of red-headed men who would apply. Not so many as you might think, he answered. You see, it really confined to Londoners and to grown men. This American has started from London when he was young, and he wanted to do the old town a good turn. Then again, I have heard it is of no use your applying if your hair is light red or dark red or anything but real bright, blazing, fiery red. Now, if you care to apply, Mr. Wilson, you would just walk in. But perhaps it would hardly be worth your while to put yourself out of the way for the sake of a few £100. Now it is a fact, gentlemen, as you may see for yourself, that my hair is of a very full and rich tint, so that it seemed to me that if there was to be any competition in the matter, I stood a good chance as any man that I ever met. Vincent Spalding seemed to know so much about it that I thought he might prove useful, so I just ordered him to put up the shutter for the day and come right away with me. He was very willing to have a holiday, so we shut the business up and started off for the address that was given us in the advertisement. I never hope to see such a sight as that again, Mr. Holmes. From north, south, east, and west, every man who has a shade of red in his hair has tramped into the city to answer the advertisement. Fleet Street was choked with red-headed folk, and Pope Court looked like a castor orange barrel. I should not have thought there were so many in the whole country as were brought together by a single advertisement. Every shade of color they were: straw, lemon, orange, bricks, Irish setter, liver, clay. But as Spalding said, there were not many who had the real vivid flame-colored tint. When I saw how many were waiting, I would have given up in despair, but Spalding would not hear of it. How he did it I could not imagine, but he pushed and pulled and butt until he got me through the crowd and right up to the step which led to the office. There was a double stream upon the stair, some going off in hope and some coming back dejected. But we wedged in as well as we could, and soon found ourselves in the office. Your experience has been a most entertaining one, remarked Holmes, as his client paused and refreshed his memory with a huge pinch of snuff. Pray continue your very interesting statement. There was nothing in the office but a couple of wooden chairs and a deal table, with behind sat a small man, with a head that was even redder than mine. He said a few words to each candidate as he came up, and then he always managed to find some fault in them which would disqualify them. Getting a vacancy did not seem to be such a very easy matter after all. However, when our turn came, the little man was much more favorable to me than to any of the others, and he closed the door as we entered, so that he might have a private word with us. "This is Mr. Jabez Wilson," said my assistant, "and he is willing to fill a vacancy in the league." "And he is admirably suited for it," the other answered. "He has every requirement. I cannot recall when I have seen anything so fine." He took a step backward, cocked his head on one side, and gazed at my hair until I felt quite bashful. Then suddenly he plunged forward, wrung my hand, and congratulated me warmly on my success. "It would be injustice to hesitate," said he. "You will, however, I am sure, excuse me for taking an obvious precaution." With that he seized my hair in both his hands and tugged until I yelled with the pain. "There's water in your eyes," said he, as he released me. I perceive that's all it should be. But we have to be careful, for we have twice been deceived by wigs and once by paint. I could tell you a tale of copper wax, which would disgust you with human nature. He stepped over to the window and shouted through it at the top of his voice that the vacancy was filled. A groan of disappointment came up from below, and the folk all trooped away in different directions, until there was not a red head to be seen except my own and that of the manager. "My name," said he, "is Mr. Duncan Ross, and I am myself one of the pensioners upon the fund left by our noble benefactor. Are you a married man, Mr. Wilson? Have you a family?" I answered that I had not. His face fell immediately. "Dear me," he said gravely, "that is very serious indeed. I am sorry to hear you said that. The fund was, of course, for the propagation and spread of the red head, as well as for their maintenance. It is exceedingly unfortunate that you should be a bachelor." My face lengthened at this, Mr. Holmes, for I thought I was not to have the vacancy after all. But after thinking it over for a few minutes, he said that it would be all right. "In case of another," said he, "the objection might be fatal, but we must stress a point in favor of a man with such a head of hairs as yours. When shall you be able to enter upon your new duties?" "Well, it's a little awkward, for I have a business already," said I. "Oh, never mind about that, Mr. Wilson," said Vincent Spaulding. "I shall be able to look after that for you." "What about the hours?" I asked. 10 to 2. Now, a pawnbroker business is mostly done of an evening, Mr. Holmes, especially Thursday and Friday evening, which is just before payday, so it would suit me very well to earn a little in the morning. Besides, I knew that my assistant was a good man, and that he would see to anything that turned up. "That suits me very well," said I. "And the pay?" "Is £4 a week." "And the work?" "Is purely nominal." "What do you call purely nominal?" "Well, you have to be in the office, or at least in the building, the whole time. If you leave, you forfeit your whole position forever. The will is very clear upon that point. You don't comply with the condition if you budge from the office during that time." "It's only 4 hours a day, and I should not think of leaving," said I. "No excuse will avail," said Mr. Duncan Ross. "Neither sickness, nor business, nor anything else. There you must stay, or you lose your billet." "And the work?" "Is to copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica. There is the first volume of that in press. You must find your own ink, pen, and blotting paper, but we provide this table and chair. Will you be ready tomorrow?" "Certainly," I answered. "Then, goodbye, Mr. Jabez Wilson, and let me congratulate you once more on the important position which you have been fortunate enough to gain." He bowed me out of the room, and I went home with my assistant, hardly knowing what to say or do. I was so pleased at my own good fortune. Well, I thought over the matter all day, and by evening I was in low spirits again, for I had quite persuaded myself that the whole affair must be some great hoax or fraud, though what its object might be, I could not imagine. It seemed altogether past belief that anyone could make such a will, or that they would pay such a sum for doing anything so simple as copying out the Encyclopedia Britannica. Vincent Spalding did what he could to cheer me up, but by bedtime I had reasoned myself out of the whole thing. However, in the morning I determined to have a look at it anyhow. So I bought a penny bottle of ink, and with a quill pen and 7 sheets of foolscap paper, I started off for Pope's Court. Well, to my surprise and delight, everything was as right as possible. The table was set out ready for me, and Mr. Duncan Ross was there to see that I got fairly to work. He started me off upon the letter A, and then he left me, but he would drop in from time to time to see that all was right with me. At 2 o'clock, he bade me good day, complimented me upon the amount that I had written, and locked the door in the office after me. This went on day after day, Mr. Holmes, and on Sunday, the manager came in and planked down 4 golden sovereigns for my week's work. It was the same next week, and the same the weeks after. Every morning I was there at 10, and every afternoon I left at 2. By degrees, Mr. Duncan Ross took to coming in only once a morning, and then, after a time, he did not come in at all. Still, of course, I never dared to leave the room for an instant, for I was not sure when he might come, and the billet was such a good one, and suited me so well, that I would not risk the loss of it. 8 weeks passes away like this, and I had written about Albert, and archery, and armors, and architecture, and Attica, and hoped with diligence that I might get on to the bees before very long. It cost me something in foolscap, and I had pretty nearly filled a shelf with my writings, and then suddenly the whole business came to an end. To an end? Yes, sir. And no later than this morning, I went to work as my usual at 10 o'clock, but the door was shut and locked, with a little square of cardboard hammered onto the middle of the panel with a tack. Here it is, and you can read it for yourself. He held up a piece of white cardboard, about the size of a sheet of notepaper. It read in this fashion: The Red-Headed League is dissolved, October 9, 1890. Sherlock Holmes and I surveyed this court announcement and the rueful face behind it, until the comical side of the affair so completely overtopped every consideration that we both burst out in a roar of laughter. I cannot see that there is anything very funny, cried our client, flushing up to the root of his flaming head. If you can do nothing better than laugh at me, I can go elsewhere. No, cried Holmes, shoving his back into the chair which he had half risen. I really wouldn't miss your case for the world. It is the most refreshingly unusual. But there it is. If you will excuse my saying so, something just a little funny about it. Pray, what step did you take when you found the card upon the door? It was staggered, sir. I did not know what to do. Then I called at the office round, but none of them seemed to know anything about it. Finally, I went to the landlord, who is an accountant living on the ground floor, and I asked him if he could tell me what had become of the Red-Headed League. He said that he had never heard of any such body. Then I asked him who Mr. Duncan Ross was. He answered that the name was new to him. Well, said I, the gentleman as number 4? What? The red-headed man? Yes. Oh, said he, His name was William Morris. He was a solicitor and was using my room as a temporary convenience until his new premises were ready. He moved out yesterday. Where could I find him? Oh, at his new offices? He did tell me the address. Yes, 17 King Edward Street, near St. Paul's. I started off, Mr. Holmes, but when I got to that address, it was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps, and no one in it had ever heard of either William Morris or Mr. Duncan Ross. And what do you do then? Asked Holmes. I went home to Saxe Coburg Square, and I took the advice of my assistant, but he could not help me in any way. He could only say that if I waited, I should hear by post, but that was not quite good enough, Mr. Holmes. I did not wish to lose such a place without a struggle, so I had heard that you were good enough to give advice to poor folk who were in need of it. I came right away to you. And you did very wisely, said Holmes. Your case is an exceedingly remarkable one, and I shall be happy to look into it. From what you have told me, I think that is possible that graver issue hang from it than might at first sight appear. Grave enough, say Mr. Jabez Wilson. Why, I have lost £4 a week. As far as you're personally concerned, remarked Holmes, I do not see that you have any grievance against this extraordinary league. On the contrary, you are, as I understand, richer by some £30, to say nothing of the minute knowledge which you have gained on the very subject which come under the letter A. You have lost nothing by them. No, sir, but I want to find out about them, and who they are, and what their object was in playing this prank. If it was a prank upon me, it was a pretty expensive joke for them, for it cost them £32. We shall endeavor to clear up these points for you. And first, on the two questions, Mr. Wilson. This assistant of yours, who first called your attention to the advertisement, how long had he been with you? About a month, then. How did he come? In answer to an advertisement. Was he the only applicant? No, I have a dozen. Why did you pick him? Because he was handy and would come cheap. At half wages, in fact. Yes. Was he like this Vincent Spotting? Small, stout built, very quick in his ways, no hair on his face, though he's not short of 30. He has a white flash of acid upon his forehead. Holmes sat up in his chair in considerable excitement. I thought as much, said he. Have you ever observed that his ears are pierced for earrings? Yes, sir. He told me that a gypsy had done it for him when he was a lad. Said Holmes, sinking back into deep thought. He is still with you? Oh, yes, sir. I have only just left him. And had your business been attended to in your absence? Nothing to complain of, sir. There's never very much to do of a morning. That will do, Mr. Wilson. I shall be happy to give you an opinion upon the subject in the course of a day or two. Today is Saturday, and I hope that by Monday we may come to a conclusion. Well, Watson, said Holmes, when our visitor had left us, what do you make of it all? Well, I make nothing of it. I answer frankly. It is a most mysterious business. As a rule, said Holmes, the more bizarre thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be. It is your commonplace featureless crimes which are really puzzling, just as a commonplace face is the most difficult to identify. But I must be prompt over this matter. What are you going to do, then? I asked. To smoke, he answered. It is quite a three-pipe problem, and I beg that you won't speak to me for 15 minutes. He curled himself up in his chair, with his thin knees drawn up to his hawk-like nose, and there he sat with his eye closed and his black clay pipe thrusting out like the bill of some strange bird. I had come to the conclusion that he had dropped asleep, and indeed was nodding myself, when he suddenly sprang out of his chair with the gesture of a man who has made up his mind, and put his pipe down upon the mantelpiece. "Sarah safely at St. James Hall this afternoon," he remarked. "What do you think, Watson? Could your patients spare you a few hours?" "I have nothing to do today. My practice is never very absorbing." "Well, put on your hat and come. I am going through the city first, and we can have some lunch on the way. I observe that there is a good deal of German music on the program, which is rather more to my taste than Italian or French. It is introspective, and I want to introspect. Come along." End of section number 9. Section number 10 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bach Tran. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Red-Headed League, Part 2, by Arthur Conan Doyle. We traveled by the undergrounds as far as Outergate, and a short walk took us to Saxe-Coburg Square, the scene of the singular story which we had listened to in the morning. It was a poky, little, shabby, genteel place, where 4 lines of dingy, 2-story brick houses looked out into a small railed-in enclosure, where a salon of weedy grass and a few clumps of faded laurel bushes make a hard fight against the smoke-laden and uncongenial atmosphere. The 3 gilt balls and brown board with Jabez Wilson's in the white letters upon a corner house announced in the place where our red-headed client carried on his business. Sherlock Holmes stopped in front of it with his head on one side and looked it all over. With his eyes shining brightly between puckered lids. When he walked slowly up the street, and then down again to the corner, still looking keenly at the houses, finally he returned to the pawnbroker's and, having thumped vigorously upon the pavement with his stick 2 or 3 times, he went up to the doors and knocked. It was instantly opened by a bright-looking, clean-shaven young fellow, who asked him to step in. "Thank you," said Mr. Holmes. "I only wishes to ask you how you would go from here to the Strand." "Third right, 4th left," answered the assistant, promptly closing the door. "Smart fellow, that," observed Holmes as we walked away. "He is, in my judgment, the 4th smartest man in London, and for daring I am not sure that he has not a claim to the 3rd. I have known something of him before." "Evidently," said I. Mr. Wilson's assistant counts for a good deal in this mystery of the Red-Headed League. I'm sure that you inquire your way merely in order that you might see him? Not him. What then? The knees of his trouser. And what do you see? What I expected to see. Why do you beat the pavement? My dear doctor, this is a time for observation, not for talk. We are spies in an enemy's country. We know something of Saxe Coburg Square. Let us now explore the park which lies behind it. The road in which we found ourselves, as we turned round the corners from the retired Saxe Coburg Square, presented as great a contrast to it as the front of a picture does to the back. It was one of the main arteries which convey the traffic of the city to the north and west. The roadways were blocked with the immense stream of commerce flowing in a double tide inward and outward, while the footpaths were black with the hurrying swarm of pedestrians. It was difficult to realize, as we looked at the lines of fine shops and stately business premises, that they really abutted on the other side upon the faded and stagnant square which we had just quitted. "Let me see," said Holmes, standing at the corner, and glancing along the line. "I should like just to remember the order of the houses here. It is a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. There is Mortimer's, the tobacconist, the little newspaper shop, the corporate branch of the City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarland's carriage building depot. That carries us right onto the other block. And now, doctor, I've done our work, so it's time we have some play, a sandwich and a cup of coffee, and then off to Violin Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. And there are no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums." My friend was an enthusiastic musician, being himself not only a very capable performer, but a composer of no ordinary merit. All the afternoon he sat in the store wrapped in the most perfect happiness, gently waving his long thin fingers in time to the music, while his gently smiling face and his languid, dreamy eyes were as unlike those of Holmes the sleuth hound, Holmes the relentless, keen-witted, ready-handed criminal agent, as it was possible to conceive. In his singular character, the dual nature alternately asserted itself, and his extreme exactness and astuteness presented, as I have often thought, the reaction against the poetic and contemplative mood which occasionally predominated in him. The swing of his nature took him from extreme languor to devouring energy, and, as I knew well, he was never so truly formidable as when, for days on end, he had been lounging in his armchair amidst his improvisations and his black letter editions. Then it was that the lust of the chase would suddenly come upon him, and that his brilliant reasoning power would rise to the level of intuitions, until those who were unacquainted with his methods would look askance at him, as on a man whose knowledge was not that of other mortal. When I saw him that afternoon so enwrapped in the music at St. James' Hall's, I felt that an evil time might be coming upon those whom he had set himself to hunt down. "You want to go home, no doubt, doctor," he remarked as we emerged. "Yes, it would be as well. And I have some business to do which will take some hours. This business at Saxe Coburg Square is serious." "Why serious?" Considerable crimes in contemplations. I have every reason to believe that we shall be in time to stop it, but today being Saturday rather complicates matters. I shall want your help tonight. At what time? 10 will be enough. I shall be at Baker Street at 10. Very well, and I say, doctor, there may be some little danger, so kindly put your army revolver in your pocket. He waved his hand, turned on his heel, and disappeared into an instant among the crowd. I trust that I am not more dense than my neighbors, but I was always oppressed with a sense of my own stupidity in dealing with Sherlock Holmes. Here I had heard what he had heard. I have seen what he has seen, and yet, from his words, it was evident that he saw clearly not only what had happened, but what was about to happen. Why, to me, the whole business was still confused and grotesque. As I drove home to my house in Kensington, I thought over it all, from the extraordinary story of the red-headed copiers of the encyclopedia down to the visit to Saxe Coburg Square, and the ominous words which he had parted from me. What was this nocturnal expeditions, and why should I go armed? Where were we going, and what were we to do? I had the hint from home that this smooth-faced pawnbroker's assistant was a formidable man, a man who might play a deep game. I tried to puzzle it out, but gave it up in despair, and set the matter aside until night should bring an explanation. It was 9:15 when I started from Holmes and made my way across the park, and so through Oxford Street to Baker Street. 2 hansoms were standing at the door, and, as I entered the passage, I heard the sound of voices from above. On entering his room, I found Holmes in animated conversation with 2 men, one of whom I recognized as Peter Jones, the official police agent, while the other was a long, thin, sad-faced man with a very shiny hat and oppressively respectable frock coat. "Ha! Our party's complete," said Holmes, putting off his pea-jacket and taking his heavy hunting crop from the rack. "Watson, I think you know Mr. Jones of Scotland Yard. Let me introduce you to Mr. Merryweather, who is to be our companion in tonight's adventure." "We're hunting in cobwebs again, Doctor, you see," said Jones in his consequential way. "A friend here is a wonderful man for starting a chase. All he wants is an old dog to help him do the running down." "I do hope a wise goose may not prove to be the end of our chase," observed Mr. Merryweather gloomily. "You may place considerable confidence in Mr. Holmes, sir," said the police agent loftily. "He has his own little methods, which are, if he won't mind my saying so, just a little too theatrical and fantastic, but he has the making of a detective in him. It's not too much to say that once or twice, as in that business of the Sholto murder and the Agra treasure, he had been more nearly correct than the official force." "Oh, if you say so, Mr. Jones, it's all right," said the stranger with deference. "Still, I confess that I miss my rubber. It's the first Saturday night for 7 and 20 years that I have not had my rubber." "I think you'll find," said Sherlock Holmes, "that you will play for a higher stake tonight than you have ever done yet, and that the play will be more exciting. For you, Mr. Merryweather, the stake will be some £30,000, and for you, Jones, it will be the man upon whom you wish to lay your hands." John Clay, the murderer, thief, masher, and forger. He's a young man, Mr. Merryweather, but he is at the head of his profession, and I would rather have my bracelet on him than on any criminals in London. Here's a remarkable man, is young John Clay. His grandfather was a Roger Duke, and he himself had been to Eton and Oxford. His brain is as cunning as his fingers, and though we meet sign of him at every turn, we never know where to find the man himself. He cracked crib in Scotland one week and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next. I've been on his track for years. I've never set eye on him yet. I hope I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. I have one or two little turns also with Mr. John Clay, and I agree with you that he is at the head of his professions. It is bad hands, however, in quite time that we started. If you two will take the first hansom, Watson and I will follow in second. Sherlock Holmes was not very communicative during the long drive, and lay back in the cab humming the tunes which he has heard in the afternoon. We rattled through an endless labyrinth of gaslit street until we emerged into Farringdon Street. "We are close there now," my friend remarked. "This fellow Merryweather is a bank director and personally interested in the matter. I thought it's as well to have Jones with us also. He's not a bad fellow, though an absolute imbecile in his professions. He had one positive virtue. He is as brave as a bulldog and as tenacious as a lobster if he gets his claw upon anyone. Here we are, and they are waiting for us." We had reached the same crown thoroughfare in which we had found ourselves in the morning. Our cabs were dismissed, and following the guidance of Mr. Merryweather, we passed down a narrow passage, and through a side door which he opened for us. Within there was a small corridor, which ended in a very massive iron gate. This also was opened and led down a flight of winding stone steps, which terminated at another formidable gate. Mr. Merryweather stopped to light a lantern, and then conducted us down a dark, earth-smelling passage, and so, after opening a third door into a huge vault or cellar, which was piled all round with crates and massive boxes. "You're not very vulnerable from above," Holmes remarked as he held up the lantern and gazed about him. "Nor from below," said Mr. Merryweather, striking his stick upon the flags which lined the floor. "Why, dear me, it sounds quite hollow," he remarked, looking up in surprise. "I must really ask you to be a little more quiet," said Holmes severely. "You have already imperiled the whole success of our expedition. May I beg that you would have the goodness to sit down upon one of those boxes and not interfere?" The solemn Mr. Merryweather perched himself upon a crate, with a very injured expression upon his face, while Holmes fell upon his knees upon the floor, and with the lanterns and a magnifying lens began to examine minutely the cracks between the stones. A few seconds sufficed to satisfy him, for he sprang to his feet again, and put his glass in his pocket. "We have at least an hour before us," he remarked, "but they can hardly take any step until the good pawnbroker is safely in bed. Then they will not lose a minute, for the sooner they do their work, the longer time they will have for their escape. We are at present, Doctor, as no doubt you have divined, in the cellar of the city branch of one of the principal London banks. Mr. Merryweather is the chairman of directors, and he will explain to you that there are reasons why the more daring criminal of London should take a considerable interest in this cellar at present." "It is our French goal," whispered the director. "We have had several warnings that an attempt might be made upon it." "Your French goal?" "Yeah. We had occasions some months ago to strengthen our resources and borrow, for that purpose, 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France. It has become known that we have never had occasion to unpack the money, and that it is still lying in our cellar. The crate upon which it sits contains 2,000 Napoleons packed between layers of lead foil. Our reserve of bullions is much larger at present than is usually kept in a single branch office. and the directors have had misgiving upon the subject, which were very well justified, observed Holmes. And now it is time that we arrange our little plans. I expect that within an hour the matter will come to a head. In the meantime, Mr. Merriweather, we must push the screen over that dark lantern. Ends in the dark? I'm afraid so. I have brought a pack of cards in my pocket, and I thought that, as we were a partie carried, you might have your rubber after all. But I see that the enemy's preparations have gone so far that we cannot rest the presence of that light. And, first of all, we must choose our positions. These are daring men, and though we shall take them at a disadvantage, they may do us some harm, unless we are careful. I shall stand behind this crate, and do you conceal yourself behind those. Then, when I flash a light upon them, close in swiftly. If they fire, Watson, I have no compunction about shooting them down. I placed my revolver cocked upon the top of the wooden case behind which I crouched. Holmes shot the slide across the front of his lantern and left us in pitch darkness, such an absolute darkness as I have never before experienced. The smell of hot metal remained to assure us that the light was still there, ready to flash out at any moment's notice. To me, with my nerves worked up to a pitch of expectancy, there was something depressing and subduing in the sudden glooms, and in the cold, dark air of the vault. They have but one retreat, whispered Holmes. That is back through the house into Saxe-Coburg Square. I hope that you have done what I asked you, Jones. I have an inspector and 2 officers waiting at the front door. Then we have stopped all the holes, and now we must be silent and wait. What a time it seemed. From comparing notes afterward, it was but an hour and a quarter, yet it appeared to me that the night must have almost gone, and the dawn be breaking above us. My limbs were weary and stiff, for I feared to change my positions, yet my nerves were worked up to the highest pitch of tensions, and my hearing was so acute that I could not only hear the gentle breathing of my companions, but I could distinguish the deeper, heavier inbreath of the bulky Jones from the thin, sighing note of the bank director. From my position, I could look over the case in the direction of the floor. Suddenly, my eyes caught the glimpse of a light. At first, it was but a lurid spark upon the stone pavement. Then it lengthened out until it became a yellow line, and then, without any warning or sound, a gas seemed to open and a hand appeared, a white, almost womanly hand, which felt about in the center of the little area of light. For a minute or more, the hand, with its writing finger, protruded out of the floor. Then it was withdrawn as suddenly as it appeared, and all was dark again save the single lurid spark, which marked a chink between the stone. Its disappearance, however, was but momentary. With a rending, tearing sound, one of the bored white stone turned over upon its side and left a square, gaping hole, through which streamed the light of a lantern. Over the edge there peeped a clean-cut, boyish face, which looked keenly about it, and then, with a hand on either side of the aperture, drew itself shoulder-high and waist-high, until one knee rested upon the edge. In another instant he stood at the side of the hole, and was hauling after him a companion, lithe and small like himself, with a pale face and a shock of a very red hair. "It's all clear," he whispered. "Have you the chisel and the bags? Great Scott! Jump, Archie, jump! A nice wing for it." Sherlock Holmes had sprung out and seized the intruder by the collar, and the other dived down the hole, and I heard the sound of rending cloth as Jones clutched at his skirts. The light flashes upon the barrel of a revolver, but Holmes' hunting crop came down on the man's wrist, and the pistol clinked upon the stone floor. "It's no use, John Clay," said Holmes blandly. "You have no chance at all." "So I see," the other answered with the utmost coolness. "I fancy that my pal is all right, though I see you have got his coat tail." "There are 3 men waiting for him at the door," said Holmes. "Oh, indeed. You seem to have done the thing very completely. I must compliment you." "And I do," Holmes answered. "Your red-headed idea was very new and effective." "You'll see your pal again presently," said Jones. "He's quicker at climbing down hole than I am. Just haul out while I fix the derbies." "I beg that you will not touch me with your filthy hands," remarked our prisoner, as the handcuff clattered upon his wrist. "You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. I have the goodness also. When you address me, you always say 'sir' and 'please.'" "All right," said Jones, with a stare and a snigger. "Well, will you please, sir, march upstairs where we can get a cab to carry your highness to the police stations?" "That's better," said John Clay serenely. He made a sweeping bow to the 3 of us, and walked quietly off in the custody of the detective. "Really, Mr. Holmes," said Mr. Merryweather, as we followed them from the cellar, "I do not know how the bank can thank you or repay you. There is no doubt that you have detected and defeated in the most complete manner one of the most determined attempts at a bank robbery that have ever come within my experience." "I have had 1 or 2 little score of my own to settle, Mr. John Clay," said Holmes. "I have been at some small expense over this matter, which I shall expect the bank to refund, but beyond that, I am amply repaid by having an experience which is in many ways unique, and by hearing the very remarkable narrative of the Red-Headed League." End of section number 10.
Section 11 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amber Ventiker. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. Section 11. The Baron's Quarry, Part 1. By Egerton Castle. "Oh no, I assure you, you are not boring, Mr. Marshfield," said this personage himself in his gentle voice, that curious voice that could flow on for hours, promulgating profound and startling theories on every department of human knowledge, or conducting paradoxical arguments without a single inflection or pause or hesitation. I am, on the contrary, much interested in your hunting talk. To paraphrase a well-worn quotation somewhat mildly, nihil humanium a me alenium est. Even hunting stories may have their point of biological interest. The philosophist sometimes pricks his ear to the jargon of the chase. Moreover, I am not incapable of appreciating the subject matter itself. This seems to excite some derision. I admit I am not much of a sportsman to look at, nor indeed by instinct. Yet I have had some out of the way experiences in that line, generally when intent on other pursuits. I doubt, for instance, if even you, Major Travers, notwithstanding your well known exploits amongst man and beast, notwithstanding that doubtful smile of yours, could match the strangeness of a certain hunting adventure in which I played an important part. The speaker's small, deep set black eyes that never warmed to anything more human than a purely speculative scientific interest in his surroundings, here wandered round the skeptical yet expectant circle with bland amusement. He stretched out his bloodless fingers for another of the host's superfine cigars, and proceeded, with only such interruptions as were occasioned by the lighting and careful smoking of the latter. I was returning home after my prolonged stay in Petersburg, intending to linger on my way to test with mine own ears among the many dialects of Eastern Europe, anent which there is a symmetrical little cluster of philological knotty points it is my modest intention one day to unravel. However, that is neither here nor there. On the road to Hungary, I bethought myself opportunely of proving the once pressed offered hospitality of the Baron Kasalski. You may have met the man, Major Travers. He was a tremendous sportsman, if you like. I first came across him at McNeil's place in remote Ireland. Now, being in Burkowina, with measurable distance of his Carpathian abode, and curious to see a Polish lord at home, I remembered his invitation. It was already of long standing, but it had been warm, born in the fact of a sudden fit of enthusiasm for me. Here a half mocking smile quivered an instant under the speaker's black mustache, which, as it was characteristic, I may as well tell you about. It was on the day of, or rather, to be accurate, on the day after my arrival, toward the small hours of the morning, in the smoking room at Rathdrum. Our host was peacefully snoring over his empty pipe and his seventh glass of whiskey, also empty. The rest of the men had slunk off to bed. The Baron, who all known to himself had been a subject of most interesting observation to me the whole evening, being now practically alone with me, condescended to turn an eye, as wide awake as a fox's, albeit slightly bloodshot, upon the contemplative white-faced person who had preferred spending the raw hours over his papers within the radius of a glorious fire's warmth, to creeping slyly over treacherous quagmires in the pursuit of timid bog creatures. Snipe shooting had been the order of the day. The Baron, I say, became aware of my existence and entered into conversation with me. He would no doubt have been much surprised could he have known that he was already mapped out, craniologically and physiognomically, catalogued with care, and neatly laid by in his proper ethnological box, in my private type museum, that, as I sat and examined him from my different points of vantage in library, in dining and smoking room that evening, not a look of his, not a gesture went forth, but had significance for me. You, I had thought, with your broad shoulders and deep chest, your massive head that should have gone with a tall stature, not with those short, sturdy limbs, with your thick red hair that should have been black for that matter, as should your wide set yellow eyes. You would be a real puzzle to one who did not recognize in you equal mixtures of the fair, stalwart, muscular Slav with the bilious, sanguine, thick-set, wry Turnanian. Your pedigree would no doubt bear me out. There is, as such, much of the Magyar as of the Pole in your anatomy. Athlete, and yet a tangle of nerves. A ferocious brute at bottom, I dare say, for your broad forehead inclines to flatness. Your bristling beard, your jaw must protrude, and the base of your skull is ominously thick. And with all of that, capable of ideal transports. When that girl played and sang tonight, I saw the swelling of your eyelid veins, and how that small, tenacious, claw-like hand of yours twitched. You would be a fine leader of men, but God help the wretches in your power. So I had mused upon him, yet I confess that when we came to closer contact with each other, even I was not proof against the singular courtesy of his manner and his unaccountable personal charm. Our conversation soon grew interesting, to me as a matter of course, and evidently to him also. A few general words led to interchange of remarks upon the country we were both visitors in, and so to national characteristics. Pole and Irishman have not few in common, both in their nature and history. In observation which he made, not without a certain flash in his light eyes and a transient uncovering of his teeth, on the Irish type of female beauty suddenly suggested to me a stanza of an ancient Polish ballad, very full of milk and blood imagery, of alternating ferocity and voluptuousness. This I quoted to the astounded foreigner in the vernacular, and this it was that metamorphosized his mere perfection of civility into sudden warmth, and, in fact, procured me the invitation in question. When I left Rathdrum, the Baron's last words to me were that if I ever thought of visiting his country otherwise than in books, he held me bound to make Yanni, his Galatian seat, my headquarters of study. From Czernowitz, therefore, when I stopped for some time, I wrote, received in due time a few lines of pretty worded reply, and ultimately entered my sled in the nearest town to, yet at a most forbidding distance from, Yanni, and started on my journey thither. The undertaking meant many long hours of undulation and skidding over the November snow. To the somniferous bell jangle of my dirty little horses, the only impression of interest being a weird gypsy concert I came in for at a miserable drinking booth, half buried in the snow, where we halted for the refreshment of man and beast. Here, I remember, I discovered a very definite connection between the characteristic run of the smizbol, particular bite of the singer's bow on his fiddle string, and some distinctive points of Turanian tongues. In other countries, in Spain, for instance, your gypsy speaks differently on his instrument. But oddly enough, when I later attempted to put this observation on paper, I could find no word to express it. A few of our company evinced signs of sleepiness, but most of us who knew Marshfield that he could, unless he had something novel to say, be as silent and retiring as he now evinced signs of being copious, awaited further developments with patience. He had his own deliberate way of speaking, which he evidently enjoys greatly, though it be occasionally trying to his listeners. On the afternoon of my second day's drive, the snow, which till then had fallen fine and continuous, ceased, and my Jehu, suddenly interrupting himself in the midst of some exciting wolf story, quite in keeping with the time of year and the wild surroundings, pointed to a distant spot against the gray sky to the northwest, between two wood-covered folds of ground, the first eastern spurs of the great Carpathian chain. There stands Yanni, he said. I looked at my far off goal with interest. As we drew nearer, the sinking sun, just dipping behind the hills, tinged the now distinct foliage with a cold copper like gleam. But it was only for a minute. The next, the building became nothing more to the eye than a black irregular silhouette against the crimson sky. Before we entered the long, steep avenue of poplars, the early winter darkness was upon us, rendered all the more depressing by gray mists which gave a ghostly aspect to such objects as the sheen of the snow rendered visible. Once or twice there were feeble flashes of light looming on iridescent halos as we passed little clusters of hovels, but for which I should have been induced to fancy that the great Hof stood alone in the wilderness, such was the deathly stillness around. But even as the tall square building rose before us above the vapor, yellow lighted in various stories, and mighty in heights and breadth, there broke upon my ear a deep mouthed, menacing bay, which gave at once almost alarming reality to the eerie surroundings. His lordship's boar and wolf-hounds, quoth my charioteer calmly, unmindful of the regular pandemonium of howls and barks which ensued as he skilfully turned his horses through the gateway and flogged the tired beasts into a sort of shambling canter that we might land with glory before the house door. a weakness common, I believe, to drivers of all nations. I alighted in the court of honor, and while awaiting in answer to my tug at the bell, stood broken with fatigue, depressed, chilled, and aching, questioning the wisdom of my proceedings and the amount of comfort, physical and moral, that was likely to await me in tete-a-tete visit with a well-mannered savage in his own home. The unkept tribe of stable retainers who began to gather round me and my rough vehicle in the gloom, with their evil smelling sheepskins and their resigned, battered visages, were not calculated to reassure me. Yet, when the door opened, there stood a smart chasseur and a solemn major domo who might as well have stepped out of Mayfair. And there was displayed on spreading vista of warm, deep-colored halls, with here a statue and there a stuffed bear, and underfoot pile carpets strewn with rarest skins. Marveling, yet comforted withal, I followed the solemn butler, who received me with the deference due an expected guest, and expressed the master's regret for his enforced absence till dinner time. I traversed vast rooms, each more sumptuous than the last, feeling the strangeness of the contrast between the outer desolation and this barbaric excess of luxury growing ever more strongly upon me. Caught a glimpse of a picture gallery, where peculiar yet admirably executed latter-day French pictures hung side by side with ferocious boar hunts of Snyder and such kin, and at length was ushered into the most cheerful room, modern to excess with its comfortable promise, where, in addition to the tall stove necessary for warmth, there burned on an open hearth and a vastly pleasant fire of resinous logs, and where on a low table awaited me a dainty service of fragrant Russian tea. My impression of utter novelty seemed somehow enhanced by this unexpected refinement in the heart of the solitudes, and in such rugged shell, and yet, when I came to reflect, it was only characteristic of my cosmopolitan host. But another surprise was in store for me. When I had recovered bodily warmth and mental equilibrium in my downy armchair, before the roaring logs, and during the delicious absorption of my second glass of tea, I turned my attention to the French valet, evidently the Baron's own man, who was definitely unpacking my portmanteau, and who, unless my practised eyes deceived me, asked for nothing better than to entertain me with an agreeable conversation the while. Your master is out, then, quoth I, knowing that the most trivial remark would suffice to start him. True, Monseigneur was out. He was desolated in despair. This with the national amiable and imaginative instinct. But it was doubtless important business. Monsieur le Baron had the visit of his factor during the midday meal, had left the table hurriedly, and had not been seen since. Madame la Baronne had been a little suffering, but she would receive Monseigneur. Madame, exclaimed I, astounded, is your master then married? Since when? Visions of a fair Tartar, fit mate for my baron, immediately springing somewhere alluringly before my mental vision. But the answer dispelled the picturesque fancy. Oh, yes, said the man, with a somewhat peculiar expression. Yes, Monseigneur is married. Did Monsieur not know? And yet it was from England that Monseigneur brought back his wife. An Englishwoman? My first thought was one of pity. An Englishwoman alone in this wilderness, 2 days' drive from even a railway station, and at the mercy of Kosalski. But the next minute I reversed my judgment. Probably she adored her rufferous lord, took his veneer of courtesy, a veneer of the most exquisite polish, I grant you, but perilously thin, for the very perfection of chivalry. Or perchance it was the inner savageness itself that charmed her. The most refined women often amaze one by the fascination which the preponderance of the brute in the opposite sex seems to have for them. I was anxious to hear more. Is it not dull for the lady here at this time of year? The valet raised his shoulders with a gesture of despair that was almost passionate. Dull! Ah, monsieur could not conceive to himself the dullness of it. That poor Madame la Baronne, not even a little child to keep her company on the long, long days when there was nothing but snow in the heaven and on the earth, and the howling of the wind and the dogs to cheer her. At the beginning, indeed, it had been different. When the master first brought home his bride, the house was gay enough. It was all redecorated and refurnished to receive her. Monsieur should have seen it before, a mere bronze de chasse, for the matter of that was such that the country houses of these parts. Ah, that was the good time. There were visits month after month, parties, sleighing, dancing, trips to St. Petersburg and Vienna. But this year it seemed that they were to have nothing but boars and wolves. How Madame could stand it! Well, it is not for him to speak. And heaving a deep sigh, he delicately inserted my white tie round my collar, and with a flourish twisted it into an irreproachable bow beneath my chin. I did not think it right to cross examine the willing talker any further, especially as, despite his last asseveration, there were evidently volumes he still wished to pour forth. But I confess that as I made my way slowly out of my room alongside the noiseless length of passage, I was conscious of an unwanted, not say vulgar, curiosity concerning the woman who had captivated such a man as the Baron Kosowski. In a fit of speculative abstraction, I must have taken the wrong turning, for I presently found myself in a long, narrow passage. I did not remember. I was retracing my steps when there came the sound of rapid footfalls upon the stone flags. A little door flew open in the wall close to me, and a small, thick-set man, huddled in the rough sheepskin of the Galician peasant, with a mangy fur cap on his head, nearly ran headlong into my arms. I was about to condescendingly to interpolate him in my best Polish, when I caught the gleam of an angry yellow eye and noted the bristle of a red beard. Kosowski! Amazed, I fell back a step in silence. With a growl like an uncouth animal disturbed, he drew his filthy cap over his brow with a savage gesture and pursued his way down the corridor at a sort of wild boar trot. This first meeting between host and guest was so odd, so incongruous, that it afforded me plenty of food for a fresh line of conjecture as I traced my way back to the picture gallery, and from thence successfully to the drawing room, which, as the door was ajar, I could not this time mistake. It was large and lofty and dimly lit by shaded lamps. Through the rosy gloom I could at first only make out a slender figure by the hearth, but as I advanced, this was resolved into a singularly graceful woman, in clinging, fur-trimmed velvet gown, who, with one hand resting on the high mantelpiece, the other hanging listlessly by her side, stood gazing down at the crumbling wood fire as if in a dream. My friends are kind enough to say that I have a cat-like tread. I know not how that may be. At any rate, the carpet I was walking upon was thick enough to smother a heavier footfall. Not until I was quite close to her did my hostess become aware of my presence. Then she started violently and looked over her shoulder at me with dilating eyes. Evidently a nervous creature, I saw the pulse in her throat, strained by her attitude, flutter like a terrified bird. The next instant she had stretched out her hands with sweet English words of welcome, and the face which I had compared in my mind to that of Guido Scenzi became transformed by the arch and exquisite smile of a Greuze. For more than 2 years I had no intercourse with any of my nationality. I could conceive the sound of his native tongue under such circumstances moving a man in curious, unexpected fashion. I babbled some commonplace reply, after which there was silence while we stood opposite each other, she looking at me expectantly. At length, with a sigh checked by a smile and an overtone of sadness in a voice that tried to be sprightly. "Am I, then, so changed, Mr. Marshfield?" she asked. And all at once I knew her. the girl whose nightingale throat had redeemed the desolation of the evenings at Rathdrum, whose sunny beauty had seemed, even to my celebrated cold-blooded aestheticism, worthy to haunt a man's dreams. Yes, there was the subtle curve of the waist, the warm line of the throat, the dainty foot, the slender tipped fingers, witty fingers, as I had classified them, which I now shook like a true Briton, instead of availing myself to the privilege the country gave me, and kissing her slender wrist. But she was changed, and I told her so with unconventional frankness, studying her closely as I spoke. "I am afraid," I said gravely, "that this place does not agree with you." She shrank from my scrutiny with a nervous movement and flushed to the roots of her red-brown hair. Then she answered coldly that I was wrong, that she was in excellent health, but that she could not expect any more than other people to preserve perennial youth. I rapidly calculated she might be 22, though indeed, with a little forced laugh, it was scarcely flattering to hear one had altered out of all recognition. Then, without allowing me time to reply, she plunged into a general topic of conversation, which, as I should have been obtuse indeed not to take the hint, I did my best to keep up. But while she talked of Vienna and Warsaw, of her distant neighbors and last year's visitors, it was evident that her mind was elsewhere. Her eye wandered, she lost the thread of her discourse, answered me at random, and smiled her piteous smile incongruously. However lonely she might be in her solitary splendor, the company of a countrywoman was evidently no such welcome diversion. After a while she seemed to feel herself that she was lacking in cordiality, and bringing her absent gaze to bear upon me with a puzzled, strained look, "I fear that you will find it very dull," she said. "My husband is so wrapped up in this winter in the country life and his sport. You are the first visitor we have had. There is nothing but guns and horses here, and you do not care for these things." The door creaked behind us, and the Baron entered, in faultless evening dress. Before she turned toward him, I was sharp enough to catch again the upleafing of a quick dread in her eyes. Not even so much dread, perhaps, I thought afterwards, as horror, the horror we notice in some animals at the nearing of a beast of prey. It was gone in a second, and she was smiling, but it was a revelation. Perhaps he beat her in Russian fashion, and she, as an Englishwoman, was narrow-minded enough to resent this. Or perhaps merely I had the misfortune to arrive during a matrimonial misunderstanding. Baron would not give me leisure to reflect. He was so very effusive in his greeting. Not a hint of our previous meeting. Unlike my hostess, all in all to me, eager to listen, to reply, almost affectionate, full of references to old times and genial allusions. No doubt when he chose he could be the most charming of men. There were moments when, looking at him in his quiet smile and restrained gesture, the almost exaggerated politeness of his manner to his wife, whose fingers he had kissed with pretty old-fashioned gallantry upon his entrance, I asked myself, could that encounter in the passage have been a dream? Could that savage in the sheepskin be my courteous entertainer? "Just as I came in, did I hear my wife say there was nothing for you to do in this place?" he said presently to me. Then, turning to her, "You do not seem to know Mr. Marshfield. Wherever he can open his eyes, there is for him something to see which might not interest other men. He will find things in my library which I have no notion of. He will discover objects for scientific observation in all members of my household, not only the good-looking maids, though he could, I have no doubt, tell their points as I could those of a horse. We have maidens here of several distinct races, Marshfield. We have also witches and Jew leeches and wholly daft people. In any case, Yanni, with all its dependencies, material, male and female, are at your disposal for what you can make of them. It is good," he went on gaily, "that you should happen to have had this happy disposition, for I fear that, no later than tomorrow, I may have to absent myself from home. You have heard that there are news of wolves. They threaten to be a greater pest than usual this winter, but I am going to drive them on quite a new plan, and it will go hard with me if I don't come even with them. Well for you, by the way, Marshfield, that you did not pass within their scent today. Then, musingly, I should not give much for the life of a traveler who happened to wander in these parts just now. Here he interrupted himself hastily and went over to his wife, who had sunk back in her chair, livid, seemingly on the point of swooning. His gaze was devouring, so might a man look at the woman he adored in its anxiety. What faint violet alarmed! His voice was subdued, yet there was an unmistakable thrill of emotion in it. Pshaw! I thought to myself, the man is a model husband. She clenched her hands and by sheer force of will seemed to pull herself together. These nervous women have often an unexpected fund of strength. Come, that is well, said the Baron with a flickering smile. Mr. Marshfield will thank you, but badly acclimated to Poland if a little wolf scare can upset you. My dear wife is so soft-hearted, he went on to me, that she is capable of making herself quite ill over the sad fate that might have, but has not, overcome you. Or perhaps, he added, in a still gentler voice, her fear is that I may expose myself to danger for the public weal. She turned her head away, but I saw her set her teeth as if to choke a sob. The Baron chuckled in his throat and seemed to luxuriate in the pleasant thought. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. Section 12. At this moment, folding doors were thrown open, and supper was announced. I offered my arm. She rose and took it in silence. This silence she maintained during the first part of the meal, despite her husband's brilliant conversation and almost uproarious spirits. But by and by, a bright color mounted to her cheeks and a luster to her eyes. I suppose you will think me horribly unpoetic if I add that she drank several glasses of champagne, one after the other, a fact which perhaps may account for the change. At any rate, she spoke and laughed and looked lovely, and I did not wonder that the Baron could hardly keep his eyes off her. But whether it was her wifely anxiety or not, it was evident her mind was not at ease through it all, and I fancied that her brightness was feverish, her merriment slightly hysterical. After supper, an exquisite one it was, we adjourned together in foreign fashion to the drawing-room. The Baron threw himself into a chair, and, somewhat with the air of a pasha, demanded music. He was flushed. The veins of his forehead were swollen and stood out like cords. The wine drunk at table was potent. Even through my phlegmatic frame it ran hotly. She hesitated a moment or two, then docilely sat down to the piano. That she could sing, I have already made clear. How she could sing, with what pathos, passion, as well as perfect art, I had never realized before. When the song was ended, she remained for a while, with eyes lost in distance, very still save for her quick breathing. It was clear she was moved by the music. Indeed, she must have thrown her whole soul into it. At first, we, the audience, paid her the rare compliment of silence. Then the Baron broke forth into loud applause. "Brava, brava! That was really said con amore. A delicious love song. Delicious, but French. You must sing one of our Slav melodies for Marshfield before you allow us to go and smoke." She started from her reverie with a flush, and, after a pause, struck slowly a few simple chords. Then began one of those strangely sweet, yet intensely pathetic, Russian airs which gave one a curious revelation of the profound, endless melancholy lurking in the national mind. "What do you think of it?" asked the Baron of me when it ceased. "What I have always thought of such music. It is that of a hopeless people, poetical, crushed, and resigned." He gave out a loud laugh. "Hear the analyst, the psychologue. Why, man, it is a love song. Is it possible that we, uncivilized, are truer realists than our hyper-cultured Western neighbors? Have we gone to the root of the matter in our simple way?" The Baroness got up abruptly. She looked white and spent. There were bister circles around her eyes. "I am tired," she said with dry lips. "You will excuse me, Mr. Marshfield. I really must go to bed." "Go to bed, go to bed," cried her husband gaily. Then, quoting in Russian from the song she had just sung, the Baron laughed again, and taking me familiarly by the arm, led me to his own set of apartments for the promised smoke. He ensconced me in an armchair, placed cigars of every description, and a Turkish pipe ready to my hand, and a little table on which stood cut glass flasks and beakers in a tempting array. After I had selected my cigar with some precautions, I glanced at him over a careless remark, and was startled to see the sudden alteration in his whole look and attitude. "You will forgive me, Marshfield," he said as he caught my eye, speaking with spasmodic politeness. "It is more than probable that I shall have to set out upon this chase I spoke of tonight, and I must go now and change my clothes that I might be ready to start at any moment. This is the hour when it is most likely these hell-beasts are to be got at. You have all you want, I hope?" interrupting an outbreak of ferocity by an effort after his former courtesy. It was curious to watch the man of the world struggling with the primitive man. "But, Baron," said I do not at all see the fun of sticking at home like this. You know my passion for witnessing everything new, strange, and outlandish. You will surely not refuse me such an opportunity for observation as a midnight wolf raid. I will do my best to not be in the way, if you will take me with you." At first it seemed as if he had some difficulty in realizing the drift of my words. He was so engrossed by some inner thought. But, as I repeated them, he gave vent to a loud cachinnation. "By heaven, I like your spirit!" he exclaimed, clapping me strongly on the shoulder. "Of course you shall come, you shall!" he repeated. "And I promise you a sight, a hunt as you have never heard or dreamed of. You will be able to tell them in England the sort of thing we can do here in that line. Such wolves are rare, Quarry," he added, looking slyly at me. "And I have a new plan for getting at them." There was a long pause, and then there arose in the stillness the unearthly howling of the Baron's hounds, a cheerful sound which only their owner's somewhat loud converse of the evening had kept from becoming excessively obtrusive. "Hark at them, the beauties!" he cried, showing his short, strong teeth, pointed like a dog's in the wide grin of anticipative delight. "They have been kept on pretty short commons, poor things. They are hungry. By the way, Marshfield, you can sit tight on a horse, I trust. If you were to roll off, you know, these splendid fellows, They could chop you up in a second. They would chop you up, he repeated unctuously. Snap, crunch, gobble, and there would be the end of you. If I could not ride a decent horse without being thrown, I retorted, a little stung by his manner. After my 3 months' torture with the guard Cossacks, I should indeed be a hopeless subject. Do not think of frightening me from the exploit, but say frankly if my company would be displeasing. Tut, he said, waving his hand impatiently. It is your affair, I have warned you. Go and get ready if you want to come. Time presses. I was determined to be of the fray. My blood was up. I had hinted that the Baron's decay had stirred it. I went to my room and hurriedly donned clothes more suitable for rough night work. My last care was to slip into my pockets a brace of double-barreled pistols, which formed part of my traveling kit. When I returned, I found the Baron already booted and spurred, this without metaphor. He was stretched full length on the divan, and did not speak as I came in, or even look at me. Chewing on an unlit cigar, with eyes fixed on the ceiling, he was evidently following some absorbing train of ideas. The silence was profound. Time went by. It grew oppressive. At length, wearied out, I fell over my shabook into a doze filled with puzzling visions, out of which I was awakened with a start. My companion had sprung up very lightly to his feet. In his throat was an odd, half-suppressed cry, gruesome to hear. He stood on tiptoe, with eyes fixed, as though looking through the wall, and I distinctly saw his ears point in the intensity of his listening. After a moment, with hasty, noiseless energy, and without the slightest ceremony, he blew the lamps out, drew back the heavy curtains, and threw the tall window wide open. A rush of icy air, and the bright rays of the moon, gibbous, I remember, in her third quarter, filled the room. Outside, the mist had condensed, and the view was unrestricted over the white plains at the foot of the hill. The Baron stood motionless in the open window, callous to the cold in which, after a minute, I could hardly keep my teeth from chattering, his head bent forward, still listening. I listened too, with all my ears, but could not catch a sound. Indeed, the silence over the great expanse of snow might have been called awful. Even the dogs were mute. Presently, far, far away, came a faint tinkle of bells. So faint at first, I thought it was but fancy, but then distincter. It was even more eerie than the silence, I thought, though I know it could come from some passing sleigh. All at once that ceased, and again my duller senses could perceive nothing, though I saw by my host's craned neck that he was more on the alert than ever. But at last I too heard once more, this time not bells, but as it were the tread of horses muffled by the snow, intermittent and dull, yet drawing nearer. And then, in the inner silence of the great house, it seemed to me I caught the noise of closing doors. But here, the hounds, as if suddenly becoming alive to some disturbance, raised the same fearsome concert of yells and barks with which they had greeted my arrival, and listening became useless. I had risen to my feet. My host, turning from the window, seized my shoulder with a fierce grip, and bade me hold my noise. For a second or two, I stood motionless under his iron talons. Then he released me with an exultant whisper. "Now for our chase!" and made for the door with a spring. Hastily gulping down a mouthful of arrack from one of the bottles on the table, I followed him, and, guided by the sound of his footsteps before me, groped my way through the passages as black as Erebus. After a time, which seemed a long one, a small door was flung open in front, and I saw Kosofsky glide into the moonlit courtyard and cross the square. When I too came out, he was disappearing into the gaping darkness of the open stable door, and there I overtook him. A man who seemed to have been sleeping in a corner jumped up at our entrance and led out a horse ready saddled. In obedience to a gruff order from his master, as the latter mounted, he then brought forth another, which he evidently thought to ride himself, and held the stirrup for me. We came delicately forth, and the Cossack hurriedly barred the great door behind us. I caught a glimpse of his worn, scarred face by the moonlight, as he peeped after us for a second, before shutting himself in. It was stricken with terror. The Baron trotted briskly towards the kennels, from whence there was now issuing a truly infernal clangor, and as my steed followed suit of his own accord, I could see how he proceeded dexterously to unbolt the gates without dismounting, while the beasts within dashed themselves against them and tore the ground in their fury of impatience. He smiled as he swung back the barriers at last, and his beauties came forth. 7 or 8 monstrous brutes, hounds of a kind unknown to me, fulvous and sleek of coat, tall on their legs, square-headed, long-tailed, deep-chested, with terrible jaws, slobbering in eagerness. They leaped around and up at us, much to our horses' distaste. Kosofsky, still smiling, lashed at them unsparingly with his hunting whip, and they responded not with yells of pain, but with snarls of fury. Managing his restless steed and his cruel whip with consummate ease, my host drove the unruly crew before him out of the precincts, then halted and bent down from his saddle to examine some slight prints in the snow, which led not the way I had come, but toward what seemed another avenue. In a second or two, the hounds were gathered round this spot, their great snake-like tails quivering, nose to earth, yelping with excitement. I had some ado to manage my horse, and my eyesight was far from being as keen as the Baron's. But I had then no doubt he had come already upon wolf tracks, and I shuddered mentally, thinking of the sleigh bells. Suddenly, Kosofsky raised himself from his strained position. Under his low fur cap, his face with its fixed smile looked scarcely human in the white light. And then we broke into a hand canter just as the hounds dashed, in a compact body, along the trail. But we had not gone more than a few hundred yards before they began to falter, then straggled, stopped and ran back and about with dismal cries. It was clear to me they had lost the scent. My companion reined in his horse, and mine, luckily a well-trained brute, halted of himself. We had reached a bend in the broad avenue of firs and larches, and just where we stood, and where the hounds ever returned and met nose to nose in frantic conclave, the snow was trampled and soiled, and a little further on, planed in a great sweep, as if by a turning sleigh. Beyond was a double-furrowed track of skates and regular hoof-prints leading far away. Before I had time to reflect on the bearing of this unexpected interruption, Kosofsky, as if suddenly possessed by a devil, fell upon the hounds with his whip, flogging them upon a new track, uttering the while the most savage cries I have ever heard issue from a human throat. The disappointed beasts were nothing loath to seize upon another trail. After a second of hesitation, they had understood, and they were off upon it at a tearing pace, we after them at the best speed of our horses. Some unformed idea that we were going to escort or rescue benighted travelers flickered dimly in my mind as I galloped through the night air. But when I managed to approach my companion and called out to him for explanation, he only turned half round and grinned at me. Before us lay now the white plain, scintillating under the high moon's rays. That light is deceptive. I could be sure of nothing upon the wide expanse but of the dark, leaping figures of the hounds, already spread in a straggling line, some right ahead, others just in front of us. In a short time, also the icy wind, cutting my face mercilessly as we increased our pace, well nigh blinded me with the tears of cold. I can hardly realize how long this pursuit after an unseen prey lasted. I can only remember that I was getting rather faint with fatigue and ignominiously held on to my pommel, when all of a sudden the black outline of the sleigh merged into sight in front of us. I rubbed my smarting eyes with my benumbed hand. We were gaining upon it second by second. 2 of those hellhounds of the barons were already within a few leaps of it. Soon I was able to make out 2 figures, one standing up and urging the horses on with whip and voice, the other clinging to the back seat and looking towards us in an attitude of terror. A great fear crept into my half-frozen brain. Were we not bringing deadly danger instead of help to these travelers? Great God, did the Baron mean to use them as bait for his new method of wolf hunting? I would have turned upon Kosovsky with a cry of expostulation or warning, but he, urging on his hounds as he galloped on their flank, howling and gesticulating like a veritable Hun, passed me by like a flash. And all at once, I knew. Marshfield paused for a moment, and sent his pale smile round upon his listeners, who now showed no signs of sleepiness. He knocked the ash from his cigar, twisting the latter around in his mouth, and added dryly, "And I must confess, it seemed to me a little strong, even for a baron in the Carpathians. The travelers were our quarry. But the reason why the Lord of Yanni had turned manhunter, I was yet to learn. Just then, I had to direct my energies to frustrating his plans. I used my spurs mercilessly. While I drew even with him, I saw the 2 figures on the sleigh change places. He who had hitherto driven now faced back, while his companion took the reins. There was the pale blue sheen of a revolver barrel under the moonlight, followed by a yellow flash, and the nearest hound rolled over in the snow. With an oath, the Baron twisted round in his saddle to call up and urge on the remainder. My horse had taken a fright at the report and dashed irresistibly forward, bringing me at once almost level with the fugitives. And the next instant the revolver was turned, menacingly, toward me. There was no time to explain. My pistol was already drawn, and as another one of the brutes bounded up, almost under my horse's feet, I loosed it upon him. I must have let off both barrels at once, for the weapon flew out of my hand, but the hound's back was broken. I presume the traveler understood. At any rate, he did not fire at me. In moments of intense excitement like these, strangely enough, the mind is extraordinarily open to impressions. I shall never forget that man's countenance in the sledge, as he stood upright and defied us in his mortal danger. It was young, very handsome, the features not distorted, but set into a sort of desperate, stony calm, and I knew it, beyond all doubt, for that of an Englishman. And then I saw his companion. It was the Baron's wife, and I understood why the bells had been removed. It takes a long time to say this. It only required an instant to see it. The loud explosion of my pistol had hardly ceased to ring before the Baron, with a fearful imprecation, was upon me. First, he lashed at me with his whip as we tore along side by side, and then I saw him wind the reins off his arm and bend over, and I felt his angry fingers close tightly on my right foot. The next instant, I should have been lifted out of my saddle, but there came another shot from the sledge. The Baron's horse plunged and stumbled, and the Baron, hanging on to my foot with a fierce grip, was wrenched from his seat. His horse, however, was up again immediately, and I was released. And then I caught a confused glimpse of the frightened and wounded animal galloping wildly to the right, leaving a black track of blood behind him in the snow, his master, entangled in the reins, running with incredible swiftness by his side, and endeavoring to vault back into the saddle. And now came to pass a terrible thing, which, in his savage plans, my host had doubtless never anticipated. One of the hounds, that had during this short check recovered lost ground, came across this hot trail of blood, turning away from his course, and with joyous yell darted after the running man. In another instant the remainder of the pack was upon the new scent. As soon as I could stop my horse, I tried to turn him in the direction the new chase had taken. But just then, through the night air, over the receding sound of the horse's scamper and the sobbing of the pack in full cry, there came a long scream, and after that, a sickening silence. And I knew, somewhere yonder, under the beautiful moonlight, the Baron Kosowski was being devoured by his starving dogs. I looked round, with the sweat on my face, vaguely, for some human being to share the horror of the moment, and I saw gliding away, far away in the white distance, the black silhouette of the sledge. "Well?" said we, in diverse tones of impatience, curiosity, or horror, according to our diverse temperaments, as the speaker uncrossed his legs and gazed at us in mild triumph, with all the air of having said his say, and satisfactorily proved his point. "Well," repeated he, "what more do you want to know? It will interest you but slightly, I'm sure, to hear how I found my way back to the Hof, or how I told as much as I deemed prudent of the evening's gruesome work to the Baron's servants, who, by the way, to my amazement, displayed the profoundest and most unmistakable sorrow at the tidings, and sallied forth, at their head the Cossack who had seen us depart, to seek for his remains. Excuse the unpleasantness of the remark. I fear the dogs must have left very little of him. He had dieted them so carefully. However, since it was to have been a case of chop, crunch, and gobble, as the Baron had it, I prefer that that particular fate should have overtaken him, rather than me, or, for that matter, either of those two country people of ours and the sledge. Nor am I going to inflict upon you, continued Marshfield, after draining his glass, a full account of my impressions when I found myself once more in that immense, deserted, and stricken house, so luxuriously prepared for the mistress who had fled from it. How I philosophized over all this, according to my wont. The conjectures I made as to the first acts of the drama, the untold sufferings my countrywoman must have endured from the moment her husband first grew jealous till she determined on this desperate step, as to how and when she had met her lover, how they communicated, and how the Baron had discovered the intended, flitting in time to concoct his characteristic revenge. One thing you may be sure of. I had no mind to remain at Yanny for an hour longer than necessary. I even contrived to get well clear of the neighborhood before the lady's absence was discovered. Luckily for me, or I might have been taxed with connivance, though indeed the simple household did not seem to know what suspicion was, and accepted my account with childlike credence, very typical and very convenient to me at the same time. "But how do you know," said one of us, "that the man was her lover? He might have been her brother or some other relative." "That," said Marshfield, with his little flat laugh, "I happen to have ascertained, and, curiously enough, only a few weeks ago. It was at the play, between the acts, from my comfortable seat, the first row in the pit. I was looking leisurely round the house, when I caught sight of a woman, in a box close by, whose head was turned from me, and who presented the somewhat unusual spectacle of a young neck and shoulders of the most exquisite contour, and perfectly grey hair, and not dull grey, but rather of a pleasing tint, like frosted silver. This aroused my curiosity. I brought my glasses to a focus on her, and waited patiently till she turned round. Then I recognized the Baroness of Kosofsky, and I no longer wondered at the young hair being white. Yet she looked placid and happy, strangely so, it seemed to me, under the sudden reviving in my memory of such scenes as I have now described. But presently I understood further. Beside her, in close attendance, was the man of the sledge, a handsome fellow with much of a military air about him. During the course of the evening, as I watched, I saw a friend of mine come into the box, and at the end I slipped out into the passage to catch him as he came out. "Who is the woman with the white hair?" I asked. Then, in the fragmentary style approved of by ultra-fashionable young men, this earnest languid mode of speech presents in curious similarities in all languages. He told me, "Most charming couple in London. Awfully pretty, wasn't she? He had been in the Guards, attaché at Vienna once. They adored each other. White hair, devilishly queer, wasn't it? Suited her somehow. And then she had been married to a Russian or something, somewhere in the woods, and their names were—" "But do you know?" said Marshfield, interrupting himself. "I think I had better let you find that out for yourselves, if you care." End of section 12. Read by A.J. Bowling in Dallas, Texas, August 28th, 2025.
Section 13 of The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Fortuna's Voice. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Fowl in the Pot by Stanley J. Weyman. An episode adapted from the memoirs of Maximilien de Bethune, Duke of Sully. What I am going to relate may seem to some merely to be curious and on a party with the diverting story of Monsieur Boileau's, which I have set down in an earlier part of my memoirs. But among the calumnies of those who have never ceased to attack me since the death of the late king, the statement that I kept from His Majesty things which should have reached his ears has always had a prominent place, though 1,000 times refuted by my friends, and those who, from an intimate acquaintance with events, could judge how faithfully I labored to deserve the confidence with which my master honored me. Therefore, I take it in hand to show by an example, trifling in itself, the full knowledge of affairs which the king had, and to prove that in many matters, which were never permitted to become known to the idlers of the court, he took a personal share, worthy as much of Haroun as of Alexander. It was my custom, before I entered upon those negotiations with the Prince of Conde, which terminated in the recovery of the estate of Villebon, where I now personally reside, to spend a part of the autumn and winter at Rosny. On these occasions I was in the habit of leaving Paris with a considerable train of Swiss, pages, valets, and grooms, together with the maids of honor and waiting women of the Duchess. We halted to take dinner at Poissy, and generally contrived to reach Rosny toward nightfall, so as to sup by the light of flambeaux in a manner enjoyable enough, though devoid of that state which I have ever maintained and enjoined upon my children, as at once the privilege and burden of rank. At the time of which I am speaking, I had for my favorite charger the sorrel horse which the Duke of Mercoeur presented to me with a view to my good offices at the time of the king's entry into Paris, and which I honestly transferred to His Majesty in accordance with a principle laid down in another place. The king insisted on returning it to me, and for several years I rode it on these annual visits to Rosny. What was more remarkable was that on each of these occasions it cast a shoe about the middle of the afternoon, and always when we were within a short league of the village of Aubergenville. Though I never had with me less than 50 of led horses, I had such an affection for the sorrel that I preferred to wait until it was shod, rather than accommodate myself to a nag of less easy paces, and would allow my household to precede me, staying behind myself with at most a guard or two, my valet, and a page. The forge at Aubergenville was kept by a smith of some skill, a cheerful fellow, whom I always remembered to reward, considering my own position rather than his services, with a gold livre. His joy at receiving what was to him the income of a year was great, and never failed to reimburse me, in addition to which I took some pleasure in unbending and learning from this simple peasant and loyal man what the taxpayers were saying of me and my reforms, a duty I always felt I owed to the king my master. As a man of breeding, it would ill become me to set down the homely truths I thus learned. The conversations of the vulgar are little suited to a nobleman's memoirs. But in this I distinguish between the Duke of Sully and the king's minister, and it is in the latter capacity that I relate what passed on these diverting occasions. "Ho, Simon," I would say, encouraging the poor man as he came bowing and trembling before me. "How goes it, my friend?" "Badly," he would answer. "Very badly, until your lordship came this way." "And how is that, little man?" "Oh, it is the roads," he always replied, shaking his bald head, as he began to set about his business. "The roads since your lordship became surveyor-general are so good that not one horse in 100 casts a shoe, and then there are so few highwaymen now that not one robber's plates do I replace in a 12-month. There is where it is." At this I was highly delighted. "Still, since I began to pass this way, times have not been so bad with you, Simon," I would answer. Thereto he had one invariable reply. "No, thanks to Saint Genevieve and your lordship, whom we call in this village the poor man's friend, I have a fowl in the pot." This phrase so pleased me that I repeated it to the king. It tickled his fancy also, and for some years it was a very common remark of that good and great ruler, that he hoped to live to see every peasant with a fowl in his pot. "But why?" I remember I once asked this honest fellow. It was on the last occasion of the sorrel falling lame there. "Do you thank Saint Genevieve?" "She is my patron saint," he answered. "Then are you a Parisian?" "Your lordship is always right." "But does her saintship do you any good?" I asked curiously. "Certainly, by your lordship's leave. My wife prays to her, and she loosens the nails in the sorrel's shoes." "In fact, she pays off an old grudge," I answered, "for there was a time where Paris liked me little. But hark ye, Master Smith, I am not sure that this is not an act of treason to conspire with Madame Genevieve against the comfort of the king's minister. What think you, you rascal? Can you pass the justice elm without a shiver?" This threw the simple fellow into a great fear, which the sight of the livre of gold speedily converted into joy as stupendous. Leaving him still staring at his fortune, I rode away. But when we had gone some little distance, the aspect of his face, when I charged him with treason, or my own unassisted discrimination, suggested a clue to the phenomenon. "La Trappe," I said to my valet, the same who was with me at Cahors, "what is the name of the innkeeper at Poissy, at whose house we are accustomed to dine?" "Andrew, may it please your lordship." "Andrew! I thought so!" I exclaimed, smiting my thigh. "Simon, and Andrew his brother! Answer, knave, and, if you have permitted me to be robbed these many times, tremble for your ears. Is he not brother to the smith at Aubergenville, who has just shod my horse?" La Trappe professed to be ignorant on this point, but a groom who had stayed behind with me, having sought my permission to speak, said it was so, adding that Master Andrew had risen in the world through large dealings in hay, which he was wont to take daily into Paris and sell, and that he did not now acknowledge or see anything of his brother the smith, though it was believed that he retained a sneaking liking for him. On receiving this confirmation of my suspicions, my vanity as well as my sense of justice led me to act with the promptitude which I have exhibited in greater emergencies. I rated La Trappe for his carelessness of my interests in permitting this deception to be practiced on me, and the main body of my attendants being now in sight, I ordered him to take 2 Swiss and arrest both brothers without delay. It wanted yet 3 hours of sunset, and I judged that, by hard riding, they might reach Rosny with their prisoners before bedtime. I spent some time while still on the road in considering what punishment I should inflict on the culprits, and finally laid aside the purpose I had at first conceived of putting them to death, an infliction they had richly deserved, in favor of a plan which I thought might offer me some amusement. For the execution of this I depended upon Mignon, my equerry, who was a man of lively imagination, being the same who had of his own motion arranged and carried out the triumphal procession in which I was borne to Rosny after the battle of Ivry. Before I sat down to supper I gave him his directions, and, as I had expected, news was brought to me while I was at table that the prisoners had arrived. Thereupon I informed the Duchess and the company generally, for, as was usual, a number of my country neighbours had come to compliment me on my return, that there was some sport of a rare kind on foot, and we adjourned, Mignon, followed by 4 pages bearing lights, leading the way to that end of the terrace which abuts on the Linden Avenue. Here a score of grooms holding torches aloft had been arranged in a circle so that the impromptu theatre thus formed, which Mignon had ordered with much taste, was as light as in the day. On a sloping bank at one end seats had been placed for those who had supped at my table, while the rest of the company found such places of vantage as they could, their number indeed amounting, with my household, to 200 persons. In the center of the open space a small forge fire had been kindled, the red glow of which added much to the strangeness of the scene, and on the anvil beside it were ranged a number of horses' and donkeys' shoes, with a full complement of the tools used by smiths. All being ready, I gave the word to bring in the prisoners, and escorted by La Trappe and 6 of my guards, they were marched into the arena. In their pale and terrified faces, and the shaking limbs which could scarce support them to their appointed stations, I read both the consciousness of guilt and the apprehension of immediate death. It was plain that they expected nothing less. I was very willing to play with their fears, and for some time looked at them in silence, while all wondered with lively curiosity what would ensue. I then addressed them gravely, telling the innkeeper that I knew well he had loosened each year a shoe of my horse, in order that his brother might profit by the job of replacing it, and went on to reprove the smith for the ingratitude which had led him to return my bounty by the conception of so knavish a trick. Upon this they confessed their guilt, and flinging themselves upon their knees with many tears and prayers, begged for mercy. This, after a decent interval, I permitted myself to grant. "Your lives, which are forfeited, shall be spared," I pronounced. "But punished you must be. I therefore ordain that Simon, the smith, at once fit, nail, and properly secure a pair of iron shoes to Andrew's heels, and that then Andrew, who by at that time will have picked up something of the smith's art, do the same to Simon. So will you both learn to avoid such shoeing tricks in the future." It may well be imagined that a judgment so whimsical and so justly adapted to the offence charmed all save the culprits, and in 100 ways the pleasure of those present was evinced, to such a degree, indeed, that Mignon had some difficulty in restoring silence and gravity to the assemblage. This done, however, Master Andrew was taken in hand, and his wooden shoes removed. The tools of his trade were placed before the smith, who cast glances so piteous, first at his brother's feet, and then at the shoes on the anvil, as again gave rise to a prodigious amount of merriment, my pages in particular well nigh forgetting my presence, and rolling about in a manner unpardonable at another time. However, I rebuked them sharply, and was about to order the sentence to be carried into effect, when the remembrance of the many pleasant simplicities which the smith had uttered to me, acting upon a natural disposition to mercy, which the most calumnious of my enemies have never questioned, induced me to give the prisoners a chance of escape. "Listen," I said. "Simon and Andrew, your sentence has been pronounced, and will certainly be executed unless you can avail yourself of the condition I now offer. You shall have 3 minutes. If in that time either of you can make a good joke, he shall go free. If not, let a man attend to the bellows, La Trappe." This added a fresh satisfaction to my neighbours, who were well assured now that I had not promised them a novel entertainment without good grounds, for the grimaces of the 2 knaves thus bidden to jest if they would save their skins were so diverting they would have made a nun laugh. They looked at me with their eyes as wide as plates, and for the whole of the time of grace never a word could they utter save howls for mercy. "Simon," I said gravely when the time was up, "have you a joke?" "No." "Andrew, my friend, have you a joke?" "No." "Then—" I was going on to order the sentence to be carried out, when the innkeeper flung himself again upon his knees and cried out loudly, as much to my astonishment as to the regret of the bystanders, who were bent on seeing so strange a shoeing feat. "One word, my lord. I can give you no joke, but I can do a service, an eminent service to the king. I can disclose a conspiracy." I was somewhat taken aback by this sudden and public announcement, but I had been too long in the king's employment not to have remarked how strangely things are brought to light. On hearing the man's words, therefore, which were followed by a stricken silence, I looked sharply at the faces of such of those present as it was possible to suspect but failed to observe any sign of confusion or dismay, or anything more particular than so abrupt a statement was calculated to produce. Doubting much whether the man was not playing with me, I addressed him sternly, warning him to beware, lest, in his anxiety to save his heels by falsely accusing others, he should lose his head. For that if his conspiracy should prove to be an invention of his own, I should certainly consider it my duty to hang him forthwith. He heard me out, but nevertheless persisted in his story, adding desperately, "It is a plot, my lord, to assassinate you and the king on the same day." This statement struck me a blow, for I had good reason to know that, at that time, the king had alienated many by his infatuation for Madame de Verneuil, while I had always to reckon firstly with all who hated him, and secondly with all whom my pursuit of his interests injured, either in reality or appearance. I therefore immediately directed that the prisoner should be led in close custody to the chamber adjoining my private closet, and taking the precaution to call my guards about me, since I knew not what attempt despair might not breed, I withdrew myself, making such apologies to the company as the nature of the case permitted. I ordered Simon the smith to be first brought to me, and, in the presence of Mignon only, I severely examined him as to his knowledge of any conspiracy. He denied, however, that he had ever heard of the matters referred to by his brother, and persisted so firmly in the denial that I was inclined to believe him. In the end, he was taken out, and Andrew was brought in. The innkeeper's demeanour was such as I have often observed in intriguers brought suddenly to book. He averred the existence of the conspiracy, and that its objects were those which he had stated. He also offered to give up his associates, but conditioned that he should do this in his own way, undertaking to conduct me and one other person, but no more lest the alarm should be given, to a place in Paris on the following night, where we could hear the plotters state their plans and designs. In this way only, he urged, could proof positive be obtained. I was much startled by this proposal, and inclined to think it a trap, but further consideration dispelled my fears. The innkeeper had held no parley with anyone save his guards and myself since his arrest, and could neither have warned his accomplices nor acquainted them with any design the execution of which should depend on his confession to me. I therefore accepted his terms, with a private reservation that I should have help at hand, and before daybreak next morning left Rosny, which I had only seen by torchlight, with my prisoner and a select body of Swiss. We entered Paris in the afternoon in 3 parties, with as little parade as possible, and went straight to the arsenal, whence, as soon as evening fell, I hurried with only 2 armed attendants to the Louvre. A return so sudden and unexpected was as great a surprise to the court as to the king, and I was not slow to mark with an inward smile the discomposure which appeared very clearly on the faces of several, as the crowd in the chamber fell back for me to approach my master. I was careful, however, to remember that this might arise from other causes than guilt. The king received me with his wonted affection, and divining at once that I must have something important to communicate, withdrew with me to the farther end of the chamber, where we were out of earshot of the court. I there related the story to his majesty, keeping back nothing. He shook his head, saying merely, "The fish to escape the frying pan, Grand Master, will jump into the fire, and human nature, save in the case of you and me, who can trust one another, is very fishy." I was touched by this gracious compliment, but not convinced. "You have not seen the man, sire," I said, "and I have had that advantage." "And believe him?" "In part," I answered with caution, "so far at least as to be assured that he thinks to save his skin, which he will only do if he be telling the truth. May I beg you, sire," I added hastily, seeing the direction of his glance, "not to look so fixedly at the Duke of Epernon. He grows uneasy." "Conscience makes. You know the rest." "Nay, sire, with submission," I replied. "I will answer for him, if he be not driven by fear to do something reckless." Good. I take your warranty, Duke of Sully, the king said with the easy grace which came so natural to him. But now, in this matter, what would you have me do? Double your guards, sire. For tonight, that is all. I will answer for the Bastille and the Arsenal, and holding these we hold Paris. But thereupon I found that the king had come to a decision, which I felt it to be my duty to combat with all my influence. He had conceived the idea of being the one to accompany me to the rendezvous. I am tired of the dice, he complained, and sick of tennis, at which I know everybody's strength. Madame de Verneuil is at Fontainebleau. The Queen is unwell. Ah, Sully, I would the old days were back when we had Nerac for our Paris, and knew the saddle better than the armchair. A king must think of his people, I reminded him. The fowl in the pot, to be sure. So I will, tomorrow, he replied. And in the end he would be obeyed. I took my leave of him as if for the night, and retired, leaving him at play with the Duke of Epernon. But an hour later, toward 8 o'clock, His Majesty, who had made an excuse to withdraw to his closet, met me outside the eastern gate of the Louvre. He was masked and attended only by Coquet, his master of the household. I too wore a mask and was esquired by Mignon, under whose orders were 4 Swiss, whom I had chosen because they were unable to speak French, guarding the prisoner Andrew. I bade Mignon to follow the innkeeper's directions, and we proceeded in 2 parties through the streets on the left bank of the river, past the Châtelet and Bastille, until we reached an obscure street near the water, so narrow that the decrepit wooden houses shut out well nigh all view of the sky. Here the prisoner halted and called upon me to fulfill the terms of my agreement. I bade Mignon, therefore, to keep with the Swiss at a distance of 50 paces, but to come up should I whistle or otherwise give the alarm, and myself with the king and Andrew proceeded onward in the deep shadow of the houses. I kept my hand on my pistol, which I had previously shown to the prisoner, intimating that on the first sign of treachery I should blow out his brains. However, despite precaution, I felt uncomfortable to the last degree. I blamed myself severely for allowing the king to expose himself and the country to this unnecessary danger, while the meanness of the locality, the fetid air, the darkness of the night, which was wet and tempestuous, and the uncertainty of the event lowered my spirits, and made every splash in the kennel and stumble on the reeking, slippery pavements, matters over which the king grew merry, seemed no light troubles to me. Arriving at a house which, if we might judge in the darkness, seemed to be of rather greater pretensions than its fellows, our guide stopped, and whispered to us to mount some steps to a raised wooden gallery, which intervened between the lane and the doorway. On this, besides the door, a couple of unglazed windows looked out. The shutter of one was ajar, and showed us a large bare room, lighted by a couple of rushlights. Directing us to place ourselves close to this shutter, the innkeeper knocked at the door in a peculiar fashion, and almost immediately entered, going at once into the lighted room. Peering cautiously through the window, we were surprised to find that the only person within, save the newcomer, was a young woman, who, crouching over a smoldering fire, was crooning a lullaby while she attended to a large black pot. "Good evening, mistress," said the innkeeper, advancing to the fire with a fair show of nonchalance. "Good evening, Master Andrew," the girl replied, looking up and nodding, but showing no sign of surprise at his appearance. "Martin is away, but he may return at any moment." "Is he still of the same mind?" "Quite." "And what of Sully? Is he to die, then?" he asked. "They have decided he must," the girl answered gloomily. It may be believed that I listened with all my ears, while the king by a nudge in my side seemed to rally me on the destiny so coolly arranged for me. "Martin says it is no good killing the other unless he goes too. They have been so long together. But it vexes me sadly, Master Andrew," she added with a sudden break in her voice. "Sadly, it vexes me. I could not sleep last night for thinking of it, and the risk Martin runs, and I shall sleep less when it is done." "Pooh, pooh," said that rascally innkeeper. "Think less about it. Things will grow worse and worse if they are let live. The king has done harm enough already, and he grows old besides." "That is true," said the girl, "and no doubt the sooner he is put out of the way the better. He is changed, sadly. I do not say a word for him. Let him die. It is killing Sully that troubles me, that and the risk Martin runs." At this I took the liberty of gently touching the king. He answered by an amused grimace. Then by a motion of his hand he enjoined silence. We stooped still farther forward so as to better to command the room. The girl was rocking herself to and fro in evident distress of mind. "If we killed the king," she continued, "Martin declares we should be no better off as long as Sully lives. Both or neither, he says. But I do not know. I cannot bear to think of it. It was a sad day when we brought Egerton here, Master Andrew, and one I fear we shall rue as long as we live." It was now the king's turn to be moved. He grasped my wrist so forcibly that I restrained a cry with difficulty. "Egerton," he whispered harshly in my ear. "They are Egerton's tools. Where's your guarantee now, Roni?" I confess that I trembled. I knew well that the king, particular in small courtesies, never forgot to call his servants by their correct titles, save in 2 cases, when he indicated by the seeming error, as once in Marshal Byron's affair, his intention to promote or degrade them, or when he was moved to the depths of his nature and fell into an old habit. I did not dare to reply, but listened greedily for more information. "When is it to be done?" asked the innkeeper, sinking his voice and glancing around, as if he would call especial attention to this. "That depends on Master LibriVox," the girl answered. "Tomorrow night, I understand, if Master LibriVox can have the stuff ready." I met the king's eyes. They shone fiercely in the faint light, which, issuing from the window, fell on him. Of all things he hated treachery most, and LibriVox was his first body physician, and at this very time, as I well knew, was treating him for a slight derangement which the king had brought upon himself by his imprudence. This doctor had formerly been in the employment of the Bouillon family, who had surrendered his services to the king. Neither I nor his majesty had trusted the Duke of Bouillon for the last year past, so that we were not surprised by this hint that he was privy to the design. Despite our anxiety not to miss a word, an approaching step warned us at this moment to draw back. More than once before we had done so to escape the notice of a wayfarer passing up and down, but this time I had a difficulty in inducing the king to adopt the precaution. Yet it was well that I succeeded, for the person who came stumbling along toward us did not pass, but, mounting the steps, walked by within touch of us and entered the house. "The plot thickens," muttered the king. "Who is this?" At the moment he asked, I was racking my brain to remember. I have a good eye and a fair recollection for faces, and this was one I had seen several times. The features were so familiar that I suspected the man of being a courtier in disguise, and I ran over the names of several persons whom I knew to be Bouillon's secret agents. But he was none of these, and obeying the king's gesture, I bent myself again to the task of listening. The girl looked up on the man's entrance, but did not rise. "You are late, Martin," she said. "A little," the newcomer answered. "How do you do, Master Andrew? What cheer? What, still vexing, mistress?" he added contemptuously to the girl. "You have too soft a heart for this business." She sighed, but made no answer. "You have made up your mind to it, I hear," said the innkeeper. "That is it. Needs must when the devil drives," replied the man jauntily. He had a downcast, reckless, luckless air, yet in his face I thought I still saw traces of a better spirit. "The devil in this case was Egerton," quoth Andrew. "Aye, curse him. I would I had cut his dainty throat before he crossed my threshold," cried the desperado. "But there, it is too late to say that now. What has to be done, has to be done." "How are you going about it? Poison, the mistress says?" "Yes, but if I had my way," the man growled fiercely, I would out one of these nights and cut the dogs' throats in the kennel." "You could never escape, Martin," the girl cried, rising in excitement. "It would be hopeless. It would merely be throwing away your own life." "Well, it is not to be done that way, so there is an end of it," quoth the man wearily. "Give me my supper. The devil take the king and Sully too. He will soon have them." On this, Master Andrew rose, and I took his movement toward the door for a signal for us to retire. He came out at once, shutting the door behind him as he bade the pair within a loud good night. He found us standing in the street, waiting for him, and forthwith fell on his knees in the mud and looked up at me, the perspiration standing thick on his white face. "My lord," he cried hoarsely, "I have earned my pardon." "If you go on," I said encouragingly, "as you have begun, have no fear." Without more ado, I whistled up the Swiss and bade Mignon go with them and arrest the man and woman with as little disturbance as possible. While this was being done, we waited without, keeping a sharp eye upon the informer, whose terror, I noted with suspicion, seemed to be in no degree diminished. He did not, however, try to escape, and Mignon presently came to tell us that he had executed the arrest without difficulty or resistance. The importance of arriving at the truth before Epernon and the greater conspirators should take the alarm was so vividly present to the minds of the king and myself that we did not hesitate to examine the prisoners in their house, rather than hazard the delay and observation which their removal to a more fit place must occasion. Accordingly, taking the precaution to post Coquet in the street outside, and to plant a burly Swiss in the doorway, the king and I entered. I removed my mask as I did so, being aware of the necessity of gaining the prisoner's confidence, but I begged the king to retain his. As I had expected, the man immediately recognized me and fell on his knees, a nearer view confirming the notion I had previously entertained that his features were familiar to me, though I could not remember his name. I thought this a good starting point for my examination, and, bidding Mignon withdraw, I assumed an air of mildness, and asked the fellow his name. "Martin only, please your lordship," he answered, adding, "Once I sold you 2 dogs, sir, for the chase, and to your lady a lapdog called Ninette, no longer than her hand." I remembered the knave, then, as a fashionable dog-dealer who had been much about the court in the reign of Henry III and later, and I saw at once how convenient a tool he might be made, since he could be seen in converse with people of all ranks without arousing suspicion. The man's face as he spoke expressed so much fear and surprise that I determined to try what I had often found successful in the case of greater criminals, to squeeze him for a confession while still excited by his arrest, and before he should have had time to consider what his chances of support at the hands of his confederates might be. I charged him, therefore, solemnly to tell the whole truth as he hoped for the king's mercy. He heard me, gazing at me piteously, but his only answer, to my surprise, was that he had nothing to confess. "Come, come," I replied sternly. "This will avail you nothing. If you do not speak quickly, rogue, and to the point, we shall find means to compel you. Who counselled you to attempt his Majesty's life?" On this he stared so stupidly at me, and exclaimed with so real an appearance of horror, "How? I attempt the king's life? God forbid!" that I doubted that we had before us a more dangerous rascal than I had thought, and I hastened to bring him to the point. "What, then," I cried, frowning, "of the stuff Master La Riviere is to give you to take the king's life tomorrow night? Oh, we know something, I assure you. Bethink you quickly, and find your tongue if you would have an easy death." I expected to see his self-control break down at this proof of our knowledge of his design, but he only stared at me with the same look of bewilderment. I was about to bid them bring in the informer that I might see the two front to front, when the female prisoner, who had hitherto stood beside her companion in such distress and terror as might be expected in a woman of that class, suddenly stopped her tears and lamentations. It occurred to me that she might make a better witness. I turned to her, but when I would have questioned her, she broke into a wild scream of hysterical laughter. From that I remember that I learned nothing, though it greatly annoyed me. But there was one present who did, the king. He laid his hand on my shoulder, gripping it with a force that I read as a command to be silent. "Where," he said to the man, "do you keep the king and Sully and Epernon, my friend?" "The king and Sully, with the lordship's leave," said the man quickly, with a frightened glance at me, "are in the kennels in the back of the house, but it is not safe to go near them. The king is raving mad, and the other dog is sickening. Epernon we had to kill a month back. He brought the disease here, and I have had such losses through him as have nearly ruined me, please your lordship." Get up, man," cried the king, and tearing off his mask, he stamped up and down the room, so torn by paroxysms of laughter that he choked himself when again and again he attempted to speak. I too now saw the mistake, but I could not at first see it in the same light. Commanding myself as well as I could, I ordered one of the Swiss to fetch in the innkeeper, but to admit no one else. The knave fell on his knees as soon as he saw me, his cheeks shaking like a jelly. "Mercy, mercy," was all he could say. "You have dared to play with me," I whispered. "You bade me joke," he sobbed. "You bade me." I was about to say that it would be his last joke in this world, for my anger was fully aroused, when the king intervened. "Nay," he said, laying his hand softly on my shoulder, "it has been the most glorious jest. I would have not missed it for a kingdom. I command you, Sully, to forgive him." Thereupon his majesty strictly charged the three that they should not, on peril of their lives, mention the circumstances to anyone, nor to the best of my belief did they do so, being so shrewdly scared when they recognized the king that I verily think they never afterwards so much as spoke of the affair to one another. My master further gave me on his own part his most gracious promise that he would not disclose the matter even to Madame de Verneuil or the queen, and upon these representations he induced me freely to forgive the innkeeper. So ended this conspiracy, on the diverting details of which I may seem to have dwelt longer than I should. But alas! In 21 years of power I investigated many, and this one only can I regard with satisfaction. The rest were so many warnings and predictions of the fate which, despite all my care and fidelity, was in store for the great and good master I served. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alina Smith. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Pavilion on the Links. I was a great solitary when I was young. I made it my pride to keep aloof and suffice for my own entertainment, and I may say that I had neither friends nor acquaintances until I met that friend who became my wife and the mother of my children. With one man only was I on private terms. This was R. Northmore, Esquire, of Graydon Easter in Scotland. We had met at college, and though there was not much liking between us, nor even much intimacy, we were so nearly of a humour that we could associate with ease to both. Misanthropes we believed ourselves to be, but I have thought since that we were only sulky fellows. It was scarcely a companionship, but a coexistence of unsociability. Northmore's exceptional violence of temper made it no easy affair for him to keep the peace with anyone but me, and as he respected my silent ways, and I let him come and go as I pleased, I could tolerate his presence without concern. I think we called each other friends. When Northmore took his degree and I decided to leave the university without one, he invited me on a long visit to Graydon Easter. It was thus that I first became acquainted with the scene of my adventures. The mansion house of Graydon stood in a bleak stretch of country, some 3 miles from the shore of the German Ocean. It was as large as a barrack, and as it had been built of a soft stone, liable to consume in the eager air of the seaside. It was damp and draughty within and half ruinous without. It was impossible for two young men to lodge with comfort in such a dwelling. But there stood in the northern part of the estate, in a wilderness of links and blowing sandhills, and between a plantation and the sea, a small pavilion or belvedere of modern design, which was exactly suited to our wants. And in this hermitage, speaking little, reading much, and rarely associating except at meals, Northmour and I spent 4 tempestuous winter months. I might have stayed longer, but one March night there sprung up between us a dispute which rendered my departure necessary. Northmour spoke hotly, I remember, and I suppose I must have made some tart rejoinder. He leaped from his chair and grappled me. I had to fight, without exaggeration, for my life. And it was only with a great effort that I mastered him, for he was near as strong in body as myself, and seemed filled with the devil. The next morning we met on our usual terms, but I judged it more delicate to withdraw, nor did he attempt to dissuade me. It was 9 years before I revisited the neighborhood. I traveled at that time with a tilt cart, a tent, and a cooking stove, tramping all day beside the wagon, and at night, whenever it was possible, gypsying in a cove of the hills or by the side of a wood. I believe I visited in this manner most of the wild and desolate regions, both in England and Scotland. And as I had neither friends nor relations, I was troubled with no correspondence, and I had nothing in the nature of headquarters, unless it was the office of my solicitors, from whom I drew my income twice a year. It was a life in which I delighted, and I fully thought to have grown old upon the march, and at last died in a ditch. It was my whole business to find desolate corners where I could camp without the fear of interruption, and hence, being in another part of the same shire, I bethought me suddenly of the Pavilion on the links. No thoroughfare passed within 3 miles of it. The nearest town, and that was but a fisher village, was at a distance of 6 or 7. For 10 miles of length, and from a depth varying from 3 miles to half a mile, this belt of barren country lay along the sea. The beach, which was the natural approach, was full of quicksands. Indeed, I may say there is hardly a better place of concealment in the United Kingdom. I determined to pass a week in the seawood of Graden Easter, and making a long stage, reached it about sundown on a wild September day. The country, I have said, was mixed sandhill and links. Links being a Scottish name for sand which has ceased drifting and become more or less solidly covered with turf. The pavilion stood on an even space. A little behind it the wood began in a hedge of elders huddled together by the wind. In front a few tumbled sandhills stood between it and the sea. An outcropping of rock had formed a bastion for the sand, so that there was here a promontory in the coastline between 2 shallow bays. And just beyond the tides, the rock again cropped out and formed an islet of small dimensions but strikingly designed. The quicksands were of great extent at low water, and had an infamous reputation in the country. Close inshore, between the islet and the promontory, it was said they would swallow a man in 4 minutes and a half. But there may have been little ground for that precision. The district was alive with rabbits and haunted by gulls, which made a continual piping about the pavilion. On summer days the outlook was bright and even gladsome. But at sundown in September, with a high wind and a heavy surf rolling in close along the links, the place told of nothing but dead mariners and sea disaster. A ship beating to windward on the horizon, and a huge truncheon of wreck half buried in the sands at my feet, completed the innuendo of the scene. The pavilion, it had been built by the last proprietor, Northmour's uncle, a silly and prodigal virtuoso, presented little signs of age. It was 2 stories in height, Italian in design, surrounded by a patch of garden in which nothing had prospered but a few coarse flowers, and looked with its shuttered windows not like a house that had been deserted, but like one that had never been tenanted by man. Northmour was plainly from home, whether as usual sulking in the cabin of his yacht, or in one of his fitful and extravagant appearances in the world of society, I had of course no means of guessing. The place had an air of solitude that daunted even a solitary like me. The wind cried in the chimneys with a strange and wailing note, and it was with a sense of escape, as if I were going indoors, that I turned away and, driving my cart before me, entered the skirts of the wood. The sea wood of Graydon had been planted to shelter the cultivated fields behind and check the encroachments of the blowing sand. As you advanced into it from coastward, elders were succeeded by other hardy shrubs, but the timber was all stunted and bushy. It led a life of conflict. The trees were accustomed to swing there all night long in fierce winter tempests, and even in early spring the leaves were already flying, and autumn was beginning in this exposed plantation. Inland the ground rose into a little hill, which along with the islet served as a sailing mark for seamen. When the hill was open of the islet to the north, vessels must bear well to the eastward to clear Graydon Ness and the Graydon Bullers. In the lower ground a streamlet ran among the trees, and being dammed with dead leaves and clay of its own carrying, spread out every here and there, and lay in stagnant pools. One or two ruined cottages were dotted about the wood, and according to Northmour, these were ecclesiastical foundations, and in their time had sheltered pious hermits. I found a den, or small hollow, where there was a spring of pure water, and there, clearing away the brambles, I pitched the tent and made a fire to cook my supper. My horse I picketed farther in the wood, where there was a patch of sward. The banks of the den not only concealed the light of my fire, but sheltered me from the wind, which was cold as well as high. The life I was leading made me both hardy and frugal. I never drank but water, and rarely eat anything more costly than oatmeal. And I required so little sleep that although I rose with the peep of day, I would often lie long awake in the dark or starry watches of the night. Thus, in Graydon Seawood, although I fell thankfully asleep by 8 in the evening, I was awake again before 11 with a full possession of my faculties and no sense of drowsiness or fatigue. I rose and sat by the fire, watching the trees and clouds tumultuously tossing and fleeing overhead, and hearkening to the wind and the rollers along the shore, till at length, growing weary of inaction, I quitted the den and strolled toward the borders of the wood. A young moon, buried in mist, gave a faint illumination to my steps, and the light grew brighter as I walked forth into the links. At the same moment, the wind, smelling salt of the open ocean and carrying particles of sand, struck me with its full force, so that I had to bow my head. When I raised it again to look about me, I was aware of a light in the pavilion. It was not stationary, but passed from one window to another, as though someone were reviewing the different apartments with a lamp or candle. I watched it for some seconds in great surprise. When I had arrived in the afternoon, the house had been plainly deserted. Now it was plainly occupied. It was my first idea that a gang of thieves might have broken in and be now ransacking Northmour's cupboards, which were many and not ill supplied. But what should bring thieves to Graydon Easter? And again, all the shutters had been thrown open, and it would have been more in the character of such gentry to close them. I dismissed the notion and fell back upon another. Northmour himself must have arrived, and was now airing and inspecting the pavilion. I have said that there was no real affection between this man and me, but had I loved him like a brother, I was then so much more in love with solitude that I should none the less have shunned his company. As it was, I turned and ran for it, and it was with genuine satisfaction that I found myself safely back beside the fire. I had escaped an acquaintance. I should have one more night in comfort. In the morning I might either slip away before Northmour was abroad, or pay him as short a visit as I chose. But when morning came, I thought the situation so diverting that I forgot my shyness. Northmour was at my mercy. I arranged a good practical jest. though I knew well that my neighbour was not the man to jest with insecurity, and chuckling beforehand over its success, took my place among the elders at the edge of the wood, whence I could command the door of the pavilion. The shutters were all once more closed, which I remember thinking odd, and the house, with its white walls and green Venetians, looked spruce and habitable in the morning light. Hour after hour passed, and still no sign of Northmour. I knew him for a sluggard in the morning, but as it drew on toward noon, I lost my patience. To say the truth, I had promised myself to break my fast in the pavilion, and hunger began to prick me sharply. It was a pity to let the opportunity go by without some cause for mirth. But the grosser appetite prevailed, and I relinquished my jest with regret, and sallied from the wood. The appearance of the house affected me as I drew near with disquietude. It seemed unchanged since last evening, and I had expected it, I scarce knew why, to wear some external signs of habitation. But no, the windows were all closely shuttered, the chimneys breathed no smoke, and the front door itself was closely padlocked. Northmour, therefore, had entered by the back. This was the natural and indeed the necessary conclusion, and you may judge of my surprise when, on turning the house, I found the back door similarly secured. My mind at once reverted to the original theory of thieves, and I blamed myself sharply for my last night's inaction. I examined all the windows on the lower story, but none of them had been tampered with. I tried the padlocks, but they were both secure. It thus became a problem how the thieves, if thieves they were, had managed to enter the house. They must have got, I reasoned, upon the roof of the outhouse where Northmour used to keep his photographic battery, and from thence, either by the window of the study or that of my old bedroom, completed their burglarious entry. I followed what I supposed was their example, and getting on the roof, tried the shutters of each room. Both were secure, but I was not to be beaten, and with a little force one of them flew open, grazing, as it did so, the back of my hand. I remember I put the wound to my mouth and stood for perhaps half a minute licking it like a dog, and mechanically gazing behind me over the waste links and the sea. And in that space of time my eye made note of a large schooner yacht some miles to the northeast. Then I threw up the window and climbed in. I went over the house, and nothing can express my mystification. There was no sign of disorder, but on the contrary, the rooms were unusually clean and pleasant. I found fires laid, ready for lighting, 3 bedrooms prepared with a luxury quite foreign to Northmour's habits, and with water in the ewers and the beds turned down, a table set for 3 in the dining room, and an ample supply of cold meats, game, and vegetables on the pantry shelves. There were guests expected, that was plain. But why guests when Northmour hated society? And above all, why was the house thus stealthily prepared at dead of night? And why were the shutters closed and the doors padlocked? I effaced all traces of my visit, and came forth from the window feeling sobered and concerned. The schooner yacht was still in the same place, and it flashed for a moment through my mind that this might be the Red Earl, bringing the owner of the pavilion and his guests. But the vessel's head was set the other way. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alina Smith. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Pavilion on the Links, Part 2. I returned to the den to cook myself a meal, of which I stood in great need, as well as to care for my horse, whom I had somewhat neglected in the morning. From time to time I went down to the edge of the wood, but there was no change in the pavilion, and not a human creature was seen all day upon the links. The schooner in the offing was the one touch of life within my range of vision, She, apparently with no set object, stood off and on or lay to, hour after hour, but as the evening deepened, she drew steadily nearer. I became more convinced that she carried Northmour and his friends, and that they would probably come ashore after dark, not only because that was of a piece with the secrecy of the preparations, but because the tide would not have flowed sufficiently before 11 to cover Graden Floe and the other sea quags that fortified the shore against invaders. All day the wind had been going down, and the sea along with it, but there was a return toward sunset of the heavy weather of the day before. The night set in pitch dark. The wind came off the sea in squalls like the firing of a battery of cannon. Now and then there was a flaw of rain, and the surf rolled heavier with the rising tide. I was down at my observatory among the elders when a light was run up to the masthead of the schooner and showed she was closer in than when I had last seen her by the dying daylight. I concluded that this must be a signal to Northmour's associates on shore, and stepping forth into the links, looked around me for something in response. A small footpath ran along the margin of the wood, and formed the most direct communication between the pavilion and the mansion house. And as I cast my eyes to that side, I saw a spark of light, not a quarter of a mile away, and rapidly approaching. From its uneven course it appeared to be the light of a lantern carried by a person who followed the windings of the path, and was often staggered and taken aback by the more violent squalls. I concealed myself once more among the elders, and waited eagerly for the newcomer's advance. It proved to be a woman, and as she passed within half a rod of my ambush, I was able to recognize the features. The deaf and silent old dame who had nursed Northmour in his childhood was the associate in this underhand affair. I followed her at a little distance, taking advantage of the innumerable heights and hollows concealed by the darkness, and favored not only by the nurse's deafness, but by the uproar of the wind and surf. She entered the pavilion, and going at once to the upper story, opened and set a light in one of the windows that looked toward the sea. Immediately afterwards, the light of the schooner's masthead was run down and extinguished. Its purpose had been attained, and those on board were sure that they were expected. The old woman resumed her preparations. Although the other shutters remained closed, I could see a glimmer going to and fro about the house, and a gush of sparks from one chimney after another soon told me that the fires were being kindled. Northmour and his guests, I was now persuaded, would come ashore as soon as there was water on the floe. It was a wild night for boat service, and I felt some alarm mingled with my curiosity as I reflected on the danger of the landing. My old acquaintance, it was true, was the most eccentric of men, but the present eccentricity was both disquieting and lugubrious to consider. A variety of feelings thus led me toward the beach, where I lay flat on my face in a hollow within 6 feet of the track that led to the pavilion. Thence I should have the satisfaction of recognizing the arrivals, and if they should prove to be acquaintances, greeting them as soon as they landed. Some time before 11, while the tide was still dangerously low, a boat's lantern appeared close in shore, and my attention being thus awakened, I could perceive another still far to seaward, violently tossed and sometimes hidden by the billows. The weather, which was getting dirtier as the night went on, and the perilous situation of the yacht upon a lee shore, had probably driven them to attempt a landing at the earliest possible moment. A little afterwards, 4 yachtsmen, carrying a very heavy chest, and guided by a 5th with a lantern, passed close in front of me as I lay, and were admitted to the pavilion by the nurse. They returned to the beach, and passed me a 3rd time with another chest, larger but apparently not so heavy as the first. A 3rd time they made the transit, and on this occasion one of the yachtsmen carried a leather portmanteau, and the others a lady's trunk and carriage bag. My curiosity was sharply excited. If a woman were among the guests of Northmour, it would show a change in his habits, and an apostasy from his pet theories of life, well calculated to fill me with surprise. When he and I dwelt there together, the pavilion had been a temple of misogyny, and now, one of the detested sex was to be installed under its roof. I remembered one or two particulars, a few notes of daintiness and almost of coquetry, which had struck me the day before as I surveyed the preparations in the house. Their purpose was now clear, and I thought myself dull not to have perceived it from the first. While I was thus reflecting, a second lantern drew near me from the beach. It was carried by a yachtsman whom I had not yet seen, and who was conducting 2 other persons to the pavilion. These 2 persons were unquestionably the guests for whom the house was made ready, and straining eye and ear, I set myself to watch them as they passed. One was an unusually tall man, in a travelling hat slouched over his eyes, and a Highland cape closely buttoned and turned up so as to conceal his face. You could make out no more of him than that he was, as I've said, unusually tall, and walked feebly with a heavy stoop. By his side, and either clinging to him or giving him support, I could not make out which, was a young, tall, and slender figure of a woman. She was extremely pale, but in the light of the lantern her face was so marred by strong and changing shadows that she might equally well have been as ugly as sin or as beautiful as I afterwards found her to be. When they were just abreast of me, the girl made some remark which was drowned by the noise of the wind. "Hush!" said her companion, and there was something in the tone with which the word was uttered that thrilled, or rather shook, my spirits. It seemed to breathe from a bosom labouring under the deadliest terror. I have never heard another syllable so expressive, and I still hear it again when I am feverish at night, and my mind runs upon old times. The man turned toward the girl as he spoke. I had a glimpse of much red beard and a nose which seemed to have been broken in youth, and his light eyes seemed shining in his face with some strong and unpleasant emotion. But these 2 passed on and were admitted in their turn to the pavilion. One by one, or in groups, the seamen returned to the beach. The wind brought me the sound of a rough voice crying, "Shove off!" Then, after a pause, another lantern drew near. It was Northmour alone. My wife and I, a man and a woman, have often agreed to wonder how a person could be, at the same time, so handsome and so repulsive as Northmour. He had the appearance of a finished gentleman. His face bore every mark of intelligence and courage, but you had only to look at him, even in his most amiable moment, to see that he had the temper of a slaver captain. I never knew a character that was both explosive and revengeful to the same degree. He combined the vivacity of the South with the sustained and deadly hatreds of the North, and both traits were plainly written on his face, which was a sort of danger signal. In person he was tall, strong, and active, his hair and complexion very dark, his features handsomely designed, but spoiled by a menacing expression. At that moment he was somewhat paler than by nature. He wore a heavy frown, and his lips worked, and he looked sharply round him as he walked, like a man besieged with apprehensions. And yet I thought he had a look of triumph underlying all, as though he had already done much and was near the end of an achievement. Partly from a scruple of delicacy, which I dare say came too late, partly from the pleasure of startling an acquaintance, I desired to make my presence known to him without delay. I got suddenly to my feet and stepped forward. "Northmour," said I. I have never had so shocking a surprise in all my days. He leaped on me without a word. Something shone in his hand, and he struck for my heart with a dagger. At the same moment I knocked him head over heels. Whether it was my quickness or his own uncertainty, I know not. But the blade only grazed my shoulder, while the hilt and his fist struck me violently on the mouth. I fled, but not far. I had often and often observed the capabilities of the sandhills for protracted ambush or stealthy advances and retreats, and not 10 yards from the scene of the scuffle, plumped down again upon the grass. The lantern had fallen and gone out, but what was my astonishment to see Northmour slip at a bound into the pavilion, and hear him bar the door behind him with a clang of iron. He had not pursued me. He had run away. Northmour, whom I knew for the most implacable and daring of men, had run away. I could scarce believe my reason, and yet in this strange business, where all was incredible, there was nothing to make a work about in an incredibility more or less. For why was the pavilion secretly prepared? Why had Northmour landed with his guests at dead of night, in half a gale of wind, and with the floe scarce covered? Why had he sought to kill me? Had he not recognized my voice? I wondered. And above all, how had he come to have a dagger ready in his hand? A dagger, or even a sharp knife, seemed out of keeping with the age in which we lived. And a gentleman landing from his yacht on the shore of his own estate, even although it was at night and with some mysterious circumstances, does not usually, as a matter of fact, walk thus prepared for a deadly onslaught. The more I reflected, the further I felt at sea. I recapitulated the elements of mystery, counting them on my fingers. The pavilion secretly prepared for guests. The guests landed at the risk of their lives and to the imminent peril of the yacht. The guests, or at least one of them, in undisguised and seemingly causeless terror. Northmour with a naked weapon. Northmour stabbing his most intimate acquaintance at a word. Last, and not least strange, Northmour fleeing from the man whom he had sought to murder, and barricading himself like a hunted creature behind the door of the pavilion. Here were at least 6 separate causes for extreme surprise, each part and parcel with the others, and forming altogether one consistent story. I felt almost ashamed to believe my own senses. As I thus stood, transfixed with wonder, I began to grow painfully conscious of the injuries I had received in the scuffle, skulked round among the sandhills, and, by a devious path, regained the shelter of the wood. On the way, the old nurse passed again within several yards of me, still carrying her lantern on the return journey to the mansion house of Graydon. This made a 7th suspicious feature in the case. Northmour and his guests, it appeared, were to cook and do the cleaning for themselves, while the old woman continued to inhabit the big, empty barrack among the policies. There must surely be great cause for secrecy when so many inconveniences were confronted to preserve it. So thinking, I made my way to the den. For greater security, I trod out the embers of the fire and lighted my lantern to examine the wound upon my shoulder. It was a trifling hurt, although it bled somewhat freely, and I dressed it as well as I could, for its position made it difficult to reach, with some rag and cold water from the spring. While I was thus busied, I mentally declared war against Northmour and his mystery. I am not an angry man by nature, and I believe there was more curiosity than resentment in my heart. But war I certainly declared, and by way of preparation I got out my revolver, and having drawn the charges, cleaned and reloaded it with scrupulous care. Next, I became preoccupied about my horse. It might break loose, or fall to neighing, and so betray my camp in the sea-wood. I determined to rid myself of its neighborhood, and long before dawn I was leading it over the links in the direction of the fisher village. End of Part 2.
Section 16 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Pavilion on the Links, Part 3, by Robert Louis Stevenson. For 2 days I skulked around the pavilion, profiting by the uneven surface of the links. I became an adept in the necessary tactics. These low hillocks and shallow dells, running one into another, became a kind of cloak of darkness for my enthralling, but perhaps dishonorable, pursuit. Yet in spite of this advantage, I could learn but little of Northmour or his guests. Fresh provisions were brought under cover of darkness by the old woman from the mansion house. Northmour and the young lady, sometimes together but more often singly, would walk for an hour or two at a time on the beach beside the quicksand. I could not but conclude that this promenade was chosen with an eye to secrecy, for the spot was open only to seaward, but it suited me not less excellently. The highest and most accidented of the sand hills immediately adjoined, and from these, lying flat in a hollow, I could overlook Northmour or the young lady as they walked. The tall man seemed to have disappeared. Not only did he never cross the threshold, but he never so much as showed face at a window, or at least not so far as I could see, for I dared not creep forward beyond a certain distance in the day, since the upper floors commanded the bottoms of the links, and at night, when I could venture further, the lower windows were barricaded as if to stand a siege. Sometimes I thought the tall man must be confined to bed, for I remembered the feebleness of his gait, and sometimes I thought he must have gone clear away, and that Northmour and the young lady remained alone together in the pavilion. The idea even then displeased me. Whether or not this pair were man and wife, I had seen abundant reason to doubt the friendliness of their relation. Although I could hear nothing of what they said, and rarely so much as glean a decided expression on the face of either, there was a distance, almost a stiffness, in their bearing, which showed them to be either unfamiliar or at enmity. The girl walked faster when she was with Northmour than when she was alone, and I conceived that any inclination between a man and a woman would rather delay than accelerate the step. Moreover, she kept a good yard free of him, and trailed her umbrella as if it were a barrier on the side between them. Northmour kept sidling closer, and as the girl retired from his advance, their course lay at a sort of diagonal across the beach, and would have landed them in the surf had it been long enough continued. But when this was imminent, the girl would unostentatiously change sides and put Northmour between her and the sea. I watched these maneuvers, for my part, with high enjoyment and approval, and chuckled to myself at every move. On the morning of the third day she walked alone for some time, and I perceived, to my great concern, that she was more than once in tears. You will see that my heart was already interested more than I supposed. She had a firm yet airy motion of the body, and carried her head with unimaginable grace. Every step was a thing to look at, and she seemed in my eyes to breathe sweetness and distinction. The day was so agreeable, being calm and sunshiny, with a tranquil sea and yet with a healthful piquancy and vigor in the air, that, contrary to custom, she was tempted forth a second time to walk. On this occasion she was accompanied by Northmour, and they had been but a short while on the beach when I saw him take forcible possession of her hand. She struggled, and uttered a cry that was almost a scream. I sprung to my feet, unmindful of my strange position, but, ere I had taken a step, I saw Northmour bareheaded and bowing very low, as if to apologize, and dropped again at once into my ambush. A few words were interchanged, and then, with another bow, he left the beach to return to the pavilion. He passed not far from me, and I could see him, flushed and lowering, and cutting savagely with his cane among the grass. It was not without satisfaction that I recognized my own handiwork in a great cut under his right eye, and a considerable discoloration round the socket. For some time the girl remained where he had left her, looking out past the islet and over the bright sea. Then with a start, as one who throws off preoccupation and puts energy again upon its mettle, she broke into a rapid and decisive walk. She also was much incensed by what had passed. She had forgotten where she was, and I beheld her walk straight into the borders of the quicksand, where it is most abrupt and dangerous. 2 or 3 steps farther and her life would have been in serious jeopardy, when I slid down the face of the sandhill, which is there precipitous, and, running halfway forward, called to her to stop. She did so, and turned round. There was not a tremor of fear in her behavior, and she marched directly up to me like a queen. I was barefoot, and clad like a common sailor, save for an Egyptian scarf round my waist, and she probably took me at first for someone from the fisher village, straying after bait. As for her, when I thus saw her face to face, her eyes set steadily and imperiously upon mine, I was filled with admiration and astonishment, and thought her even more beautiful than I had looked to find her. Nor could I think of one who, acting with so much boldness, yet preserved a maidenly air that was both quaint and engaging. For my wife kept an old-fashioned precision of manner through all her admirable life. An excellent thing in woman, since it sets another value on her sweet familiarities. "What does this mean?" she asked. "You are walking," I told her, "directly into Graden Flow." "You do not belong to these parts," she said again. "You speak like an educated man." "I believe I have a right to that name," said I, although in this disguise. But her woman's eye had already detected the sash. "Oh," she said, "your sash betrays you." "You have said the word betray," I resumed. "May I ask you not to betray me? I was obliged to disclose myself in your interest, but if Northmour learned my presence, it might be worse than disagreeable for me." "Do you know," she asked, "to whom you are speaking?" "Not to Mr. Northmour's wife?" I asked, by way of answer. She shook her head. All this while she was studying my face with an embarrassing intentness. Then she broke out. "You have an honest face. Be honest like your face, sir, and tell me what you want and what you are afraid of. Do you think I could hurt you? I believe you have far more power to injure me. And yet you do not look unkind. What do you mean, you, a gentleman, by skulking like a spy about this desolate place? Tell me," she said, "who is it you hate?" "I hate no one," I answered, "and I fear no one face to face. My name is Cassilis, Frank Cassilis. I lead the life of a vagabond for my own good pleasure. I am one of Northmour's oldest friends, and 3 nights ago, when I addressed him on these links, he stabbed me in the shoulder with a knife." "It was you," she said. "Why he did so," I continued, disregarding the interruption, "is more than I can guess, and more than I care to know. I have not many friends, nor am I very susceptible to friendship, but no man shall drive me from a place by terror. I had camped in the Graden Sea Wood ere he came. I camp in it still. If you think I mean harm to you or yours, madame, the remedy is in your hand. Tell him that my camp is in the hemlock den, and tonight he can stab me in safety while I sleep." With this I doffed my cap to her, and scrambled up once more among the sand hills. I do not know why, but I felt a prodigious sense of injustice, and felt like a hero and a martyr, while as a matter of fact, I had not a word to say in my defense, nor so much as one plausible reason to offer for my conduct. I had stayed at Graden out of a curiosity natural enough, but undignified, and though there was another motive growing in along with the first, it was not one which, at that period, I could have properly examined to the lady of my heart. Certainly that night I thought of no one else, and, though her whole conduct and position seemed suspicious, I could not find it in my heart to entertain a doubt of her integrity. I could have staked my life that she was clear of blame, and, though all was dark at the present, that the explanation of the mystery would show her part in these events to be both right and needful. It was true, let me cudgel my imagination as I pleased, that I could invent no theory of her relations to Northmour. But I felt none the less sure of my conclusion because it was founded on instinct in place of reason, and, as I may say, went to sleep that night with the thought of her under my pillow. Next day she came out about the same hour alone, and, as soon as the sand hills concealed her from the pavilion, drew nearer to the edge, and called me by name in guarded tones. I was astonished to observe that she was deadly pale, and seemingly under the influence of strong emotion. "Mr. Cassilis," she cried, "Mr. Cassilis!" I appeared at once, and leaped down upon the beach. A remarkable air of relief overspread her countenance as soon as she saw me. "Oh," she cried, with a hoarse sound, like one whose bosom had been lightened of a weight. And then, "Thank God you are still safe," she added. "I knew if you were, you would be here." Was this not strange? So swiftly and wisely does nature prepare our hearts for these great lifelong intimacies, that both my wife and I had been given a presentiment on this, the second day of our acquaintance. I had even then hoped that she would seek me. She had felt sure that she would find me. "Do not," she went on swiftly, "do not stay in this place. Promise me that you sleep no longer in that wood. You do not know how I suffer. All last night I could not sleep for thinking of your peril." "Peril?" I repeated. "Peril from whom? From Northmour?" "Not so," she said. "Did you think I would tell him after what you said?" "Not from Northmour," I repeated. "Then how? From whom? I see none to be afraid of." "You must not ask me," was her reply, "for I am not free to tell you. Only believe me and go hence. Believe me and go away quickly, quickly, for your life." An appeal to his alarm is never a good plan to rid oneself of a spirited young man. My obstinacy was but increased by what she said, and I made it a point of honor to remain, and her solicitude for my safety still more confirmed me in the resolve. "You must not think me inquisitive, madam," I replied, "but if Graydon is so dangerous a place, you yourself perhaps remain here at some risk." She only looked at me reproachfully. "You and your father," I resumed, but she interrupted me almost with a gasp. "My father? How do you know that?" she cried. "I saw you together when you landed," was my answer, and I do not know why, but it seemed satisfactory to both of us, as indeed it was truth. "But," I continued, "you need have no fear from me. I see you have some reason to be secret, and, you may believe me, your secret is as safe with me as if I were in Graydon Flow. I have scarce spoken to anyone for years. My horse is my only companion, and even he, poor beast, is not beside me. You see, then, you may count on me for silence. So tell me the truth, my dear young lady. Are you not in danger?" "Mr. Northmour says you are an honorable man," she returned, "and I believe it when I see you. I will tell you so much. You are right. We are in dreadful, dreadful danger, and you share it by remaining where you are." "Ah," said I, "you have heard of me from Northmour, and he gives me a good character?" "I asked him about you last night," was her reply. "I pretended," she hesitated, "I pretended to have met you long ago, and spoken to you of him. It was not true, but I could not help myself without betraying you, and you had put me in a difficulty. He praised you highly." "And, you may permit me one question. Does this danger come from Northmour?" I asked. "From Mr. Northmour?" she cried. "Oh no, he stays with us to share it." "Well, you propose that I should run away," I said. "You do not rate me very high." "Why should you stay?" she asked. "You are no friend of ours." I know not what came over me, for I had not been conscious of a similar weakness since I was a child, but I was so mortified by this retort that my eyes pricked and filled with tears, as I continued to gaze upon her face. "No, no," she said in a changed voice. "I did not mean the words unkindly." "It was I who offended," I said, and I held out my hand with a look of appeal that somehow touched her, for she gave me hers at once, and even eagerly. I held it for a while in mine, and gazed into her eyes. It was she who first tore her hand away, and, forgetting all about her request and the promise she had sought to extort, ran at the top of her speed, and without turning, till she was out of sight. And then I knew that I loved her, and thought in my glad heart that she herself, was not indifferent to my suit. Many a time she has denied it in after days, but it was with a smiling and not a serious denial. For my part, I am sure our hands would not have lain so closely in each other if she had not begun to melt to me already. And, when all is said, it is no great contention, since, by her own avowal, she began to love me on the morrow. And yet on the morrow very little took place. She came and called me down as on the day before, upbraided me for lingering at Graydon, and, when she found I was still obdurate, began to ask me more particularly as to my arrival. I told her by what series of accidents I had come to witness their disembarkation, and how I had determined to remain, partly from the interest which had been awakened in me by Northmour's guests, and partly because of his own murderous attack. As to the former, I fear I was disingenuous, and led her to regard herself as having been an attraction to me from the first moment that I saw her on the links. It relieves my heart to make this confession even now, when my wife is with God and already knows all things, and the honesty of my purpose even in this. For while she lived, although it often pricked my conscience, I had never the hardihood to undeceive her. Even a little secret, in such a married life as ours, is like the rose leaf which kept the princess from her sleep. From this the talk branched into other subjects, and I told her much about my lonely and wandering existence, she, for her part, giving ear and saying little. Although we spoke very naturally, and latterly on topics that might seem indifferent, we were both sweetly agitated. Too soon it was time for her to go, and we separated as if by mutual consent, without shaking hands, for both knew that, between us, it was no idle ceremony. The next, and that was the 4th day of our acquaintance, we met in the same spot, but early in the morning, with much familiarity and yet much timidity on either side, while she had once more spoken about my danger, and that, I understood, was her excuse for coming. I, who had prepared a great deal of talk during the night, began to tell her how highly I valued her kind interest, and how no one had ever cared to hear about my life, nor had I ever cared to relate it before yesterday. Suddenly she interrupted me, saying with vehemence, "And yet, if you knew who I was, you would not so much as speak to me." I told her such a thought was madness, and, little as we had met, I counted her already a dear friend, but my protestations seemed only to make her more desperate. "My father is in hiding," she cried. "My dear," I said, forgetting for the first time to add young lady, "what do I care? If I were in hiding 20 times over, would it make one thought of change in you?" "Ah, but the cause," she cried, "the cause. It is," she faltered for a second, "it is disgraceful to us." End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Lock and Key Library, the Modern English Volume, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Pavilion on the Links, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Part 4. This was my wife's story, as I drew it from her among tears and sobs. Her name was Clara Huddlestone. It sounded very beautiful in my ears, but not so beautiful as that other name of Clara Cassilis, which she wore during the longer, and, I thank God, the happier portion of her life. Her father, Bernard Huddlestone, had been a private banker in a very large way of business. Many years before, his affairs becoming disordered, he had been led to try dangerous and at last criminal expedients to retrieve himself from ruin. All was in vain. He became more and more cruelly involved, and found his honor lost at the same moment with his fortune. About this period, Northmour had been courting his daughter with great assiduity, though with small encouragement. And to him, knowing him thus disposed in his favor, Bernard Huddlestone turned for help in his extremity. It was not merely ruin and dishonor, nor merely a legal condemnation, that the unhappy man had brought upon his head. It seems he could have gone to prison with a light heart. What he feared, what kept him awake at night, or recalled him from slumber into frenzy, was some secret, sudden, and unlawful attempt upon his life. Hence he desired to bury his existence and escape to one of the islands in the South Pacific, and it was in Northmour's yacht, the Red Earl, that he designed to go. The yacht picked them up clandestinely upon the coast of Wales, and had once more deposited them at Graden, till she could be refitted and provisioned for the longer voyage. Nor could Clara doubt that her hand had been stipulated as the price of passage. For although Northmour was neither unkind nor even discourteous, he had shown himself in several instances somewhat overbold in speech and manner. I listened, I need not say, with fixed attention, and put many questions as to the more mysterious part. It was in vain. She had no clear idea of what the blow was, nor of how it was expected to fall. Her father's alarm was unfeigned and physically prostrating, and he had thought more than once of making an unconditional surrender to the police. But the scheme was finally abandoned, for he was convinced that not even the strength of our English prisons could shelter him from his pursuers. He had had many affairs in Italy, and with Italians resident in London in the latter years of his business, and these last, as Clara fancied, were somehow connected with the doom that threatened him. He had shown great terror at the presence of an Italian seaman on board the Red Earl, and had bitterly and repeatedly accused Northmour in consequence. The latter had protested that Beppo, that was the seaman's name, was a capital fellow, and could be trusted to the death. But Mr. Huddlestone had continued ever since to declare that all was lost, that it was only a question of days, and that Beppo would be the ruin of him yet. I regarded the whole story as the hallucination of a mind shaken by calamity. He had suffered heavy loss by his Italian transactions, and hence the sight of an Italian was hateful to him, and the principal part in his nightmare would naturally enough be played by one of that nation. "What your father wants," I said, "is a good doctor and some calming medicine." "But Mr. Northmour," objected Clara, "he is untroubled by losses, and yet he shares in this terror." I could not help laughing at what I considered her simplicity. "My dear," said I, "you have told me yourself what reward he has to look for. All is fair in love, you must remember, and if Northmour foments your father's terrors, it is not at all because he is afraid of any Italian man, but simply because he is infatuated with a charming English woman." She reminded me of his attack upon myself on the night of the disembarkation, and this I was unable to explain. In short, and from one thing to another, it was agreed between us that I should set out at once for the fisher village, Graden Wester as it was called, look up all the newspapers I could find, and see for myself if there seemed any basis of fact for these continued alarms. The next morning, at the same hour and place, I was to make my report to Clara. She said no more on that occasion about my departure, nor indeed did she make it a secret that she clung to the thought of my proximity as something helpful and pleasant, and for my part I could not have left her if she had gone upon her knees to ask it. I reached Graden Wester before 10 in the forenoon, for in those days I was an excellent pedestrian, and the distance, as I think I have said, was little over 7 miles. Fine walking all the way upon the springy turf. The village is one of the bleakest on that coast, which is saying much. There is a church in the hollow, a miserable haven in the rocks, where many boats have been lost as they returned from fishing. 2 or 3 score of stone houses arranged along the beach and in 2 streets, one leading from the harbor and another striking out from it at right angles, and at the corner of these 2 a very dark and cheerless tavern by way of principal hotel. I had dressed myself somewhat more suitably to my station in life, and at once called upon the minister in his little manse beside the graveyard. He knew me, although it was more than 9 years since we had met, and when I told him that I had been long upon a walking tour and was behind with the news, readily lent me an armful of newspapers dating from a month back to the day before. With these I sought the tavern, and ordering some breakfast, sat down to study the Huddlestone failure. It had been, it appeared, a very flagrant case. Thousands of persons were reduced to poverty, and one in particular had blown out his brains as soon as payment was suspended. It was strange to myself that, while I read these details, I continued rather to sympathize with Mr. Huddlestone than with his victims. So complete already was the empire of my love for his wife. A price was naturally set upon the banker's head, and as the case was inexcusable and the public indignation thoroughly aroused, the unusual figure of £750 was offered for his capture. He was reported to have large sums of money in his possession. One day he had been heard of in Spain. The next, there was sure intelligence that he was still lurking between Manchester and Liverpool, or along the border of Wales. And the day after, a telegram would announce his arrival in Cuba or Yucatan. But in all this there was no word of an Italian, nor any sign of mystery. In the very last paper, however, there was one item not so clear. The accountants who were charged to verify the failure had, it seemed, come upon the traces of a very large number of thousands, which figured for some time in the transactions of the house of Huddlestone, but which came from nowhere and disappeared in the same mysterious fashion. It was only once referred to by name, and then under the initials XX. But it had plainly been floated for the first time into the business at a period of great depression some 6 years ago. The name of a distinguished royal personage had been mentioned by rumor in connection with this sum. The cowardly desperado, such I remember was the editorial expression, was supposed to have escaped with a large part of this mysterious fund still in his possession. I was still brooding over the fact, and trying to torture it into some connection with Mr. Huddlestone's danger, when a man entered the tavern and asked for some bread and cheese with a decided foreign accent. "Siete Italiano?" said I. "Si, signor," was his reply. I said it was unusually far north to find one of his compatriots, at which he shrugged his shoulders, and replied that a man would go anywhere to find work. What work he could hope to find at Graden Wester I was totally unable to conceive, and the incident struck so unpleasantly upon my mind that I asked the landlord, while he was counting me some change, whether he had ever before seen an Italian in the village. He said he had once seen some Norwegians who had been shipwrecked on the other side of Graden Ness and rescued by the lifeboat from Caldaven. "No," said I, "but an Italian, like the man who has just had bread and cheese." "What!" cried he, "yon black-avised fellow with the teeth? Was he an Italian? Well, yon's the first that ever I saw, and I dare say he's like to be the last." Even as he was speaking, I raised my eyes, and casting a glance into the street, beheld 3 men in earnest conversation together, and not 30 yards away. One of them was my recent companion in the tavern parlour. The other 2, by their handsome sallow features and soft hats, should evidently belong to the same race. A crowd of village children stood around them, gesticulating and talking gibberish in imitation. The trio looked singularly foreign to the bleak, dirty street in which they were standing, and the dark grey heaven that overspread them, and I confess my incredulity received at that moment a shock from which it never recovered. I might reason with myself as I pleased, but I could not argue down the effect of what I had seen, and I began to share in the Italian terror. It was already drawing toward the close of the day before I had returned the newspapers to the manse, and got well forward on to the links on my way home. I shall never forget that walk. It grew very cold and boisterous. The wind sung in the short grass about my feet. Thin rain showers came running on the gusts, and an immense mountain range of clouds began to arise out of the bosom of the sea. It would be hard to imagine a more dismal evening, and whether it was from these external influences, or because my nerves were already affected by what I had heard and seen, my thoughts were as gloomy as the weather. The upper windows of the pavilion commanded a considerable spread of links in the direction of Graden Wester. To avoid observation, it was necessary to hug the beach until I had gained cover from the higher sand hills on the little headland, when I might strike across through the hollows for the margin of the wood. The sun was about setting, the tide was low, and all the quicksands uncovered, and I was moving along, lost in unpleasant thought, when I was suddenly thunderstruck to perceive the prints of human feet. They ran parallel to my own course, but low down upon the beach, instead of along the border of the turf, and when I examined them I saw at once, by the size and coarseness of the impression, that it was a stranger to me and to those of the pavilion who had recently passed that way. Not only so, but from the recklessness of the course which he had followed, steering near to the most formidable portions of the sand, he was evidently a stranger to the country and to the ill repute of Graden Beach. Step by step I followed the prints, until, a quarter of a mile farther, I beheld them die away into the southeastern boundary of Graden Floe. There, whoever he was, the miserable man had perished. One or two gulls, who had perhaps seen him disappear, wheeled over his sepulchre with their usual melancholy piping. The sun had broken through the clouds by a last effort, and colored the wide level of quicksands with a dusky purple. I stood for some time gazing at the spot, chilled and disheartened by my own reflections, and with a strong and commanding consciousness of death. I remember wondering how long the tragedy had taken, and whether his screams had been audible at the pavilion. And then, making a strong resolution, I was about to tear myself away, when a gust, fiercer than usual, fell upon this quarter of the beach, and I saw, now whirling high in air, now skimming lightly across the surface of the sands, a soft black felt hat, somewhat conical in shape, such as I had remarked already on the heads of the Italians. I believe, but I am not sure, that I uttered a cry. The wind was driving the hat shoreward, and I ran round the border of the floe to be ready against its arrival. The gust fell, dropping the hat for a while upon the quicksand, and then, once more freshening, landed it a few yards from where I stood. I seized it with the interest you may imagine. It had seen some service. Indeed, it was rustier than either of those I had seen that day upon the street. The lining was red, stamped with the name of the maker, which I have forgotten, and that of the place of manufacture, Venedig. This, it is not yet forgotten, was the name given by the Austrians to the beautiful city of Venice, then and for long after a part of their dominions. The shock was complete. I saw imaginary Italians upon every side, and for the first, and as I may say for the last time in my experience, became overpowered by what is called a panic terror. I knew nothing, that is, to be afraid of, and yet I admit that I was heartily afraid, and it was with sensible reluctance that I returned to my exposed and solitary camp in the sea-wood. There I eat some cold porridge which had been left over from the night before, for I was disinclined to make a fire, and feeling strengthened and reassured, dismissed all these fanciful terrors from my mind, and lay down to sleep with composure. How long I may have slept it is impossible for me to guess, but I was awakened at last by a sudden blinding flash of light into my face. It woke me like a blow. In an instant I was upon my knees, but the light had gone as suddenly as it came. The darkness was intense, and as it was blowing great guns from the sea, and pouring with rain, the noises of the storm effectually concealed all others. It was, I dare say, half a minute before I regained my self-possession. But for two circumstances I should have thought I had been awakened by some new and vivid form of nightmare. First, the flap of my tent, which I had shut carefully when I retired, was now unfastened, and second, I could still perceive, with a sharpness that excluded any theory of hallucination, the smell of hot metal and of burning oil. The conclusion was obvious. I had been awakened by someone flashing a bull's-eye lantern in my face. It had been but a flash and away. He had seen my face and then gone. I asked myself the object of so strange a proceeding, and the answer came pat. The man, whoever he was, had thought to recognize me, and he had not. There was another question unresolved, and to this I may say I feared to give an answer. If he had recognized me, what would he have done? My fears were immediately diverted from myself, for I saw that I had been visited in a mistake, and I became persuaded that some dreadful danger threatened the pavilion. It required some nerve to issue forth into the black and intricate thicket which surrounded and overhung the den, but I groped my way to the links, drenched with rain, beaten upon and deafened by the gusts, and fearing at every step to lay my hand upon some lurking adversary. The darkness was so complete that I might have been surrounded by an army, and yet none the wiser, and the uproar of the gales so loud that my hearing was as useless as my sight. For the rest of that night, which seemed interminably long, I patrolled the vicinity of the pavilion, without seeing a living creature, or hearing any noise but the concert of the wind, the sea, and the rain. A light in the upper story filtered through a cranny of the shutter, and kept me company till the approach of dawn. End of section 17.